Fantastic. I get stronger just by fishing. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, Corpse Transformation. After the words fell, Dao Qianli nodded suddenly, and then laughed. Then your little apprentice is very successful now, and he will be able to hold the thigh of the Lord of the Demon Realm in the future. What are you talking about? Chu Yun shook his head helplessly. This guy really started to talk glibly before he finished his 3 sentences. Dao Qianli paused, then put away the smile on his face, and said, "You should have heard about what happened in the Tangji dynasty on your way back?" "Yeah." Chu Yun nodded. His expression was quite complicated, and said, "In Ziji Prefecture, there are disaster victims everywhere, locust plagues and floods, all kinds of disasters are emerging one after another, and there are monsters attacking the city. I was busy there for half a month, doing some things, and then I heard that the emperor was going to move the capital, so I hurried back." Dao Qianli heard this, and his heart moved. He knew that the something done in the mouth of his good brother was definitely not as simple as just listening casually. Among them, who knows how many ordinary people were saved. He took a deep breath and said, "Speaking of which, this incident was too strange and caught the court off guard. The news you got from the outside must be vague, but the real situation is that the emperor was plotted against." "Who is it?" Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, and he already had the answer in his mind. Apart from the Qin royal family, there would be no one else. Dao Qianli said, "I think the same as you, but there is no evidence yet." The unrest this time came from the corpse of an emperor in the royal ancestral temple. Corpse? How could such a thing happen? Chu Yun was stunned. Dao Qianli said, "About 300 or 400 years ago, there was an extremely powerful force in the Tangji dynasty, called the Demon Corpse sect. It was powerful and cruel. It almost unified the entire demonic forces and was regarded as a major threat by the court. Several encirclements and suppressions failed, but the Demon Corpse sect became stronger and stronger, because the most powerful method of the Demon Corpse sect was to refine puppets with corpses. The more people died in their hands, the stronger the Demon Corpse sect became. In the later period, the Demon Corpse sect had gathered millions of corpse soldiers and assembled troops to fight the court. At that time, Emperor Shunshin was also a famous strong man, so he went out to fight and finally defeated the Demon Corpse sect and wiped out those demons. However, in the final battle, Emperor Shunshin was also injured and planted with corpse poison. Not only was his life coming to an end, but he was also facing the threat of becoming a zombie after death. In order to prevent this from happening, Emperor Shunshin ordered people to send him to the Imperial Mausoleum and seal him with the dragon energy and imperial luck of the Zhe royal family for thousands of years. The final result was that Emperor Shunshin was indeed sealed. For hundreds of years, everything was peaceful and nothing happened. However, during the court's ancestral worship, Emperor Shunshin, who had been sealed in the ancestral temple for hundreds of years, suddenly turned into a zombie and rushed out of the Imperial Mausoleum. You know what zombies are? They live on blood. The blood of their flesh and blood relatives, who share the same roots with them, is an incomparable temptation for zombies. So, the Emperor Shunshin, who turned into a zombie, immediately found the current Emperor Yongde. After a fierce battle, he severely injured Emperor Yongde. After hearing this, Chu Yun's expression was very strange. The news from the outside was only that something happened in the ancestral temple and that a monster injured Emperor Yongde, but who could have guessed that the so-called monster was actually Emperor Shunshin, the savior of the Tangji dynasty more than 400 years ago? What is certain is that the transformation of Emperor Shunshin into a corpse must have been manipulated by someone behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could the Emperor Shunshin, who had been living in peace for hundreds of years, suddenly transform into a corpse? And it happened in this special period of turmoil and unrest. Dao Qianli said, with a hint of anger in his tone, "It must be the remnants of the Qin royal family who are secretly manipulating and trying to overthrow my Zhao dynasty." Although he usually laughs and jokes, Dao Qianli is, after all, the bearer of royal blood, and treats the people of the world as his subjects. Now the remnants of the Qin royal family are secretly stirring up all kinds of unrest and killing countless innocent people. This has already violated Zhao Qianli's intolerable reverse scale. Chu Yun is back. At this time, a sound of footsteps came from outside the door. The two people in the room looked in the direction of the sound and saw Prince Cheng walking towards them. Father. Zhao Qianli looked at Prince Cheng and said, "You came at the right time. We were talking about the ancestral temple. In my opinion, it must be the remnants of the Qin royal family who are secretly doing trouble. In addition, they have caused unrest in various parts of the Tangji dynasty. Obviously, they are going to do something big, but I don't know what their goal is." Dragon Vein. Chu Yun spoke in a deep voice and replied, "I have a prisoner of the Qin royal family here. When a large-scale disaster occurred in Ziji Prefecture, I went to ask about it as soon as possible. The answer I got was that the current goal of that organization is to shake the destiny of the Tangji dynasty by harming the people, and then cut off the dragon vein. Only when the dragon vein is damaged and the Tangji dynasty loses its destiny, can the Qin royal family take advantage of the situation to rise up and formally rebel against the court." Prince Cheng nodded, exhaled slowly, and said, "This king knows these things. But there is one thing you definitely don't know." "What is it?" Zhao Qianli asked hurriedly. "The reason why my brother wants to move the capital to Jingxia is because there is a spare dragon vein spirit in Daming Prefecture." Prince Cheng opened his mouth slowly and said, "This has been the ancestral precept for thousands of years since the founding of the Tangji dynasty. In the royal family, there must be one person who ascends the throne and the other person guards the dragon vein spirit. Now, in this generation of the Zhe royal family, the person who guards the dragon vein spirit is me." According to the ancestral precepts, once a large-scale turmoil occurs in the Tangji dynasty and the dragon vein is damaged, the capital must be moved immediately to the city where the dragon vein spirit is located, and the spare dragon vein spirit must be activated to support the dragon energy. Now, my brother has moved the capital to Jingxia city, and the dragon vein formation has been activated. The spare dragon vein has merged with the dragon vein formation. Although the national destiny has been damaged, it is no longer a big deal now. After the words fell, Zhao Qianli and Chu Yun looked at each other, and then they knew why Emperor Yang wanted to move the capital. It turned out that there was such a secret hidden in it, but if that's the case, then things are even more dangerous. At this time, Chu Yun took a deep breath, looked at Zhao Qianli and Prince Cheng, and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget that the organization has been preparing to control Zhengtan Yang. Zhengtan Yang is the lord of Daming Mansion, and the dragon vein formation is also in Daming Mansion. Does this mean that the organization has already known about the dragon vein formation and is responding by controlling Zhengtan Yang?" Chapter 302 Reunion. As soon as Chu Yun said this, Zhao Qianli was slightly stunned, while Prince Cheng's eyes fixed and fell into silence. After a moment, Prince Cheng slowly exhaled, nodded to Chu Yun, and said, "Your guess makes sense. That organization has been secretly preparing for many years to subvert the rule of my royal family. If they insist on saying that they don't know about such an important matter as the dragon vein array, it would be too self-deception, and their arrangement on Zhengtan Yang must also be a preparation for the dragon vein town. And if the other party really holds Zhengtan Yang in his hands, it must be said that it is equivalent to grasping the lifeblood of the matter. The backup dragon vein array is one of the top secrets of the royal family. Basically, only the emperor of each generation and the prince who guards the dragon vein array know the inside story. As for the location of the dragon vein array in Daming Mansion, except for His Majesty the Emperor who is already unconscious, only Prince Cheng himself knows it. Logically speaking, the reliability should be extremely high. But this is Daming Mansion. Zhengtan Yang is the lord of Daming Prefecture, and has ruled this land for more than 100 years, so he is deeply rooted. Even if Zhengtan Yang cannot tell everything about this land, there are few things that can be hidden from him. If Zhengtan Yang is really determined to find the dragon vein formation, it may be possible. Father, we have to be on guard. Zhao Qianli also looked at Prince Cheng and said seriously, "I know what I am doing." Prince Cheng nodded, exhaled slowly, and said. Seeing his reply, Chu Yun and Zhao Qianli looked at each other, nodded, and said nothing more. As for the affairs of the royal family and the relationship with Zheng Tanyang, the lord of Daming Prefecture, Prince Cheng has been deeply involved for many years, so he naturally knows what to do and does not need outsiders to point fingers. Chu Yun reminded him, which was equivalent to completing the task. After that, as if he suddenly remembered something, he took out an object from his body, which was the Tenghua Tanjin, and handed it to Prince Cheng, saying, "I got this from the demon domain. Fortunately I have fulfilled my mission." Upon seeing this object, Prince Cheng's face was slightly shocked, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. For a person as deep as him, he had long been unable to show his emotions, but when he saw this Tenghua Tanjin, he couldn't help but feel happy from the bottom of his heart. For so many years, the pain has always been with him. Now that he has obtained this Tenghua Tanjin, Prince Cheng's injuries finally have a chance to heal. "We are all family, so I won't say thank you." Prince Cheng took the Tenghua Tanjin, put one hand on Chu Yun's shoulder, patted him twice, and his tone was quite emotional. Although he didn't say anything to thank you, true affection often doesn't need to be expressed through words. Chu Yun also smiled slightly and nodded. Afterwards, Prince Cheng turned and left. He didn't want to wait a moment for the recovery of his injuries. Chu Yun looked at the back of Prince Cheng leaving, and soon retracted his gaze, looked at Zhao Qianli, and asked, "During the time I was away, did anything happen in Bupinglu?" "Nothing unexpected, everything is normal." Zhao Qianli smiled, shook his head slowly and said, "Just in the few days when you left, some members withdrew from Bupinglu, but the vast majority of members were not affected." Chu Yun was slightly silent when he heard this. He knew that among the people who came to join Bupinglu, there must be some who came for his so-called identity. Many people thought that he was the descendant of a big force outside the mortal world, and wanted to touch the world outside the spiritual world by contacting Chu Yun. Now that those people know the truth, they naturally can't stay. However, although these people left, Chu Yun was not disappointed. He smiled and said, "If they leave, they leave. Anyway, I can't meet their expectations." People with different ideologies cannot work together. After these people leave, our remaining team will be purer. Chu Yun's words were not self-consolation. In fact, Buping Tower was not significantly affected by the departure of those people, because when Chu Yun went to the demon realm, he still received a large number of Buping Tower task rewards every day. Everything proved that Buping Tower was still operating normally after Chu Yun left, and the number of rewards was slightly increased compared to before. When Chu Yun was doing chivalrous deeds everywhere in Ziji Mansion, the rewards given by the members of Buping Tower had already made Chu Yun's cultivation level break through again and reached the 3rd level of Nirvana. No matter when, for Chu Yun, Buping Tower will always be his most solid foundation. As long as Buping Tower is still operating normally, there will be a steady stream of rewards coming to him. "That's right." Zhao Qianli nodded, then sighed and said with a wry smile, "It's just that the recent situation is turbulent and precarious. The branches of Bupinglu in various places have received countless commissions. Almost everyone is too busy to stop." After the voice fell, Chu Yun nodded, and his expression was also quite worried. Regardless of prosperity or decline, the people are suffering. This is not only the case in Ziji Prefecture, but also in Daming Prefecture. But unlike other places, there is Bupinglu in Daming Prefecture. When people encounter difficulties, they often choose to ask Bupinglu for help. This makes the number of tasks that Bupinglu has to face increase day by day. At the same time, in recent days, the task rewards received in Chu Yun's system space are also increasing. It can be said that there are both good and bad, and each is mixed, but the source of everything is still that mysterious organization. Chu Yun exhaled slowly, looked at Zhao Qianli, and said, "Only by annihilating that organization, completely defeating them, and tearing apart their ambitions, can the people of this land gain real peace, and this is what we should do most." Zhao Qianli nodded in agreement, but then smiled bitterly and said, "It's just that that force has been hiding for many years, and it's not so easy to find out." "There will be a way," Chu Yun said seriously, adding, "There will definitely be a way." Looking at Chu Yun's confident look, Zhao Qianli couldn't help but smile, and then seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "By the way, There is something I almost forgot to tell you. What is it? Chu Yun looked up and asked. An old friend came to see you. Zhao Qianli blinked at Chu Yun and said, he is waiting for you in the bumping building now. Old friend? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, a little curious, wondering who Zhao Qianli was talking about. Zhao Qianli seemed to want to keep the secret, and did not explain much. He just took Chu Yun out of the Prince Chi's mansion and went to Bumping Tower. Junior Master, how could it be you? In Bumping Tower, under the guidance of Zhao Qianli, Chu Yun finally met the old friend he mentioned, but the result surprised him. He asked, didn't you return to Yuan sect? Why are you back again? There was a thin figure standing in the room, with a straight back and vicissitudes of life. It was none other than Junior Master Song Dashan. Originally, after destroying the brain of the mysterious organization outside the villa, Junior Master got the antidote and returned to the Linghai area of Zhenyao Mansion to silently guard Yuan sect. Unexpectedly, Junior Master came back and returned to Jinxia City. I heard about you. Junior Master looked at Chu Yun, and it was as if a big stone had fallen from his heart. He exhaled slowly and said, your identity has been exposed. I am worried that you will encounter any accidents here, so I hurried here to see if there is anything I can help with. Chu Yun heard this and showed a bitter smile on his face. He didn't expect that Junior Master came back to worry about his safety. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Chu Yun said, and a warm feeling emerged in his heart. When Zhao Qianli saw that the two had started to reminisce about the past, he quietly left, leaving the space to Junior Master and Chu Yun. When I came, this young man surnamed Zhao said that you went to the demon domain to save people. I was going to go to the 10,000 mountains to find you, but he stopped me. Now that I see you come back safely, I finally let go of my heart. Junior Master smiled and said. Chu Yun stepped forward, patted Junior Master's shoulder, and said, the current situation is special. We are in a turbulent situation. That mysterious organization is making trouble everywhere in the Tanji dynasty. Yuan sect is also likely to be affected by them. At this time, Junior Master, you should stay in the sect. I understand. Junior Master nodded. He came here just to confirm Chu Yun's safety. Now that he saw that Chu Yun was alive and well and there was no danger, he could naturally rest assured. After a pause, Junior Master sighed again and said, it's just that the organization was able to make such a big fuss today. I also played a role in it. Thinking about it, it's really. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chu Yun patting his shoulder. You were helpless at that time, and no one would blame you. Chu Yun looked at Junior Master and said word by word with great seriousness. He knew that Junior Master Runkle was an extremely upright person, and was very worried that Junior Master Runkle would feel guilty for the things he had done under threat. If he himself was unwilling to let himself go, it would be difficult for him to live in this state for a long time. Thinking about it, it was too depressing. Junior Master Runkle smiled bitterly and did not answer, but as the person involved, he knew what he had done in his heart. Others might be able to forgive him for various reasons, but he himself could never forgive himself. Seeing his appearance, Chu Yun could not help but sigh, but he also knew that it would be useless to say anything to Junior Master Runkle at this time. Only one day, when he completely wiped out the mysterious organization, he might be able to permanently resolve the haze in Junior Master Runkle's heart and give him a bright and clear world. Let's go. I'll take you. Chu Yun smiled at Junior Master Runkle and said in a gentle voice. Junior Master Runkle nodded, silently followed Chu Yun to leave Bumping Tower, and headed straight for the outside of Jinxia City. While walking on the road, in order to distract Junior Master Runkle's attention, Chu Yun would take the initiative to ask him about some things about Yuan sect. It has been a long time since I left. I wonder what the situation is like in Yuan sect now? Are Shang Yuan Zenren and Yuling Zenren okay? Chu Yun asked with a smile. Everything is fine, although you made a big mistake when you left and killed Qin Wuji, the lord of Linghai Giant City. Everyone with a discerning eye knows why you did such a thing, so even the government didn't make it too difficult. Instead, they took care of Yuan sect in many places. The Junior Master smiled slightly. Mentioning Yuan sect was like mentioning the softest part of his heart. His whole state changed from a sad haze to a warm spring breeze. Chu Yun was quite moved when he heard this. Just as he was about to say something else, he found that the junior master beside him suddenly became a little stiff, as if he had discovered something incredible. Chu Yun frowned and immediately noticed something. He looked in the direction where the junior master was looking. Then, several figures in black were seen passing through the busy streets. "Uncle Junior, what's wrong? Are there any problems with those people?" Chu Yun asked in a low voice. Uncle Junior looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "I seem to have seen one of the three people who just passed by. Let's go, catch up." Chu Yun said immediately without any hesitation, and chased in the direction where the three men in black disappeared. There is only one possibility for the identity of the person who can make Uncle Junior so nervous and serious as soon as he sees him. That is, he is from that mysterious force. Sure enough, Uncle Junior followed Chu Yun to chase the three men in black, and said, "About 4 years ago, when I was completing a mission, I had some contact with that person. Although it was not a short time, I still recognized him at a glance. There is no mistake." Chu Yun nodded calmly, but he was quite surprised in his heart. He had been thinking about how to deal with the mysterious organization. After all, unlike other organizations, this mysterious organization had always been hiding in the dark and would not show up easily. If he wanted to destroy the other party, he had to find their traces first. But the other party had never given him this opportunity. Now, the members of this organization were recognized by the junior master, which was equivalent to giving Chu Yun a great opportunity. He must not let it go. Chapter 303. Three people. At this moment, the three figures walked through the streets and alleys, walking in the northern city area as if nothing had happened, and finally turned into a deep alley and walked into an ordinary residential courtyard. These three people were handsome but not revealing, hiding their true abilities tightly and keeping a low profile. But Chu Yun could see that each of them had a cultivation level above the Nirvana realm. When they walked into the courtyard, the three people did not communicate with each other, and each went about his own business. One of them started sharpening his knife as soon as he entered the yard, wiping a shiny long knife with a brand new handkerchief, lowering his head, and there was nothing else in his eyes except the knife in his hand. Among the other two, one was of a large build. After returning to the courtyard, he went straight into the kitchen and brought out a large plate of fragrant food, including roast duck sausages, delicacies from the mountains and the sea. He grabbed a handful of greasy food and put it into his mouth, eating it with a smacking mouth. Damn it, one of them only knows how to look at the knife all day, and the other can't stop eating. I'm so unlucky that I was assigned to the same place with you two. You're so idle. You can't even find a woman. The last person stared at the other two and complained very unhappily. After he finished speaking, the man who was sharpening the knife didn't even raise his head, as if he didn't hear anything. To him, all external things seemed to be less important than the knife in his hand. And the fat guy who was eating non-stop snorted twice, looked at the man who spoke, and said, "You'd better give up this idea. Don't you see what time it is now? How could the organization let you go out to find a woman?" Humphrey, the man snorted coldly, looked at the fat man with contempt, and then turned and walked into his house. Bah, what the hell? The fat man also looked down on it. He bit the chicken leg hard, tore off a large piece of meat, and muttered incoherently, "You don't want to share with me, so I'm willing to share with you." As he said that, the fat man grabbed a roasted chicken and stuffed it into his mouth. The huge cheeks moved a few times, and then spit out the smooth bones. There was not even a bit of meat on it. It was cleaner than a dog licking it. Then, the fat man looked at the guy who was sharpening the knife, raised a chicken leg, and said, "Hey, you sharpener, do you want to eat a bite?" The sharpener didn't even raise his head, and didn't react at all, like a stone. Damn, another freak. The fat man cursed, then threw the chicken leg into his mouth and said, "If you don't eat it, I'll eat it myself." Outside the courtyard, there is a tall building. Chu Yun and his junior master were standing in the windows of a tall building. Through the windows, they could clearly see the situation in the yard. After Chu Yun used his unique ear skills, he could also clearly hear the conversation of the three people in the yard. The junior uncle was standing by, and after observing carefully for a while, he said, "There's no mistake. I haven't seen that fat guy and the man sharpening the knife before, but the one who was clamoring for a woman, I met him once before. His name is Sun Hong. Like me before, he is a thug of that organization and is controlled by the magic pill seed. Yeah. Chu Yun nodded, then looked at the other two people in the yard and said, from what they said, these three people should have been grouped together recently. The other two should be the same as Sun Hong. They are thugs of the organization, hiding in Jinxia City in the form of a group of three. The junior uncle turned his head and looked at Chu Yun, and said, what are you going to do? There are only three of them. With your and my abilities, we can definitely take them down easily. But now, the organization's attention is focused on Jinxia City. They will definitely communicate with their superiors. We can also play the long game and catch the big fish. We should keep a close eye on them first, and when these three people meet with their superiors, we can take action to catch a big one. Chu Yun was silent for a long time after hearing this, with a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he didn't answer. After a long while, he looked at the junior master and said, how much do you know about Sun Hong? What kind of personality does he have? The junior master was startled and replied, I don't have much contact with him. We only met during a mission. I don't know him very well, but I can feel that this person is a lustful person like Kingzi. Chu Yun nodded and said, I can see this. But what else? The junior master thought about it seriously and said, besides that, this person's personality is very cautious. He never shows his true strength easily. He hides his own strength and trump cards very deeply. When I cooperated with him that time, he always attacked the enemy just right. I can't see where his trump cards are, and I don't know what his real strength is. Very good. That's him. Chu Yun smiled slightly, as if he had made a decision, and said happily. Junior Master turned his head to look at him, pondered for a moment, and said, you don't want to? That's right. Chu Yun smiled, nodded, and said, now that organization has completely spread out in Jinxia City, for a long time to come, Jinxia City will be their main battlefield. These three Nirvana Realm thugs have not even approached the core circle of their own organization, but have been arranged outside, which is enough to explain the problem. In today's Jinxia City, there are many scattered thugs like the three of them. If we just monitor them from the outside, at most we can only catch the three of them and their superiors, which will not have much impact on the overall situation. But what I want is to catch this entire organization in one fell swoop. Therefore, the best way now is for me to disguise myself as this person and infiltrate their organization from the inside. Only in this way can I get in touch with the core secrets of this organization and get their personnel list. After Chu Yun finished speaking, Junior Master had fallen into silence. To be honest, he really didn't know what to say now. Although Chu Yun's proposal sounds very dangerous and bold, Junior Master knows that it will definitely be very effective. But if there is a choice, Junior Master really doesn't want to let Chu Yun face such a dangerous situation. After all, in this world, there should be no job that is more dangerous than the identity of an undercover agent. If there is, it must be an undercover agent in an extremely dark and powerful organization. And now, Chu Yun actually took the initiative to propose to put himself in such a dangerous position. Apart from being skilled and daring, Junior Master doesn't know how to evaluate it. What are you going to do? After a moment of silence, Junior Master asked. Since Chu Yun was able to make this decision, he must have thought it over carefully. Junior Master actually trusts and supports this rising star of Yuan sect in his heart. With Chu Yun's ability, even if his undercover identity is discovered, he must be able to get out of it unscathed, and all he has to do is to cooperate with Chu Yun. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Infiltration. Simple. Chu Yun smiled and said, just keep an eye on him and wait for him to be alone. As he said that, he took out the shape-shifting jade from the system space, held it in his hand, and with a thought, his body shape had changed into that of Sun Hong. The Junior Master was watching from the side. Even though he had the eye candy before, he still couldn't help but sigh in amazement at this moment. He stared at Chu Yun from left to right for a long time, but couldn't see any flaws. "How is it?" Chu Yun adjusted his voice and asked the junior master in Sun Hong's voice. "Very similar." The junior master nodded, and then observed for a while, saying, "You need to pay attention to the expression. Sun Hong has a frivolous personality and always has a carefree feeling." Chu Yun heard this and thought about it carefully. When he played the role of the dark brain Yan Qingshan before, it was because of some details, such as the words he used in his daily conversation and the flaws in his attitude towards people, that Bai Yan saw through his identity. This time, since he wanted to hide his identity and lurk in this organization for a long time, he had to do a good job in character setting and try not to reveal any flaws. "Hey, old man, how many days have you not shaved?" Chu Yun looked at the junior master uncle with contempt in his eyes. The junior master uncle was stunned for a moment, a little dazed for a moment, and then nodded with a smile. "It has that flavor, it is indeed the kind of words he would say." Chu Yun snorted disdainfully and said, "Do you need to tell me? You will learn it after watching it once." The junior master uncle looked weird, nodded, and said: "I have to say, you are really a genius." Chu Yun maintained that frivolous and arrogant expression, but he was smiling bitterly in his heart. If there was a choice, he would not be willing to choose Sun Hong to play, but after a careful analysis, he would find that among the three people, Sun Hong is indeed the most suitable. In addition to him, the other two, one is a fat man who eats all day long. Chu Yun definitely can't play this role. Let alone the problem of body shape, his stomach can't stand it. The other person, who is obsessed with swords, looks more normal and is easy to play, but in the organization, that kind of person is the one who has the least chance of accessing intelligence. Chu Yun's main goal in infiltrating the organization is to obtain intelligence and learn about the organization's arrangements in Jinxia City. If he plays the role of a silent person, it will be too difficult to get intelligence. Moreover, the most important thing is that Junior Master Uncle has never seen the other two people and doesn't know them at all. If he plays Sun Hong, at least Junior Master Uncle can help check and see if there are any problems. "You are already very similar now." Junior Master Uncle talked with Chu Yun for a long time. During the whole conversation, Chu Yun played the role of Sun Hong and talked to him. During the whole process, Junior Master Uncle was so angry that his teeth itched several times and he had the urge to beat someone up. He looked at Chu Yun, exhaled deeply, and said, "Another thing to note is that Sun Hong is a lustful person. Although he is different from Zi Qingxi, who is a lustful ghost, if you meet a beautiful woman, you still need to give some reaction, otherwise you will definitely be exposed." Chu Yun heard this and nodded. At this time, he had a full understanding of his character. Overall, except for Sun Hong's frivolous and arrogant words and lust, other places are not too unusual. It should be quite simple to play. At this time, the junior uncle's eyes slightly condensed and said, "He came out." As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yun also came to the window to see, and found that in the middle of the night, Sun Hong quietly left his yard, with a green thief light in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was going out to do bad things. In the yard, the figure who was sharpening the knife under the moonlight paused slightly while wiping the blade. Obviously, he noticed Sun Hong's action, but he just frowned and ignored it, and continued to do his own thing. As for the fat man, after eating a lot, he returned to his room and fell asleep, oblivious to what was happening outside. "Let's catch up." Chu Yun showed a smile on his face. He finally got the chance. He changed back to his original appearance and followed the junior master to chase Sun Hong. As they didn't know what Sun Hong was going to do this time, Chu Yun and the others didn't dare to follow too closely, nor did they take action in advance. Anyway, from the moment Sun Hong was targeted, he couldn't run away. In the night, Sun Hong was dressed in black, walking back and forth in the streets and alleys of Jinxia City, standing on a high roof from time to time and looking around. It doesn't look like he's going to do any mission, nor does it look like he's meeting with anyone. The junior master made his own judgment. A strange look appeared on Chu Yun's face, and he said, "I think he seems to be out hunting." Sure enough, on a tower, after observing for a long time, Sun Hong's eyes fell on the backyard of a mansion. In his sight, in the backyard garden in the distance, a young lady who had not yet married, 28 years old, was walking with two maids. Sun Hong smiled, and then immediately floated over, in the dark night, almost perfectly blending into the environment. Come on, he is out to pick flowers. Chu Yun rolled his eyes, and when he thought that he was going to play such a person next, he couldn't help but feel a little sour in his teeth. However, Sun Hong had not taken action yet, and Chu Yun could not finally determine what Sun Hong's purpose was, so he was still following forward with his junior master, without taking action to disturb him. It was not until the young lady and the maid walked through the garden, playing and laughing and returning to the boudoir, that Sun Hong sneaked in quietly. Chu Yun took a look. This mansion was the home of a merchant. There might be warriors guarding the house, but the cultivation level of the mountain and sea realm was the best. A Nirvana realm master like Sun Hong could enter and exit as if he was in an empty space. After a while, the maid walked out of the boudoir, and Sun Hong immediately took the opportunity to sneak in. He got through the window and came to the bed like a ghost. Before the girl could react, he knocked her out with a light palm. His movements were extremely skillful, as if he had practiced thousands of times. Hee, what a beautiful little girl. Sun Hong knocked the girl out, and then observed her carefully in the moonlight, admiring her youthful beauty. When he was about to take action, someone patted his shoulder. Huh? Sun Hong's face changed, and without looking back, he immediately used his strength to slap his palm backwards. However, the opponent was faster than him. Before he could react, a hand had already been attached to his danshin. Don't move, Chu Yun said in a low voice, and pressed his fingers on Sun Hong's danshin, ready to attack at any time to destroy Sun Hong's cultivation. Sun Hong's face was extremely ugly, and one of his big hands was frozen in midair, the palm power brewing in his hand, but he didn't dare to move forward. In this simple moment of fighting, he had already made a judgment that the opponent's strength was far greater than his, and there was no chance of resistance. And during his pause, Chu Yun's palm had sent a powerful force into Sun Hong's danshin, and completely sealed Sun Hong's cultivation with a heavenly skill-sealing soul-locking technique. Sun Hong's face turned pale, and he groaned. With a burst of despair in his heart, he couldn't help but whispered, "Sir, who are you?" Chu Yun snorted coldly, grabbed Sun Hong's collar, and took him to the back. He came to the bed, tidied the girl's quilt, tucked the corners of the quilt, and said, "You broke into my house late at night and intended to attack my sister, but now you ask who I am?" Sun Hong was shocked and looked at Chu Yun in disbelief. However, after carefully observing Chu Yun's appearance, he could find that the handsome young man in front of him and the little beauty on their bed were indeed quite similar in bone structure, and it could be seen at a glance that they were siblings. Of course, it was not such a coincidence. Chu Yun actually didn't look like the girl on the bed. It was just that when he was behind Sun Hong just now, Chu Yun had an idea and used the shape-shifting jade to adjust his appearance, so he looked very similar to the girl. After learning the truth, Sun Hong suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. He couldn't help cursing in his heart. I've known for a long time that the water in Jinxia City is very deep, but who would have thought it was so damn deep? I couldn't hold my anger in the middle of the night, so I just came out to pick some flowers, but I ended up picking flowers from such a person's house? Misunderstanding. Sun Hong hurriedly smiled in a low voice and said, "Master, I was just blinded by greed. If I had known that you, the great god, were here, I would never have dared to come." Chu Yun snorted coldly, knowing in his heart that what Sun Hong said was the truth. When Sun Hong was choosing his prey just now, he was looking at the ladies from small families. He didn't even look at those powerful families and chambers of commerce, for fear of capsizing in the gutter. At this moment, Sun Hong was smiling apologetically, but he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Damn it, where did your family come from? You were able to train a Nirvana-level warrior at such a young age, but you ended up living in such a small yard. Are all the rich people so low-key? Is it necessary? I don't care if you misunderstood or not. Now, I'm very angry. Chu Yun stared at Sun Hong coldly and said, "You almost ruined my sister's innocence. For this reason alone, it's not too much for me to kill you." After saying this, Sun Hong couldn't help shivering. While he was nervous, He couldn't help but quickly guess Chu Yun's intentions. Logically speaking, if you find a flower thief sneaking into your sister's room in the middle of the night, you should either kill him directly or send him to the government after catching him. Generally, there is no third choice. Now, Chu Yun has subdued him, but he didn't take the next step. This is obviously to get some compensation in other aspects. Sun Hong has been in the martial arts world for many years, so he naturally has this judgment. So, he hurriedly said, "Master, please spare my life. I was just confused for a moment and have not touched a single finger of your sister. I really do not deserve the death penalty. If you can be so kind as to let me go this time and give me a chance to make amends, I will do my best to help you even if I have to go through fire and water." HMPH. Chu Yun snorted coldly, but he was amused in his heart. After pondering for a while, he said, "It seems that you have good cultivation. Give me any martial arts skills you have." Sun Hong was hesitant when he heard the words, but he was relieved in his heart. Since he had something to ask for, he naturally had a way out. Generally speaking, a master like Nirvana is already the pillar of a force. If you don't know the other party's background, you dare not easily take any ruthless action. So, he quickly reached into his arms and took out 2 martial arts books, saying, "These 2 books are all the martial arts of the heavenly grade that I have collected over the years. I haven't learned them yet, so I have been carrying them with me. Since you like them, please don't be polite to me." As he said this, he smiled flatteringly. Chu Yun took the 2 martial arts books, looked at them, nodded lightly, and then said, "In addition, what martial arts have you mastered to the state of great perfection? Write them down to me immediately." Sun Hong's face changed slightly, and the smile on his face became a little stiff. He didn't expect that Chu Yun, this bastard, would be so greedy. It was not enough to have 2 ready-made books, but he actually wanted the ones he had already mastered. "Don't say you don't have them. Write down all your current skills and the body movements you used when you sneaked in. There is paper and pen over there. Don't play tricks," Chu Yun said coldly, pointing to the desk beside him. This girl in the boudoir was obviously from a scholarly family. There was paper and pen in the room, which was convenient for Chu Yun. Okay, people have to bow their heads under the eaves." Sun Hong sighed and had to step forward immediately, pick up a pen and start writing. When a warrior practices a martial arts skill to the state of great perfection, he can write the original of the skill once. He has never written it before, so he still has a chance now. Of course, Sun Hong has also thought about telling Chu Yun that his quota has been used and he can't write it again, but he has no doubt that even so, Chu Yun will let him write it a second time, even if it means ruining his great perfection martial arts. After a while, Sun Hong wrote out 3 finished martial arts skills, all of which Sun Hong has now mastered to the state of great perfection. One of them is the skill, and the other 2 are martial arts and body movements. After Chu Yun took it, he felt the Tao rhyme flowing in it and nodded with satisfaction. Only the original of the skill that was successfully written can form the Tao rhyme, and this cannot be false. "Young master, can I leave now?" After bleeding a lot, Sun Hong was very painful, but he still asked with a smile on his face. Very humble. Chapter 305 Handkerchief. "Leave." Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, a smile appeared in his eyes, and he was full of amusement. "Of course you can leave." Sun Hong just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. The next moment, a dark abyss appeared in front of him. Bang! Chu Yun hit Sun Hong's forehead with a palm, as light as a falling leaf, and after a palm, it directly cracked Sun Hong's skull. Sun Hong didn't figure out until the moment of his death. He had paid such a huge price for such a small matter. Why did the young master still not let him go? After Sun Hong died, another figure sneaked in from outside the boudoir. Chu Yun only looked up and saw that it was the junior master, and then he focused all his attention on the 5 martial arts books left by Sun Hong. "What do you want these for?" The junior master looked at the 5 martial arts books, a little puzzled. Although Chu Yun had to act like Sun Hong when he was fighting, as far as he knew, Sun Hong didn't have any famous moves. He was just good at palm techniques. Chu Yun could just use other palm techniques to make up for the short time. After all, no one could stipulate that Sun Hong could only know one palm technique. At this moment, Although Sun Hong's 5 martial arts techniques were in Chu Yun's hands, in fact, they were useless. After all, Sun Hong had already mastered these 5 martial arts techniques to the state of great perfection or above. If Chu Yun went to learn now, it would be good to get started in a short time. Once he showed the difference in his understanding of the martial arts, he would be exposed immediately. Haha, just take it as a reference. Chu Yun smiled and didn't explain, because the junior uncle certainly couldn't imagine that after today, Chu Yun's mastery of these 5 martial arts techniques would be stronger than Sun Hong. After all, Chu Yun's account now still has more than 1,000 years of martial arts enlightenment, and this age is increasing every moment with the increase of bait. It is really a simple matter to finish the 5 martial arts skills, and this will also become the most unbreakable link in Chu Yun's role as Sun Hong. After all, appearance can deceive people. But how can martial arts deceive people? That is something that requires years of practice to master. For ordinary people, then, let's go together. The junior uncle skillfully picked up the body on the ground and planned to take it out to destroy the body. At the same time, he turned his eyes and looked at Chu Yun and said, "No, I still have things to do." Chu Yun shook his head and looked at the bed beside him. At this moment, the girl who was knocked unconscious by Sun Hong was still in a coma. Delicate and pitiful. A strange look appeared on the face of the junior master, and he asked, "You don't think there is no need to do this, right? We are just acting." Chu Yun heard this and didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. He stared at the junior master and said, "What are you thinking? I just want to get some rouge smell." When Sun Hong sneaked out in the middle of the night, the other 2 who sharpened the knife also saw him. If he goes back quietly like this, he will definitely leave a flaw. As he said, Chu Yun picked up the clothes that the girl had placed on the bedside, rubbed them hard on his body, leaving a more obvious smell, and then picked up a handkerchief of the girl, kicked it directly into his arms, and accidentally revealed a corner. Seeing this, the junior master coughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment, and then silently took Sun Hong's body out to destroy it. A moment later, the junior master finished dealing with the body, brought back Sun Hong's clothes and personal belongings, and asked Chu Yun to change into them. Chu Yun changed his clothes and used the shape-shifting jade to change his appearance. After that, he was a real Sun Hong. When he stood in front of Junior Master, no matter how carefully he observed, Junior Master could not find any flaws. It can't be said that they are too similar. They are just exactly the same. Finally, Junior Master said with emotion, "Then I feel relieved." Chu Yun nodded, looked at Junior Master again, and said, "I was planning to let you return to Yuan sect, but now that something has happened, you might as well stay in Jingxia City for a while." "That's right." Junior Master nodded. Chu Yun was going to infiltrate that organization as an undercover agent this time. There must be many things that need the support of outsiders, and this person had better have strong action ability, rich experience, and most importantly, trustworthy. Looking at all the people Chu Yun knew, only Junior Master met this condition the most. "I'll go back now. You come with me. Let's observe outside the courtyard for one night. If they don't find anything after the first night, it means my undercover plan is successful. But if they find out, I need you to cooperate from outside to completely arrest these 2 people, and then study other things." Chu Yun took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Junior Master nodded, and then asked, "Then, do you need me to notify Bopinglu and Kuangfu?" "Sure, but don't tell them my identity." Chu Yun pondered for a moment and said, "Since I'm going to be an undercover, naturally the fewer people who know my identity, the better. It's not that I don't trust them, but I'm afraid that they will reveal their flaws after knowing my identity. You can tell Zhao Kaiani and Prince Chengde that I went undercover in that organization, but don't tell them that I'm using Sun Hong's identity. Do you understand?" "I understand." Junior Master nodded, and there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes when he looked at Chu Yun. Unlike the last time he pretended to be Yan Chengshin, Chu Yun had learned from his experience and considered every aspect of his role as Sun Hong, making it watertight. Now, it depends on whether this plan can be successfully carried out. In the evening, deep in the alley, Chu Yun disguised himself as Sun Hong, tiptoed across the yard, and was about to enter the bedroom. A cold voice came from the side. Stop. Chu Yun frowned and slowly turned his head, and saw the fat man staring at him impatiently with a sleepy face. "What are you doing?" Chu Yun asked. The voice was Zhang Hong's voice, and the tone was also Zhang Hong's tone, very unhappy. "The higher-ups have long issued a message that we should be honest here these days and not cause trouble. Why can't you control yourself? You still want to go out and mess around in the middle of the night. What if our whereabouts are exposed?" The fat man frowned and said, full of accusations. Who told you that I was out messing around with women? Chu Yun said with all his might, but his eyes were a little evasive, like someone who was caught with a pigtail and knew he was in the wrong. "Humphrey." The fat man snorted coldly and said, "You smell like rouge, and the handkerchief on your body is leaking a corner. Do you think I will believe you if you say you didn't go out to fool around with women? In this special period, can you bear it for 2 days and kill you? Stop talking nonsense. I don't like to talk to you about these useless things," Chu Yun said nonchalantly, and continued to walk towards the bedroom. The fat man's eyes turned cold and said, "If there is a next time, I will definitely report it to my superiors. You just wait and see." With a bang, Chu Yun slammed the door shut and ignored the fat man's voice behind him. Judging from the fat man's reaction and expression, Chu Yun's behavior should be very consistent with Sun Hong's usual behavior style. "What the hell? Fuck him." The fat man spat in front of Chu Yun's door, yawned, stretched, and ran back to his room to continue sleeping. In the further part of the yard, a figure was still quietly sharpening a knife under the moonlight, as if everything that happened just now had nothing to do with him. Chapter 306 The Princess. After returning to Sun Hong's bedroom, Chu Yun closed the door tightly, and then took out Sun Hong's 5 martial arts. Among these 5 books, 1 is a martial arts, and 4 are martial arts. The name of the martial arts is Yin Yang Yan Shuang Ju. As the name suggests, it is a kind of martial arts that mobilizes the power of yin yang flame and ice. It is ranked as Tanpin. Its characteristic is that it can switch its own state at any time under different spiritual power environments. Whether it is in the land of Yangsheng or Yinsheng, it can get a huge bonus. Moreover, after this martial arts is cultivated to the state of great perfection, it can also master extremely pure flame and ice power at the same time. When they cooperate with each other, they have miraculous effects. It is considered to be a strong level among the Tanpin martial arts. Among the 4 martial arts, there is a boxing method, a palm method, a finger method, and the last one is a body method. Among them, the boxing method is Tian Chuang Han Bing Quan, and the palm method is Lai Huo Sui Feng Palm. They can cooperate with Yin Yang Yan Shuang Ju to double their effects. As for the finger techniques and body techniques, they were ordinary, more like Sun Hong had practiced all the main techniques to the state of great perfection, and he was just studying them casually. However, for Chu Yun, since he had already learned them, it would be a bit stingy not to directly reach the state of great perfection, which was not his character. So, after a while, and with more than 700 years of martial arts enlightenment, Chu Yun comprehended all the 5 techniques and martial arts to the state of great perfection. Among them, Sun Hong himself did not comprehend the great perfection of the fiery wind palm and the finger technique called Zhen Yun piercing gold finger, but only barely achieved great perfection. Chu Yun comprehended them all, which can be said to be a counterfeit and pirated version that is stronger than the genuine Sun Hong. If Sun Hong knew that the 5 techniques and martial arts he had practiced for decades were surpassed by Chu Yun in just one night, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would jump out of his grave. However, even if he jumped out, Chu Yun would not care. A night passed, and it was early the next morning. Chu Yun was still pretending to practice in the room, but there was a heavy sound of footsteps outside the door. He knew without looking that it must be the fat man. "Sun Hong, get up," the fat man shouted, "pack up early. We will meet up with the organization in a cup of tea. Qin Hai is ready to go." After the voice fell, Chu Yun's heart moved. Only then did he know that the guy who had been sharpening the knife was called Qin Hai. This saved him a lot of trouble and he didn't have to ask questions. "Got it? Don't rush me," Chu Yun answered casually, turned over and got out of bed. After a simple packing, He walked out of the yard and saw Qin Hai and the fat man waiting for him on the other side. Seeing this, Chu Yun didn't care at all and followed him casually. The fat man glanced at him and didn't say anything. He walked out of the door first. It can be seen that in this three-person group, the fat man should be in a semi-leadership position, or he played the role of contacting the organization. After all, among the other two, Sun Hong is a pervert, while Qin Hai is a taciturn person. Only Fatty likes to eat a little, but at least it is a normal hobby and will not affect anything. The three of them left the yard and headed out of the city. After Chu Yun followed Fatty and Qin Hai out of the city, he could not help but raise his eyebrows, thinking that the people in this organization also have a common characteristic, that is, they never set up their base camp in the city. Yan Changshan, the dark brain in Daming Mansion, also set up the organization in a villa outside the city. From this point, Chu Yun saw that the two sides were of the same lineage. Not long after, on a mountain outside Jingxia City, Fatty and Qin Hai brought Chu Yun to a manor. In the process of coming here, Chu Yun observed the environment here. Simply put, it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The surroundings are bare and all plains. Standing on the top of this mountain, you can have a panoramic view of the overall situation and see every corner around clearly. If someone wants to attack the villa, it will be difficult to hide with so many people, and it will be easily discovered. As the three climbed the mountain, Chu Yun could detect more than 5 teams of sentries and patrols, and there must be some that Chu Yun had not observed. After all, as an internal member of the organization, he could not watch in his own home. But, even if there were more sentries, with Fatty and Qin Hai by his side, Chu Yun still climbed the mountain very smoothly and followed the two to the manor. At this moment, hundreds of figures were gathering in the manor on the mountain. Generally speaking, they were in groups of several people, with 2 or 3 people in a group and 5 or 6 in a group. Just like a banquet, there were rows of fine wines in the square outside the manor building, and people could take them at will and chat with each other. Wow, good guys. The fat man was also shocked to see so many people, and said, in the past, we only had one-way contact, but today it's a big deal. We met so many members of the organization at once. It seems that we have to cooperate with each other in Jingxia City and do a big thing. After the words fell, Qin Hai held his knife, still without any reaction. Instead, Chu Yun nodded flatteringly and said, is this the first time you have seen so many members of the organization? Yeah. The fat man nodded, then snorted and said, however, I definitely know more people here than you. There are many members of the organization here, and I have personally cooperated with them. In fact, I don't know if they are thugs like us, but also guests who voluntarily joined the organization. I also know a lot of them. Chu Yun's heart moved slightly when he heard this. Through the narration of his junior uncle, he also learned about some of the situations in this organization. The personnel are basically composed of 3 main types of people, from the lowest to the highest. The lowest level is naturally the thugs like Sun Hong, Fatty, Qin Hai, etc. They have only cultivation skills, but are controlled by the organization with the magic pill seeds. They have to go east when the organization tells them to go east, and they have to go west when the organization tells them to go west. They have to live a hard life relying on the antidote. The ones who are 1 level higher than these low-level thugs are called guest officials. They are essentially night market thugs, but most of them join the organization for some reasons or because they agree with the organization's philosophy. So they can be regarded as high-level thugs, but they are not controlled by the magic pill seeds. As for the last category of people, they are also the most important ones. Naturally, they are the core of the organization, the members of the Qin royal family. At the same time, the members of the Qin royal family are also the leaders of the organization. Today, the organization has called us here for a gathering and has gathered everyone together. They must be preparing for some kind of big action. This action requires us, the chess pieces lurking in Jingxia City, to recognize each other's identities, not to hurt each other, and to provide each other with all our strength. The fat man touched his smooth chin and guessed. Chu Yun nodded beside him, thinking that what he said made some sense. At the same time, Chu Yun's eyes swept across the faces of those participants at the fastest speed. He did not forget what his duty was, to dig out all the chess pieces hidden in Jinxia City by this organization. Now, it is not easy to encounter an opportunity to see almost all the chess pieces. Naturally, he has to remember all the appearance characteristics of these people as soon as possible. After returning to the city, Chu Yun only needs to draw all the portraits of these people in his mind, and then hand them over to Zhao Qianli and Prince Cheng. The purpose of his lurking here is half completed. Although it looks simple, Chu Yun has already stepped over the most difficult step. He was able to perfectly disguise himself as Sun Hong and sneak into the organization without being discovered. This is what Chu Yun deserves, to have this opportunity to catch everyone in this organization. But, of course, Chu Yun still dares not to act trashly, because among the more than 100 people present, whether they are guests or thugs, or core members of the Qin royal family, their cultivation is counted as 1, and the lowest is above the Nirvana realm. In addition, there are several old men with deep cultivation and bottomless depths. They are already strong men in the Fate Wheel realm and are here in person. With such a scale of warriors, if Chu Yun wants to make any noise, it will undoubtedly be very difficult and very dangerous. So at this moment he can only be honest. Oh, by the way, also, as Sun Hong, Chu Yun must always pay attention to his eyes in this gathering. Simply put, he must stare at things that he shouldn't look at. Not all of the more than 100 people were men. There were also some women, and many of them had good figures and looks. As an old pervert, Sun Hong could not miss such a scene. Therefore, Chu Yun could only suppress his weirdness and stare at the women with interest. However, when he occasionally made eye contact with them, they would often snort and look away. Obviously, in this villa, among the more than 100 people, Chu Yun, a peripheral thug, was at the bottom of the food chain. He felt that no one looked down on him. But think about it, how could a person who could not even hold his own life in his own hands and was controlled by others only by the magic pill seed climb up this food chain? After a while, the protagonist of today's banquet finally appeared. With the sound of commotion from a corner of the venue, a tall, long-legged, thin-waisted, and strong-tempered fiery woman stepped into the banquet hall. "Meet Her Highness the Grand Princess." Someone in the crowd recognized the identity of the woman and immediately bowed. The crowd behind responded and saluted together. In an instant, the crowd fell down like a wheat field blown by the wind, forming a wave of wheat. Chu Yun looked at the other person's appearance. Regardless of the figure, judging from the face alone, he really couldn't tell at all that the eldest princess in front of him and Qin Sayu, who was locked in Chu Yun's portable space, were a pair of sisters, because the looks of the two sides were really not the same. Of course, they are definitely beautiful, but they are not beautiful like real sisters at all. The emperor has 72 courtyards and 86 concubines. Although the Qin royal family is now lonely and has moved behind the scenes, it must be that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. There are also different factions in the royal family, or these two people are simply not born from the same mother. Chu Yun guessed in his heart. "Everyone, please stand up." At this time, the eldest princess showed a smile on her face and spoke loudly. Although she was a woman, her demeanor and ability to control the situation when speaking to the crowd were better than ordinary men. "As pioneers in the organization, you have now infiltrated Jinxia City. The capital relocation has been completed. The royal family and court of the Tanji dynasty have moved to Jinxia City. It is time to start our infiltration plan. In this plan, each of you has a unique and focused role." The eldest princess spoke loudly, and every word fell clearly into the ears of the more than 100 people present. "Now, please separate from each other according to the groups you initially divided yourself into. I will divide your responsibilities and powers according to the instructions of the military advisor," the eldest princess said, waving to the side, and soon, someone handed over a document. The eldest princess took the document in her hand, read it carefully from top to bottom, and then began to announce, "Beiju, you Ziheng are in the first group, and you are responsible for the Tanya Mansion." Over at the Public Security Division, a gap has been opened in the organization, and you can enter at any time. Chen Wei is a formal member of the Public Security Division of the Tanya Mansion. You have to be quick. If you are late, the court will reorganize the existing system after moving to Jinxia City. You have to gain a firm foothold in the government before that. Zhu Lei, Zhang Yunfei are in the first group, and you are in charge of the Qiwang Mansion. Sun Zijiao, Liu Qiu and are in the first group, and you are in charge of the Zheng Yang courtyard. Following the arrangements made by the eldest princess, the more than 100 people in the organization were divided into dozens of groups and sent to different locations. They were all powerful organizations originally from Jingxia City, such as the Tongya Mansion, the Prince of Qi's Mansion, and the Zheng Yang courtyard. Chapter 307, Fat Job. Those who can be assigned to such important positions to lurk are definitely not ordinary people, and are basically guest officials. Of course, it does not mean that the status of guest officials is necessarily higher than that of thugs. After all, in some key positions, loyalty is more important than ability, and all thugs in the organization have been planted with the seeds of the magic pill, and only loyalty is impossible to have problems. Therefore, there will be a place for thugs in some important positions. Not long after, the eldest princess finished talking about the forces and groups that were to lurk in Jingxia City, and there were still a large number of thugs and a small number of guest officials present who had not been assigned. Song Qingyun, Bei Fan, your group will be stationed in the Tandao Chamber of Commerce in Jingxia City, responsible for managing the logistics and material supply of all members in the city. The eldest princess looked at the three figures and said lightly. After the voice fell, there was a burst of envy in the crowd. Everyone knows that among all the assigned tasks, this position can be said to be the most lucrative and extremely safe. There is no need to go deep into a certain faction to fight for life and death, and you can manage the materials needed by all members of the organization at any time. As long as you are willing, you can make a little money and enjoy it endlessly. Damn it, I'm so jealous. The fat man stared at the guest official named Song Qingyun. His eyes were full of jealousy, and he said, "That pretty boy has always had bad intentions since he joined the organization." He wanted to cling to the thigh of Her Royal Highness the Grand Princess. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for such a long time, Her Royal Highness the Grand Princess trusted him so much and gave him such a lucrative job. He wants to get close to Her Royal Highness the Grand Princess? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. That's not true. The fat man snorted coldly, then sighed. Just watch. The good positions are all given to these people. When it's our turn, I'm afraid that the only positions left are those thugs who are ready to support others' actions at any time. If someone needs us and asks us to go over to help fight, we have to go. It's not only tiring and dangerous, but also not getting any benefits. Alas. Chu Yun heard this and ignored the fat man's complaints, but he had some calculations in his mind. The position assigned to Song Qingyun's group was to manage the logistics work of the entire organization members in Jingxia City and be responsible for the allocation of materials. For Chu Yun, this job would be great if he could get it, because, in this way, he can indirectly grasp the intentions and movements of the organization members in Jingxia City through the mobilization of logistics materials. As long as he gets this position, all members of the organization in Jingxia City will be transparent in Chu Yun's eyes, and there will be no concealment. Thinking of this, Chu Yun quickly came up with an idea. He stared at Song Qingyun with a look of disdain and spit on the ground. Huh? Song Qingyun frowned and noticed Chu Yun's actions. Among the 100 or so members of the organization, most of them, whether thugs or guests, could not help but show envy and jealousy when they heard that he was assigned to the logistics position. However, no matter who they are, no matter what they think in their hearts, they will not do too much on the surface. After all, he is in charge of logistics. If they want to make things difficult for someone, it is very simple. Therefore, among this group of people, Chu Yun's disdainful face and spitting on the ground seemed particularly eye-catching, making him unable to ignore. Who is that person? Song Qingyun frowned. The members of the organization had not seen each other very often, and he did not know Sun Hong. Oh, that guy's name is Sun Hong, and he's a low-level thug. Bei Fan, who was standing next to him, recognized Chu Yun's identity, sneered with disdain, and said, "Brother Song, don't pay attention to such a brainless idiot." Song Qingyun nodded when he heard this. Almost all the guest officials felt that they were more advanced than those thugs. After learning that Chu Yun was just a thug, he didn't take this small role seriously. But of course, Not taking him seriously at this moment doesn't mean that Song Yun really ignored him. In the future, he will give Chu Yun a pair of small shoes to wear. He only needs to use a little trick to teach this arrogant and rude guy a good lesson and teach him the principles of life. At this moment, after Chu Yun spit out the saliva, he saw that the other party did not react, cursed in his heart, and then used the second trick. He was facing Song Yun, but his eyes were staring straight at the eldest princess. His eyes swept over her, and a smile appeared on his face from time to time. Just now, the fat man said that Song Yun had feelings for the eldest princess. As a man, he had a possessive desire. He did this now, and he didn't believe that guy could still hold back. Sure enough, when Song Yun saw his appearance, he immediately showed anger and his face darkened. He pointed at Chu Yun and said, "What are you looking at? How dare you blaspheme the eldest princess like this?" Chu Yun's expression immediately became normal. Listening to Song Yun's accusation, he frowned and said, "What are you talking about? Who blasphemed the eldest princess? I saw it with my own eyes just now. Your pair of thieving eyes have been staring at the eldest princess." Song Yun pointed at Chu Yun and scolded. "Interesting." Chu Yun pouted his lips in amusement and said, "The eldest princess is speaking. If I don't look at her, wouldn't it be disrespectful to her?" "But you, when the eldest princess was speaking, you were still looking around. Now you accuse me of blaspheming the eldest princess. I think you are despising her." As soon as the voice fell, Song Yun was furious. His handsome face was blue and black. While the two were talking for a few words, the eldest princess had already looked over. "What's going on?" The eldest princess frowned and looked unfriendly. She was arranging the tasks of her subordinates, but was interrupted by Song Yun. Song Yun immediately complained, pointing at Chu Yun and said, "Your Highness, this person just—" He didn't finish his words. Chu Yun immediately interrupted and said, "Your Highness, Song Yun is narrow-minded. I just spit on the ground and he saw it. He accused me of the crime without any reason. He is really malicious." Song Yun shook his body when he heard it. His eyes were even more angry, almost bursting with fire. He had seen it with his own eyes, but Chu Yun said that black was white. "Oh?" The eldest princess raised her eyebrows and showed a playful look in her eyes. She had never seen Chu Yun, but she knew Song Yun quite well. Looking at Song Yun's appearance at the moment and the conversation between the two of them just now, she also vaguely guessed what happened just now. From the perspective of trust, she was more willing to believe that what Song Yun said was true. If Chu Yun hadn't stared at her with a sly look just now, Song Yun would never be so angry at this moment. For a mouthful of spit, it's not worth it. But, although the eldest princess believed what Song Yun said, she still couldn't help but feel disappointed with Song Yun's performance at this moment. It was obviously Song Yun who was right, but after the verbal game between the two sides, Chu Yun actually made him look like nothing. This reflected the gap in terms of social skills and rhetoric. "Then tell me, why did you spit on him?" The eldest princess smiled playfully, and what she really wanted to know was what Chu Yun's purpose was in provoking this incident. Chu Yun smiled, looked at Song Yun with disdain, and said, "I spit on him, of course, because I think he is not worthy of the position, and is not qualified to take on such an important responsibility given to him by the eldest princess." The real purpose is revealed. Chapter 308 Replacement. As soon as Chu Yun finished speaking, the people around him reacted differently. Beside him, the fat man watched as Sun Hong made things bigger and bigger, and he became more and more worried. As a member of his team, would he be implicated? The eldest princess narrowed her eyes slightly, and there were some different emotions in her eyes when she looked at Chu Yun. You said that I am not worthy of the position? Song Yun was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing. He laughed loudly, but it was an angry laugh. He pointed at Chu Yun and said, okay, since you said so, then you must think that you are more worthy of this position than me, right? Of course. Chu Yun nodded without hesitation and admitted it. In his heart, he was secretly delighted at this moment. Seeing Song Yun's stupid look, he finally couldn't help it. Sure enough, Song Yun immediately bowed to the eldest princess and said, "Your Highness, please allow me to fight this man. If he wins, I, Song Yun, am willing to give this position to him. He did not say what would happen if Chu Yun lost, because if Chu Yun lost, then Chu Yun would definitely die at the hands of Song Yun, and the best result would be a cripple. Okay, seeing that things had developed to this point, the eldest princess had no choice but to nod. She looked at Chu Yun, very curious. From the beginning of the matter to now, this thug named Sun Hong has always wanted to guide things in this direction, and the means used in the process are also commendable. But, in the final analysis, if you want to replace him, you still have to rely on strength. The eldest princess did not know how strong Chu Yun was, but she still understood Sun Hong. Simply put, he was a good player in the Nirvana realm. Among the guest officials, his strength was at the top level. Except for a few people in the Fate Wheel realm in the organization, few people could suppress him. Chu Yun got what he wanted and started the bet, but whether he could have the last laugh depended on the outcome of the battle. If he lost, he would be doomed. Do you dare to accept it? After getting the nod from the eldest princess, Song Yun looked at Chu Yun with a cold face. In his opinion, Chu Yun, a small low-level thug, dared to say these words in front of the eldest princess, which was simply seeking death. Although he looked down on such a small ant, he didn't mind sending Chu Yun to hell if the other party took the initiative to seek death. Why not? Chu Yun sneered disdainfully, and with his nod, the battle was established. A moment later, everyone made way for a piece of open space in the square inches front of the villa for the two to fight. In fact, when the cultivation reaches the level of Nirvana, every move has the power to collapse mountains and split rocks. Unless the duel is in some special venues, it is difficult to control the power in other places. After a big battle, it is inevitable that it will cause severe damage to the surroundings. Apart from not killing, no matter how you fight, I have only one request: don't destroy my villa. The eldest princess calmly announced the rules of the competition, which were simple and rough to the extreme. Don't worry, Your Highness. Song Yun laughed and said, to deal with this kind of little guy, I only need 3 punches and 2 kicks to take him down, and I won't have any extra strength to destroy the manor. Chu Yun didn't say anything, but just looked at Song Yun with a playful look. That guy might never know what kind of existence he is facing at this moment. The top master in the Nirvana realm? Do you know what the 9 heavenly thunder is? Have you heard of the 9-turn Nirvana? Bumpkin. At this moment, the two stood aside. The eldest princess glanced at both sides and said lightly, let's start. As soon as the voice fell, Song Yun's figure immediately disappeared from the original place, and a huge force burst out on the ground under his feet. His figure jumped out like an arrow from a string, and the speed was so fast that the naked eye could not catch it at all. Obviously, Song Yun had been holding back a lot of anger towards Chu Yun during the previous experience, and he was just waiting for the opportunity to attack him, so that he could vent it all at once. Bang! Song Yun kicked out a whip kick in the air, heading straight for Chu Yun's face. Chu Yun was still standing there, not making any moves, and looked as if he was frightened by Song Yun's sudden attack, and he was motionless. However, when the whip kick came, Chu Yun's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. He simply ducked forward to dodge, and then moved forward, with his shoulder directly against Song Yun's knee. Let's go! Chu Yun sneered, and with his shoulder against Song Yun's leg, he exerted force from his waist, and threw Song Yun's entire body from bottom to top, and threw it to the ground. With a muffled bang, Song Yun's body fell heavily to the ground. Even though more than 90% of the force was exerted on Song Yun, only a small part of the remaining force was released to the ground. However, at this moment, the thick bluestone floor was still smashed into powder and turned into dust. Song Yun made a muffled sound and his body had already fallen to the ground. Just as he was about to make a move, a footprint that was constantly enlarging appeared in front of him. Bang! This kick hit Song Yun's face hard, leaving a big footprint from his forehead to his nose. Although the power was not very strong, the insult was very strong. Song Yun's heart was boiling with anger, and he was about to explode with anger. He smashed his head backwards, and the back of his head had another intimate contact with the ground, and he felt dizzy. In his danshan, The extremely strong power surged and was about to burst out towards Chu Yun. But Chu Yun was faster, and a punch from top to bottom hit his chest, strangling the counterattack that had just been built up, and almost caused a backlash due to bad luck. After interrupting Song Qinyan's counterattack, Chu Yun attacked again at an extremely fast speed, 3 punches and 2 kicks, all of which were aimed at Song Qinyan. There was complete silence all around. The fat man stared blankly at Chu Yun, killing everyone and beating Song Qinyan to the ground, and was extremely shocked and surprised. Obviously, Chu Yun did not show any profound strength, nor did he use any powerful martial arts, but it was this kind of fighting method like a gangster that suppressed the powerful Song Qinyan to death. And anyone with a discerning eye could see that in this battle, Chu Yun had many opportunities to attack Song Qinyan's vital points. In that case, Song Qinyan would have been seriously injured or even died on the spot, but Chu Yun did not do so due to the rule that killers cannot be used, otherwise Song Qinyan would have been dead long ago. Enough. At this time, the eldest princess took a deep breath and stopped Chu Yun from beating Song Qinyan unilaterally. Chu Yun grinned, looked at Song Qinyan who was still dodging, shrugged his shoulders indifferently, then took a few steps back and bowed to the eldest princess. Your Highness, I am fortunate to have fulfilled your mission, except for a few floor tiles. Nothing was damaged. Chu Yun laughed. The eldest princess raised her eyebrows and was about to say something, but behind Chu Yun, there was suddenly a roar of extreme anger, which was from Song Qinyan. Obviously, for this proud and conceited guy, being defeated by Chu Yun in such a shameful way in public, his mentality has completely exploded. He could not accept this result, nor could he accept the outcome after losing to Chu Yun, especially in front of the eldest princess whom he had always admired. So, Song Qinyan slapped the ground with one palm, stood up suddenly, and then attacked Chu Yun's back with a fierce attack, revealing his murderous intent. After losing the battle and being clearly defeated, Song Qinyan actually did not follow the ethics of martial arts and launched a fatal sneak attack on Chu Yun's back. Humphrey, the eldest princess's face turned cold in an instant, and after a cold snort, her figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, she appeared behind Chu Yun and slapped out with one palm, and then collided with Song Qinyan's attack. Then, the momentum of that palm did not diminish, and it went straight to Song Qinyan. The latter was distracted for a moment and did not dodge, or it might be that he did not have time to dodge, and was hit directly, with a bang. The palm of the eldest princess hit Song Qinyan's chest. Song Qinyan spat out a mouthful of blood and his breath quickly weakened. Very strong. Chu Yun turned around slowly, pretending to be surprised and frightened, but in his heart, he had a very high evaluation of the strength of the eldest princess. It can be said that the strength of the eldest princess is only a hair's breadth away from the strong people of the Fate Wheel realm. Generally speaking, she can be regarded as a quasi-Fate Wheel realm warrior. Ordinary Nirvana realm warriors can't be her opponents at all. The gap is too big. But, compared with Chu Yun, a peerless genius of the 9 turns Nirvana, the eldest princess still needs to practice more, at least until she reaches the Fate Wheel realm. I witnessed this battle. You have already lost, but you still attacked the winner after that. It seems that you don't take me seriously at all. The eldest princess looked at Song Qinyan and sighed slowly. Although her tone was not light or heavy, the meaning of her words made Song Qinyan shudder in numbness. Your Highness, I am not. I just. Song Qinyan's eyes were red, and shame, anger and madness flashed in his pupils. He hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say anything reasonable. After all, what he did was right here, clearly visible and irrefutable. He lost to Chu Yun, and then attacked after the defeat. Nothing embarrassing was left out. Get out, the eldest princess said coldly. For your father's sake, I will spare your life. Go back and reflect on your actions. Don't appear in front of me again until I calm down. After the words fell, Song Qinyan's cheeks tightened. He took a few deep breaths, stood up silently, and left in embarrassment. During the whole process, he didn't even dare to look at the eldest princess again, because he couldn't imagine how much contempt the eldest princess would have for him at this moment. It's so satisfying, so satisfying. Chu Yun, however, seemed to be unaware of anything. He cupped his hands to the eldest princess and said, "Your Highness, now that I have won, can I fulfill the bet?" The eldest princess turned around, glanced at Chu Yun, and said, "Of course, I can't go back on my word. From now on, your group will take over the position of Song Qinyan's group and go to the Tandao Chamber of Commerce to manage logistics affairs." As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yun's face suddenly showed satisfaction. He finally got this job. In the eyes of others, this is just a safe and lucrative job, but for Chu Yun, a spy, mastering logistics is equivalent to controlling the lifeblood of the entire organization. From this moment on, all the action plans of this organization in Jingxia City are basically difficult to hide from Chu Yun's eyes. Just by the mobilization of materials, many things can be inferred. On the other side, several members of Song Qinyan's team looked at the direction where Song Qinyan left, and suddenly their faces were bitter, and they wanted to bite someone with a toothache. When they were assigned to the Tandao Chamber of Commerce to do logistics work, they were extremely happy in their hearts, but at this moment, just because of Song Qinyan's failure, they were also implicated and left this most lucrative position. How could they describe their mood as bad? It was simply a dog's fuck. In sharp contrast, there were two members of Chu Yun's team. Among them, Qin Hai, who was serious and stern all day long, passed by first, but the fat man felt that he was about to take off at this moment. He just followed Chu Yun and did nothing. He was actually moved from an expected thug position to the most lucrative logistics position. The gap between them is not an exaggeration to say that it is a world of difference. He was originally cursing in his heart that Chu Yun was really a nosy troublemaker who was causing trouble here, but now, the fat man just wanted to hug Chu Yun and kiss him hard. It's really awesome. Chapter 309 Tandao Chamber of Commerce. The winner is decided. When Chu Yun returned to the team, the eyes of everyone around him changed, especially the fat man. His eyes were shining, looking at Chu Yun with excitement. Looking at his state, it seemed that as long as Chu Yun hooked his hand, he would immediately come over to flatter Chu Yun, pinch his legs and pat his back. Keep a low profile, it's just a position of logistics supervisor. You should broaden your horizons. Chu Yun glanced at the fat man and said, "Brother Sunday." "Oh no, brother Sun, you are right. He. As soon as the fat man opened his mouth, his posture was lowered again and again, with a flattering face, as if he had become Chu Yun's lackey in an instant. The reason why he behaved like this was not only because Chu Yun had won him a good position, but also because Chu Yun's strength was really amazing. As a guest official, Song Qinyan's strength was higher than that of ordinary thugs, and Chu Yun was able to defeat Song Qinyan so easily. Simply put, it should be no problem to beat him too, no matter when and where. The principle of respecting strength will never go wrong. In the past, Fatty could still rely on his seniority to be the leader in the trio, but now that Chu Yun has shown his strength, calling him Brother Sun seems a bit inappropriate, and he went straight to Brother Sunday. "You are sensible." Chu Yun nodded, patted Fatty's shoulder with satisfaction, and said, "Work hard. Brother will not treat you unfairly." After the voice fell, Fatty repeatedly said yes. Beside the two of them, Qin Hai was still holding his knife, not saying a word, as if what happened here and what Chu Yun did just now had no effect on them. At this time, I don't know whether to say that he is focused or that there is something missing in his head. Chu Yun ignored him, and after returning to the crowd, he quietly waited for Her Royal Highness the Grand Princess to assign tasks. After this episode between Chu Yun and Song Qinyan, Her Royal Highness the Grand Princess assigned all the remaining people in the form of groups. As expected by Fatty, most of the teams were assigned to the support team that was ready to respond at any time, that is, the thug team that would rush up to anyone who needed them. Although the members who were originally in the same group with Song Qinyan did not fall into the thug team, they were still assigned to an insignificant position. For a while, they had a lot of reasons for Chu Yun, but they did not dare to express it. After all, Chu Yun is now the director of logistics, and they all have to rely on him. Now, if they don't quickly flatter Chu Yun, who dares to take the initiative to provoke him? After all the responsibilities were assigned, the eldest princess said in a deep voice, "Now, The Tanji dynasty is in crisis, and the spirit of the dragon veins is in disorder. Even if there is a large formation to protect Jinxia City, it will eventually be doomed. All of our efforts here are to cooperate with the military advisor to completely destroy the national destiny of the Tanji dynasty. When that day comes, my kin royal family will rise up in various parts of the Tanji dynasty, and use the army to capture cities and change the world. By then, everyone present will be the founding heroes of my kin royal family, and will be famous for thousands of years, benefit future generations, and enjoy wealth and honor forever. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd cheered in response. No matter how many people believed the eldest princess's beautiful words and the big cake she drew, at least on the surface, the atmosphere was still very warm. And Chu Yun was in this crowd, and after listening carefully, he understood what was going on. The people led by the eldest princess are in Jinxia City. Their purpose is to cooperate with the important figure in the organization, the military advisor, to destroy the luck of the Tanji dynasty. Once the luck is destroyed and the dragon vein is cut off, the other members of the Qin royal family can lead the army to rise up in various parts of the Tanji dynasty and launch a formal war to restore the country. And this luck is the most critical point. The Tanji dynasty has continued on this land for thousands of years. If the luck is not dead, the rebels will naturally encounter various setbacks and will not be able to do anything. If the Tanji dynasty occupies the orthodoxy, it will be like a god's help and win every battle. It's just. Chu Yun touched his chin and thought to himself, I don't know why this military advisor has never shown up. Isn't he in the manor outside the city at this moment? This question made Chu Yun quite concerned. He has now obtained the position of logistics. After the more than 100 people present entered Jinxia City, there is no secret in front of him, and he can capture them all at any time. But according to the eldest princess, the important military advisor in the organization is also in Jinxia, but he has never shown up. According to Chu Yun's idea, he must want to catch them all in one fell swoop, but if that's the case, he has to do some more testing and gain more trust. After the big die was drawn, the eldest princess announced the end of the gathering. The groups that had been assigned responsibilities had to perform their duties and go to Jinxia City to lurk. Chu Yun, Fatty, and Qin Hai left the manor together. After returning to Jinxia City, they went straight to the Tandao Chamber of Commerce in the XC district. This Tandao Chamber of Commerce is one of the major chambers of commerce in the outer city. It has always been not well known and has not been exposed, but who would have thought that it was actually controlled by the mysterious organization in secret? After Chu Yun and the other two came to the Chamber of Commerce, they directly found the chief treasurer of the Tandao Chamber of Commerce and verified their identities with the token given to them by the eldest princess. It turns out that 3 special envoys have arrived. The big shopkeeper took the token, confirmed its authenticity, and immediately smiled enthusiastically. My last name is Li. You 3 can just call me Shopkeeper Li. I wonder if there is anything I can do for you? Although he has led the Tandao Chamber of Commerce in Jinxia City for more than 10 years, he is just a worker after all. The real president behind the scenes is someone else. At this moment, Chu Yun and the other 2 brought the token agreed by the president. Seeing this token is equivalent to seeing the president himself. Shopkeeper Li is polite. The fat man glanced at Chu Yun, and after Chu Yun nodded slightly, he stepped forward and said, We will talk about what to do later. First, bring us a list of goods in the warehouse. Okay. Shopkeeper Li nodded immediately, and then ordered someone to fetch the list of goods in the warehouse. In this regard, Shopkeeper Li did not dare to falsify. If he falsely reported the amount of goods, Chu Yun and the other 2 would only need to go to the warehouse to see it with their own eyes, and they would be exposed immediately. However, Chu Yun took it and just glanced at it, then ignored it. They didn't come here to check the accounts, so he nodded and said, I'll give you an address. In the next few days, every 3 days, you have to send someone to this address to pick up the goods and then transport them to a separate warehouse. In addition, from today onwards, any orders from the outside world to the Chamber of Commerce must be brought to me for review, and every order cannot be missing. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Shopkeeper Li nodded quickly, and he had realized something in his heart. These three special envoys were not very interested in the goods that Tandao Chamber of Commerce already had. Instead, they came and gave a new source of goods and wanted to control the orders. Obviously, they were going to use the channels of Tandao Chamber of Commerce to do something to cover up their tracks. Some of the orders from the outside world must use the items in the new source of goods. And the fact is, this is exactly the case. The members of the organization are active in Jinxia City, and they need a lot of materials. The Tandao Chamber of Commerce cannot supply all of them, so the real big money is still mobilized from outside by Her Royal Highness the Grand Princess. However, if there is no stable and sound distribution system for the goods transferred from outside the city, it is easy to go wrong if they are collected point to point between people. Therefore, there is the shell of the Tandao Chamber of Commerce. The goods shipped from outside will be disguised as normal goods when they enter the Tandao Chamber of Commerce. The members of the organization who need materials only need to place a business order with the Tandao Chamber of Commerce, and they can get the things legally and reasonably without attracting anyone's attention. From the perspective of prudence, the Qin royal family is indeed an expert, using various means to hide their existence, and they are all effective. But no matter how careful you are, you can't guard against the ghosts from within. From now on, every order in the Tandao Chamber of Commerce will be reviewed by Chu Yun first. As long as the members of the organization who use the password format place an order, Chu Yun will know what they want, and guess the purpose of the other party based on this, and basically understand what the other party wants to do. This means that for Chu Yun, who controls the logistics management, the entire organization is almost completely transparent to him. It is difficult to prevent thieves in the house even if you guard against them day and night. Chapter 310 Chen Dushin. After arriving at the Tandao Chamber of Commerce, everything was proceeding step by step. In order to cut off the national destiny of the Tanji dynasty, the Qin royal family prepared a lot. At this moment, in Jinxia City, all matters were proceeding according to their plan, except for Chu Yun's group, which was responsible for logistics, which was relatively simple. The remaining dozens of groups penetrated into various classes and forces in Jinxia City. Whether in Tong Mansion, Chiwang Mansion, Zhangyang Courtyard, or even Buping Building, they have their pawns. It can be imagined that once a critical moment comes, all these forces will burst out. What a terrifying torrent it will be, you know. These more than 100 people are not just ordinary spies. Each of them is a strong man above the Nirvana realm. More than 100 Nirvana realm. An ordinary Nirvana realm is already the master of a domain. In this huge Daming Mansion, there are only more than 20 domains in total. This power is already unimaginable for ordinary people. Now they are lurking in the undercurrent and remain silent, but once it erupts completely, it will have the power to destroy the world. Of course, the premise is that they can still explode in front of Chu Yun, this nail. In addition, on the surface, major events have also occurred in Jinxia City. As time goes by, the relocation of the capital has been completely completed. The power of the court and the personnel of various departments have moved from the distant capital to Jinxia City. Since Jinxia City used to exist as a capital, there has always been a palace in the city. That palace has never been inhabited even after the royal family moved away. Of course, no one dares to live there. No one has the qualifications. As a member of the royal family, Prince Cheng has been maintaining the facilities of the palace for many years, just to prepare for an emergency one day, and today, it is finally used. When the royal family and the court moved from the capital to Jinxia City, they directly moved into this old palace, which is quite convenient. Moreover, on the day when the royal family entered the palace, the Ministry of Rights also held a grand capital relocation ceremony in Jinxia City. The royal family's float went around the 4 outer city districts before entering the palace from the inner city district, attracting tens of thousands of people to watch. On that day, Chu Yun thought that the organization would take action to disrupt the capital relocation ceremony, but he was surprised to find that it did not happen. However, during the entire capital relocation ceremony, many people showed up, such as important members of the royal family, the current crown prince, and the third prince who was in the limelight, but the protagonist Emperor Yang never showed up. Obviously, The seriously injured Emperor Yang has not woken up until now, and the affairs of the court are now handled by the 6 ministers and the national teacher Chen Dusheng, and the crown prince is acting as the regent. On the day of the capital relocation ceremony, Chu Yun also went to the street to watch and saw these ministers in the court with his own eyes. When these masters came to Jingxia City, he finally put his heart at ease. After all, even if he had mastered the details of all the members of the organization in the city, he would always need enough power to support them when he wanted to eliminate them. He would probably be exhausted to death if he relied on himself alone. But after seeing this, he was not disappointed. In the court, there are so many masters. The ministers of the 6 ministries and the national teacher Chen Dusheng are all strong men in the Fate Wheel realm. And below that, there are countless Nirvana realm. This is just the civil service camp. On the military side, there are no telling how many generals in the Fate Wheel realm and Nirvana realm there are. To be honest, until this moment, Chu Yun really understood why this organization was so powerful, but it had been hiding for thousands of years. It was really because the power of the Tangji dynasty was too strong. However, the stronger the Tangji dynasty became, the more worried Chu Yun was in his heart, because he knew that this organization was not stupid. They must have taken into consideration the strength of the Tangji dynasty. Since the mysterious military advisor was confident that he could cut off the national destiny of the Tangji dynasty, he must have the means to change the world. We have to be on guard. In addition to these external things, Chu Yun's personal cultivation has also improved in these days. After continuous fishing every day, Chu Yun's martial arts cultivation has accumulated rapidly, and now he has made a significant breakthrough and reached the level of the 5th level of Nirvana. To be honest, if others knew about this breakthrough speed, they could only say it was exaggerated. It has only been a few dozen days since Chu Yun broke through the Nirvana realm, and Chu Yun has actually completed half of the process of the Nirvana realm and reached the 5th level of cultivation. This is simply outrageous. His mother opened the door to outrageousness, outrageous to the extreme. However, for Chu Yun, this speed is just the beginning. After a few dozen days, when his cultivation reaches the 9th level of Nirvana, Chu Yun can complete the first turn of the 9 turns of Nirvana. After that, there are 2 turns, 3 turns, 4 turns, and 5 turns until the final 9 turns of Nirvana. It can be said that the road is long and arduous, and the time and process are so long that it makes people scratch their heads. On this day, Chu Yun counted all the orders handed over by shopkeeper Li, and took out the part of the organization members. After approving it, today's task was completed. After these days of logistics coordination and management, he has basically figured out all the situations of the organization members in Jingxia City. Combined with the portraits that Chu Yun made of every face he saw in the manor outside the city that day, these spies now have a complete file here with Chu Yun. This file records the man's portrait, his real name, whether he is a thug or a guest in the organization, where he is lurking now, what materials he has mobilized, what kind of actions he might take, etc. It can be said that every aspect is clearly marked. If this file is seen by other members of the organization, they will definitely be shocked to the ground. They are obviously doing the work of the infernal affairs. But Chu Yun has such a detailed file here, which is just like they have submitted their resume to Chu Yun. It's outrageous. Brother son, are you going out? Chu Yun walked out with big strides, humming a little tune as if he was in a good mood, and the fat man's voice came from the side. Yeah. Chu Yun turned his head to look at the fat man, and agreed casually without stopping. In fact, according to reason, Chu Yun, as the main member in charge of logistics, should not be allowed to go out privately during the mission, but Fatty knew that Chu Yun was a lustful guy. When he was in the mood, he would go out to find women. Every time he came back, he was covered in rouge and could not be stopped. Of course, he did not dare to stop him. The current Chu Yun was not someone that Fatty could afford to offend. You should be careful when you go out this time. There are all kinds of people in Jingxia City now. The friction between the prince's family and the third prince's family is getting more and more intense. There are often fights on the streets. If you go out to have fun, you must avoid those 2 groups of people, Fatty reminded. Oh, what's going on? Tell me in detail. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. He has been focusing on collecting intelligence within the organization these days and has not paid much attention to this matter. He has always heard that the prince and the third prince don't get along well. Has it developed to this point now? Hey, the fat man smiled and said, it's all for the throne. The prince is said to be gentle and weak, and his ability is a little worse, while the third prince is ambitious and capable. Now that the dog emperor has been seriously injured and has not woken up yet, the country cannot be without a king for a day, so the prince wants to take the throne, and the third prince naturally does not allow it. Because of this, the two sides have been arguing back and forth in the court, and they have also started to confront each other outside the court. At this point, the fat man showed a smile on his face and said, if you ask me, it's better to fight. The more fiercely they fight, the more we can reap the benefits, right? Chu Yun nodded, his expression calm, and didn't say anything more. He continued to hum a little song and left. Of course, he didn't go to find a woman, let alone to have fun. He casually entered a gambling house, wandered around in the crowd for a few rounds, and then became a different look. After leaving the casino, he went all the way to the Prince of Chi's mansion. After climbing in from the courtyard, Chu Yun went to Zhao Qianli's room with ease, but he didn't find anyone there. He thought that he must have gone to Buping Tower or to Zhu Mansion, since the capital was moved. Zhu Jai, the Minister of War, returned to Jingxia City, from the news brought back by his junior uncle several times. Zhao Qianli was very dedicated to his father-in-law and often visited him. Shaking his head, Chu Yun went straight to the study of Prince Cheng. Outside the study, Chu Yun saw a familiar figure. It was Butler Zhu. Since Chu Yun went to the demon realm after the last battle with Tan Yang, Zhao Qianli had no one to protect him, so he didn't live in Bacon Mansion often. At the request of Prince Cheng, he moved back to Prince Chi's mansion, and Butler Zhu, as Zhao Qianli's guardian, naturally had to follow him. You are. Butler Zhu frowned when he saw Chu Yun's figure, but he felt a little familiar. Chu Yun smiled slightly and said, it's me. As he said that, his body shape changed, revealing his original appearance. Seeing this, Butler Zhu breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, is this the appearance you used to hide your identity in that organization? No, I just changed it randomly. Chu Yun didn't say much, looked into the study, and said, how is the prince doing now? If it's convenient, I have something to discuss with him. Butler Zhu replied, the prince is receiving a distinguished guest now. Who is it? Chu Yun was a little curious. There should not be many people in the world who can be called a distinguished guest by Butler Zhu and specially guard the door outside. National Master, Chen Dusheng. Butler Zhu replied with a slight smile. Speaking of which, this National Master and my prince have a close personal relationship. In the early years, they marched and fought together and suppressed rebellions in the unowned land. The two sides are a lifelong friendship. Chu Yun nodded when he heard this. Now in the court, the emperor was unconscious, and the people in charge of state affairs, in addition to the crown prince who was the regent, were only the 6 ministers and this national master Chen Dusheng. Moreover, in terms of status, Chen Dusheng, as the national teacher, is more important than the 6 ministers, and can be regarded as the top leader in the Tangji dynasty. No wonder he is called a distinguished guest by Butler Zhu. At this moment, Chu Yun touched his chin, thinking whether to pull the national teacher to his side. Because in the future, if the members of this organization are to be eliminated, the power of the court must account for the majority, and only people at the level of the national teacher and the 6 ministers are qualified to mobilize this power. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, The Battle for Succession. After some simple thinking, Chu Yun had come to the conclusion that he must borrow the power of Chen Dusheng, or the court of the Tangji dynasty. However, there are many ways to borrow. What Chu Yun needs to choose now is which way to borrow. Being honest and working together is one way, only limited cooperation is another way. Let's wait and see. Chu Yun thought to himself, He had just come into contact with the court. It was important to wait for a while before he could determine whether it was worthy of his trust. Not long after, the door of the study opened, and a figure walked out of it and left the Prince Chi's mansion from the other side. It seems that the distinguished guest has left. Butler Chi smiled, made a gesture to Chu Yun, and said, "Young master, follow me." As he said that, he led Chu Yun to the study. In the study, Prince Cheng was calm and composed, with a rosy face. Compared with the last time Chu Yun saw him, his condition was much better than the last time Chu Yun saw him. "Congratulations, uncle. It seems you have recovered well," Chu Yun said with a smile. Prince Cheng was slightly startled when he saw him and Butler Chi come in. Then he smiled and said, "My dear nephew, you are here in person. Please take a seat." After Chu Yun sat down, Prince Cheng said with emotion, "The Tanghuatanjing crystal is indeed a holy product for healing. It played a vital role in my injury. Now I have recovered. I still have to thank my dear nephew." "Uncle, you are welcome." Chu Yun shook his head, smiled slightly, and said, "It didn't take much effort for me to get this Tanghuatanjing crystal. I just said a few words. It is naturally the best to be able to help you, uncle." Chu Yun dare not take credit for it. After a pause, Chu Yun took out the thick list, put it on the table, and said to Prince Cheng, "Please keep this thing properly, Your Majesty. Be sure to remember all the contents in it, and send a confidant you absolutely trust to verify it, but remember not to alert the enemy." After the voice fell, Prince Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "What is this?" "All the spies planted by the Qin royal family in Jingxia city are all here." Chu Yun smiled and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Prince Cheng showed a look of surprise. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. His eyes were full of surprise. He couldn't help but ask, "How did you do this? Why can you get such detailed information?" It is no exaggeration to say that with this book, all the forces ambushed by the Qin royal family in Jingxia city can be caught by the Tangji dynasty overnight. What Chu Yun sent is not intelligence. It is simply sending the Qin royal family to their deaths. Just some simple efforts. Chu Yun didn't say much, maintaining the most basic caution, looking at Prince Cheng, and said, "Uncle, you can send someone to confirm the situation of these spies first, but don't move yet, because this organization's layout in Jingxia city. In addition to these spies, there is another crucial person." "Who?" Prince Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked. "Military advisor." Chu Yun exhaled slowly and said, "After the intelligence I have collected while lurking in this organization these days, I found that this military advisor is an extremely important figure in the organization. It can even be said that he is the soul of this organization, equivalent to the brain of the Qin royal family. Although the main body of this organization is built with members of the Qin royal family as the skeleton, because of some internal disputes in the previous generation of the Qin royal family, the power of the royal family was severely damaged. From that time on, the core person in charge of the organization has become this mysterious military advisor. Now, the mission of this organization in Jingxia city is to cut off the dragon vein and destroy the national destiny of the Tangji dynasty, and the military advisor is also controlling the overall situation. In my opinion, if you want to take action against this organization, you must catch the big fish of the military advisor, so that you can give this organization a fatal blow. After the voice fell, Prince Cheng deeply agreed, nodded, and said, "I agree with what you said. That's right, but in this case, you have to continue to lurk in this organization to gain the trust of the military advisor." The rest of the sentence was not said out loud. There was a hint of worry in Prince Cheng's eyes. This would undoubtedly be an extremely dangerous and difficult task. Chu Yun was undercover in the depths of the enemy camp alone, and he had to contact the most powerful existence in this organization. If he was not careful, he would end up in an irreparable situation. "I can do it." Chu Yun smiled slightly and nodded to Prince Cheng. He did not say anything extra, but his firm will was already revealed. Seeing him like this, Prince Cheng nodded and said, "Okay, in this case, I will do an investigation here first and determine the positions and identities of all the people on this list first." "Well," Chu Yun slowly exhaled and said, "these people have high cultivation levels. Each of them is a master above the Nirvana realm. Their daily vigilance must not be low." "Uncle, You'd better send a trustworthy and powerful confidant. No, I'll go myself. Prince Cheng shook his head, but the words he said were shocking. You go in person. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. This was an answer he had not expected. Prince Cheng smiled and said, although I am not young anymore, I am not too old to move. To investigate spies, one must be careful not to reveal their identities, and be bold and careful not to alert the enemy. Such a difficult task is just right for me to do it myself. Hearing the confidence in his words, Chu Yun understood that after recovering from his injuries, Prince Cheng's mentality had also changed. He became more positive and more motivated. Since uncle is willing to come in person, it is naturally the safest thing to do. Chu Yun smiled and said. Prince Cheng held a list in his hand and quickly scanned it. He flipped through the pages one by one, and from time to time he exclaimed in amazement, saying, they really have mobilized in full force. There are a total of 127 Nirvana Realm warriors, which is more than all the Nirvana Realm warriors in the entire Daming Prefecture combined. If we want to carry out a siege, our own strength is definitely not enough. We must have the full cooperation of the court to ensure that we are foolproof. I think so too. Chu Yun nodded and said, I heard from Butler Chi that you and Master Chen have a good personal relationship. If the time comes to encirclement and suppression, you can give this list to him. I believe that as long as it is to deal with the Qin royal family, the court will do its utmost. As soon as the words fell, Prince Cheng showed a wry smile on his face, and said, speaking of the court, the recent events are really a headache. Are you referring to the matter between the Crown Prince and the third prince? Chu Yun became interested. That's right. Prince Cheng nodded, sighed slowly, and said, since ancient times, these things are indispensable in the imperial family. My royal brother's cultivation is not low, and he is lucky. He gave birth to 2 sons. Among them, the prince was born early, and the third prince was born after my royal brother's cultivation was successful. He can be said to have perfectly inherited my royal brother's cultivation talent. His strength, character, and talents are much stronger than the prince. In the past, when my royal brother was still alive, the weaker one became the prince, and the stronger one could not be ranked. It was a very perfect thing, but now. As he spoke, he sighed deeply again. Chu Yun heard this and touched his chin. He thought to himself that the art of emperorship really focuses on a balance. In the past, when Emperor Yongde was still alive, he used the art of emperorship for these 2 sons. He made the weaker eldest son the prince and let the stronger third son sit on the bench. In this way, if the third prince wants to ascend to the throne, he must deal with the crown prince first, and the crown prince is too busy dealing with the third prince to pose a threat to Emperor Yongde. But don't think that the father and son of the imperial family will be as harmonious as those of ordinary families, especially in the background of such a fantasy world. The emperor's lifespan is very long, and he can live for 200 or 300 years. Even if the crown prince becomes the crown prince, he may continue to be the crown prince and have no chance to ascend the throne. Therefore, if he is not suppressed, the crown prince can only rebel against his emperor father if he wants to ascend to the throne. Therefore, Emperor Yongde's choice is equivalent to restraining the 2 sons with strong and weak strength at the same time, and he sits on the throne, resting and worrying without worrying about anything. And now, Emperor Yongde has arrived, and the balance maintained by the 3 fathers and sons for a long time has finally been broken. The crown prince has been suppressed for so long, and seeing his father fall, he finally has a chance to ascend to the throne. But the stronger third prince also covets the throne. How can he be allowed to ascend the throne so easily? He must try every means to obstruct it. In the past, the struggle between the 2 of them was more like a palace fight, with some small schemes and intrigues. When Emperor Yongde was suppressing them, no one dared to go too far. But now that Emperor Yongde has fallen, no one can suppress the 2 brothers no matter how they fight. They are also facing the most exciting thing in the world, the throne. So naturally they will not hold back. From the relocation of the capital to today, in just half a month, the 2 sons have had more than one friction, and bloodshed has occurred from time to time. The atmosphere in the entire Jingxia city has become unusually heavy and tense, as if a bloody storm will break out at any time. It's too inappropriate for them to fight at this time. Chu Yun shook his head slowly, sighed, and said, "The current Danji dynasty is in a period of internal and external troubles. The Qin royal family is lurking in Jingxia City, intending to subvert the country's destiny, and the people in the dynasty are suffering from natural disasters and man-made disasters. It can be said that it has reached the most critical time, and they are fighting for the throne, fighting to the death and stirring up turmoil internally. This is undoubtedly the scene that the people of that organization want to see the most. There's no way, it can't be stopped." Prince Cheng shook his head and said, "The country cannot be without a monarch for a day. The emperor is now seriously injured and critically ill. Whether he can wake up is another matter. The prince has waited for so many years and can't wait any longer, and the third prince can't sit idly by and watch the prince ascend the throne, so he can only fight." Chu Yun exhaled slowly and said, "Then, uncle, who will you support?" Upon hearing this, Prince Cheng was silent for a moment and said, "The palms and backs of my hands are all flesh and blood, and they are all my nephews. Facing this matter, I can't choose who to support. I can only do my best to save their lives when the other party fails, so that they won't really kill each other. This is the limit. As for more, I can't do anything, and I don't want to care. I really can't care." "You didn't make a choice, but some people must have chosen, right?" Chu Yun asked again. He knew that in this kind of struggle for succession, most people would remain rational and maintain a neutral position, because no matter who wins or loses in the end, those who remain neutral must be the safest. However, if someone chooses to be neutral, there must be someone who chooses one side to bet on. Once the bet is right, he will be a minister of the dragon, and enjoy endless wealth and glory. In the future, when the emperor ascends the throne, he can also rely on this merit to lie permanently on the merit book, and his descendants will enjoy the blessing for generations. Prince Cheng was silent for a while, then slowly said, "Zhengtan Yang sided with the third prince. He supported the third prince in seizing the throne, while Chen Dusheng chose to support the crown prince." "Who is stronger?" Chu Yun asked. "On the surface, both sides are about the same." Prince Cheng took a deep breath and said, "But in fact, based on my understanding of both sides, the third prince must be stronger, because the conditions of the two nephews are too different. The crown prince, except for his orthodox status, is inferior to the third prince in all other aspects, whether in terms of mind or skills. If you have to choose between the crown prince and the third prince, smart people will definitely choose the third prince. So many of those who are neutral on the surface have actually secretly sided with the third prince. Then why does Chen Dusheng support the crown prince?" Chu Yun was a little curious, because that guy is a very orthodox person. He started from humble beginnings, and he is determined to maintain the royal orthodoxy with all his passion and dedication until his death in order to repay the emperor's grace. Prince Cheng smiled bitterly and shook his head slowly. Chu Yun glanced at him and couldn't help but guess and asked, "Then I guess, Chen Dusheng came to see your uncle just now. It should be about the fight for the throne? He wants you to support the prince?" "That's right." Prince Cheng looked at him with some surprise and said, "You guessed it right." This topic was not discussed further, but Chu Yun knew in his heart that Prince Cheng said on the surface that he would not choose between the crown prince and the third prince, but due to his relationship with the imperial master, since Chen Dusheng had spoken, there was a high probability that Prince Cheng would choose to help the crown prince. After all, it can be seen that Prince Cheng himself is also a person who follows orthodoxy. The emperor is critically ill, and it is only natural for the crown prince to ascend the throne. Anyone else who wants to seize the throne, no matter what their status is, even if they are princes, is tantamount to treason. This is orthodoxy, this is righteousness. Chapter 312, The Slightest Disturbance. In Chu Yun's opinion, this battle for the throne was just a show for the spectators. The only thing that really concerned him was that Zhengtan Yang chose the third prince. Chu Yun looked at Prince Cheng and said thoughtfully, "Apart from anything else, Zhengtan Yang had been the target that the organization tried hard to win over a long time ago. Now I am in the organization, and although I haven't heard any rumors, I guess the military advisor must have used many means in this regard. It is very likely that Zhengtan Yang is now a member of that organization, and if so, his choice to support the third prince to usurp the throne may be related to the military advisor's plan." As the voice fell, the light in Prince Cheng's eyes flickered slightly, and his breathing became deeper. He said, "Your words reminded me that what the military advisor wanted to do was to shake the national destiny of the Tangji dynasty, and the usurpation of the throne itself is damaging the national destiny. Perhaps this is their entry point. We have to be on guard." Chu Yun exhaled deeply and said, "I am lurking in the organization and will do my best to collect intelligence in this regard. Once we find that the organization is connected with Zhengtan Yang, we must strike first." After leaving the Prince Chi's mansion, Chu Yun took out a few boxes of rouge from the system space, which he had prepared long ago. He casually rubbed some of it on his clothes. This was what he bought from a girl in a brothel in Jingxia City. After all, every time he went out, he used the excuse of looking for women. If he didn't even have a little rouge on him this time, it would definitely arouse suspicion. What a sin. Why do I have to pretend to be such a person? Chu Yun couldn't help shaking his head. This time, he came out and talked with Prince Cheng, and many things were revealed. Because Zhengtan Yang chose the third prince, Prince Cheng, who originally said that he would not make a choice in the battle for the throne, had actually made a choice at this moment. For Chu Yun, this battle for the throne had nothing to do with him, but because Zhengtan Yang chose the third prince, he had to support the other side. Because, it doesn't matter who will take the throne, but once Zhengtan Yang has really surrendered to the Qin royal family, the third prince will never be able to ascend the throne. Otherwise he will just sit back and watch the conspiracy of the organization succeed, which Chu Yun absolutely cannot accept. Therefore, after returning to the Tandao Chamber of Commerce this time, Chu Yun focused on the movements of the Tongga Mansion and Zhengyang Courtyard, hoping to find some clues. During this inspection, Zhengtan Yang has not found anything yet, but the spies in Buping Building have made some unusual moves. Looking at the order in front of him, Chu Yun frowned. After analyzing the content of the order through the organization's code book, Chu Yun found that the real demand of this order was that the spies in Buping Building wanted to call for 30 Earth-grade Thunder Talismans. 30 Earth-grade Thunder Talismans. Chu Yun's face was deep, which was definitely not a good sign. If he guessed correctly, the group lurking in Buping Building must have taken some action, and it is very likely that they are targeting Bupinglu. The delivery time is tomorrow. If 30 Earth-grade Thunder Talismans are detonated together, it will be enough to blow half of Bacon Street into ruins. Chu Yun naturally cannot sit back and watch this happen. So, after the order was approved, Chu Yun asked a Tandao Chamber of Commerce employee to go to the restaurant opposite to order a table of good wine and food, and had a big meal. During the period, the fat man smelled the fragrance and came over to eat. Chu Yun didn't say anything, and then the fat man ate 90% of the whole table of dishes. Chu Yun didn't care, because the purpose of ordering this table of dishes was not to eat, but to pass on the message. The junior master was now in the restaurant. When he saw a Tandao Chamber of Commerce employee coming to order a table of specific dishes, he knew that Chu Yun was looking for him and would meet Chu Yun at the agreed place that night. That night, in a quiet riverside jungle, Chu Yun waited with his hands behind his back for a while, and the figure of the junior master appeared. "What happened?" Junior master asked straight to the point. Chu Yun nodded and said, "The group of spies in Buping Tower ordered 30 Earth-grade Thunder Talismans. They will be in their hands tomorrow. I think they are going to take action. When you go back, go to the Qi Palace immediately and let Prince Cheng prepare for the response. It is best to disguise yourself naturally and don't let them see any clues." Understood. Junior Master nodded immediately, his face serious, realizing the interests involved. 30 Earth-grade Thunder Talismans are no joke, and it is not surprising that their Buping Tower would attract the attention of that organization. After all, the organization had made several moves, but they were defeated by Chu Yun. Even Yan Chengshan, the secret brain originally stationed in Daming Mansion, was killed by Chu Yun himself. The hatred was too great. Now that the organization has deployed such a huge force in Jingxia City, it is entirely possible if they want to take the opportunity to teach Buping Tower a lesson. But, I always feel that this matter is not that simple. There must be a deeper purpose behind it. The military advisor has been praised in various ways in the organization and has become close to a myth. Now their most important thing is to shake the fate of the country. They should not do too many things that are out of the ordinary. Chu Yun touched his chin, thought for a while, and said, "You tell my words to Prince Cheng, and ask him to go to Buping Tower in person tomorrow. When those people attack, don't kill them all. Leave 1 or 2 people for me." "Do you want to ask about the situation?" asked the junior master. "Yes." Chu Yun nodded, pointed to his current appearance, and smiled. "Now that I am in this identity, it must be easier to get information. If I operate well, I may be able to make a contribution with these few people, so that I can get in touch with the mysterious military advisor faster." If the group of people lurking in Buping Tower were accidentally rescued by Chu Yun after the mission failed, then this would naturally be considered a contribution. After hearing this, Junior Master Shifu pondered for a moment and advised, "After finding out the situation, you should kill them all. You are in this position, in charge of the overall logistics. Once something goes wrong, it is easy to arouse suspicion. If these people fail in the operation and are finally rescued by you, the military advisor will definitely suspect you." That's right. Chu Yun nodded, and after thinking carefully, he agreed with Junior Master Shifu's opinion. After all, compared to him, who had only been lurking in the organization for a few days, Junior Master Shifu had been working here for many years, with a long service time, and had heard more about the reputation of the military advisor. Undercover work is like walking on thin ice. If you take a wrong step, it may lead to the consequence of losing everything. It is not good to do things that are too radical. Chapter 313 Abnormal. The next day, at noon, Chu Yun sat in the Tandao Chamber of Commerce, and after the guys who went to Buping Tower to deliver goods came back, he quietly waited for news. There were 2 members lurking in Buping Tower, one named Liu Yan and the other named Song Shi. They were both guest officials in the organization and their strength was not ordinary. Now, they have obtained 30 Earth-grade Thunder Talismans, and the destructive power they can cause is absolutely unimaginable. But fortunately, Chu Yun had grasped their movements early and had asked Prince Cheng to guard in Buping Tower. With Prince Cheng's strength, even before his injuries recovered, it would be easy for him to deal with 2 Nirvana-level warriors. And now, Prince Cheng's injuries have recovered, and his condition has reached the peak. With a complete victory, it is even more foolproof. But until the sun rose to the top and set, Chu Yun was in the Tandao Chamber of Commerce, but still did not get any news. This made him puzzled. After patiently waiting until the evening, there was still no news from Bupinglu. That night, Chu Yun met Junior Master again in the woods. "What's going on? Why is there no news?" Chu Yun asked directly. "Because nothing happened all day." Junior Master looked at him with a hint of doubt on his face, and said, "Those 2 guys never came back after they went out today. I'm also curious. I wonder if you have dealt with them? How could that be?" Chu Yun frowned even more tightly, and said, "The plan has been made. Why would I do something like this? Those 2 have already received the 30 Earth-grade Thunder Talismans today, and they were handed over to them by the people of the Tandao Chamber of Commerce. There is no mistake, but they really didn't show up today, and they never returned to the Buping building after they went out to get the goods from the Tandao Chamber of Commerce." Junior Master shook his head, looked at Chu Yun, and couldn't help asking, "Do you think they have other tasks? Those 30 Earth-grade Thunder Talismans should not be used to deal with the Buping building, but to do something else, right?" "There is this possibility." Chu Yun was silent for a while after hearing this, and slowly exhaled, with complicated thoughts in his mind. Instinctively speaking, this should be the most reasonable explanation, but there are still many doubts in this matter. The organization must have used 30 Earth-grade Thunder Talismans to do something. Dealing with Bupinglu is one possibility, and of course it could also be to deal with other people. But there is a very important question, that is, if the organization wants to deal with other people, why would it give these 30 Earth-grade Thunder Talismans to the spies in Bupinglu? You know, in addition to these spies who have already ambushed in the forces in the city, the organization also has many thugs who are ready to respond at any time. If it just wants to do something that does not require any technical skills, it can completely hand it over to them, instead of using the spies in Bupinglu and not letting them go back like it is now. What is going on? But I'm not sure yet. I still have to wait and see. Chu Yun pondered for a moment, looked at the junior master, and said, "After you go back, remember to tell Prince Cheng to pay close attention in the next few days. I still tend to believe that their target is Bupping Tower. They haven't moved yet, perhaps just because they will take action in a few days, or they are waiting for the right opportunity. In short, it's better to be safe than sorry." For Chu Yun, Bupping Tower is of great significance. It is his base and he must not lose it. "I understand." The junior master nodded and left in a hurry in the night. In the following few days, there was still no news from Bupping Tower, and the 2 spies who took the 30 Earth-grade Thunder Talismans have never appeared since that day. Chu Yun also asked around in the organization, but the news he got was that they seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and even the people in the organization had not seen them. At this point, Chu Yun didn't know what the 2 spies wanted to do, or in other words, he didn't know what the person who gave them the order wanted to do. 2 spies who had infiltrated a large force took 30 Earth-grade Thunder Talismans, but nothing happened. Is this scientific? To be honest, this matter was full of weirdness, so naturally, Chu Yun focused his attention on the mysterious military advisor. He had a strong intuition that the mysterious military advisor must be behind this matter, but he had no idea what the military advisor's purpose was. In addition to the calmness in the Bupping building, the situation in the organization was also normal. Chu Yun, the logistics director, played his due role. He managed the goods coming in and out of the Tandao Chamber of Commerce every day. There was no danger, and there was a lot of money. He could make a fortune by just reaching out and grabbing a little. With Chu Yun's vision, he naturally looked down on this little money, but in order to disguise his identity, sometimes he had to reach out for things that he should and shouldn't be greedy for. Otherwise others would see that you were incorruptible and upright, and instead suspected that your purpose was not pure. At least that fat man who claimed to be Chu Yun's lackey thought so in his heart. He would not dare to reach out until Chu Yun got the benefits first, so that he would feel at ease. On the other hand, the situation in Jinxia City was becoming increasingly tense. The conflict between the prince's party and the third prince's party was fierce and escalating in the past few days. The court also stood in 2 groups with clear flags, and they were clearly divided from each other, as hostile as fire and water. Whether in the court or among the people, the third prince's momentum defeated the prince with an overwhelming advantage. In the court, the third prince did his best to win over more allies. With his excellent skills and his grasp of people's hearts, many important ministers fell to his side. Among the people, there was also a wind blowing from nowhere, which was widely publicizing the heroic deeds of the third prince and spreading various benefits to the people, such as what kind of innovations and benefits he would bring to the people of the world if he became the emperor. These rumors, which seemed to have no basis in the eyes of smart people, could have an impact on ordinary people, especially after the lord of the palace, Zheng Tanyang, had sided with the third prince. The people in Jinxia City had an even deeper impression of the third prince. Chapter 314, Forced to Abdicate. Speaking of Zheng Tanyang, Chu Yun also saw some unusual clues from the material transfer in the Tandao Chamber of Commerce in recent days. Although the number of spies hiding in Zhengyang Courtyard and Tang Mansion is not large, the amount of materials they need has been gradually increasing recently. Whether it is cultivation materials or strategic materials, the required quantity is not enough for just a few people. It is obvious that they are going to give it to others, but who can they give it to? The identities of those spies who sneaked into Tang Mansion and Zhengyang Courtyard are not high, and they don't need to pay others. What do they need so many resources for? Unless they are given to Zheng Tanyang. When Chu Yun saw those order forms, he had already made some calculations in his mind and confirmed some things. The organization has planted nails in so many major forces, but only the nails planted in Zheng Tanyang and Tang Mansion have such a huge demand for materials, which itself can explain the problem. And who would believe that it was just a coincidence? The spies in those 2 places needed such a huge amount of supplies, which must be for Zheng Tanyang or Tang Mansion, otherwise, it would be unreasonable. This in itself exposed the fact that Zheng Tanyang was connected with this organization. Chu Yun had long suspected this, and after noticing the special flow of supplies, he was more certain of his guess. Immediately, Chu Yun went directly to the Chi Wang mansion without hesitation to discuss the matter with Prince Cheng. "Uncle, take a look. These are the material demands of the two groups of spies in Tonga Mansion and Zhang Yang Courtyard who have come these days, not to mention anything else. More than 80 Earth-grade Thunder Talismans alone have been requested, and the rest of the cultivation materials are even more outrageous." Chu Yun put the sorted list in front of Prince Cheng's desk, took a deep breath, and said, "There is no doubt that Zheng Tanyang is definitely connected to this organization, and has even completely sided with them. Remember what I said before? As long as this is confirmed, we should take the initiative and remove Zheng Tanyang first, so that they don't cooperate with the organization and subvert the destiny of the Tanji dynasty and shake its foundation by supporting the third prince." After the words fell, Prince Cheng looked carefully at the order for a long time, then nodded and said, "This is the fact and cannot be refuted. Zheng Tanyang eventually sided with that organization. It's heartbreaking." "What does Uncle plan to do?" "If we want to strike first and capture Zheng Tanyang, it may not be easy for you and me alone. According to the intelligence I have obtained these days, Zheng Tanyang is always with the third prince, and there are many masters protecting him. Since we have decided to deal with Zheng Tanyang, we are standing on the opposite side of the third prince's party. In this case, we must win over the power of the prince's party to use for our own benefit." Prince Cheng answered as a matter of course, "You are talking about the national teacher, right?" Chu Yun couldn't help but smile and guessed. Prince Cheng nodded and said, "Of course it's him. In fact, he has guessed something these days. Now that it has been confirmed that Zheng Tanyang is related to that organization, it's better to tell him about it, so that Chen Dusheng will have enough reasons to mobilize the power of the court to encircle and suppress Zheng Tanyang together." Chu Yun nodded after he finished speaking, and was about to say something when he heard a burst of hurried footsteps outside the study door. "Your Highness, it's bad. The third prince has rebelled." After the words fell, the two people in the study looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Then, I saw Butler Chi hurriedly ran into the study, panting, pointing one hand outside the door, and said, "The third prince has rebelled, and now he is bringing a large number of warriors and important officials of the court to force the palace in the palace." After the words fell, Prince Cheng stood up suddenly and walked out. Although this news brought him an extremely strong shock, he did not doubt whether what Butler Chi said was true or false. With his trust in Butler Chi, he knew that this must be true, and Lao Chi would not joke about such things. But if this is not a joke, then this matter is too big, so big that the sky can hardly cover it. Seeing Prince Cheng rushing out of the door, Chu Yun followed closely behind, and immediately followed Prince Cheng and went to the direction of the palace together. Not long after approaching, the two of them really felt that some extremely powerful auras were colliding with each other in the direction of the palace. The aura of the Nirvana realm powerhouses was already relatively weak. What really concerned people was the terrifying auras of the Fate Wheel realm. On weekdays, if it were not in the court, ordinary people would hardly see one of this level in their lifetime, but now they are like free cabbages, appearing in groups, gathering in this palace, confronting each other. When they confront each other, even if they don't take action, the aura they exude is already terrifying. There is no doubt that what Butler Chi said is true. The third prince has led his men to force the palace. Chu Yun, who has been lurking in the organization, is more concerned about the situation of this organization, and is weaker on the side of the third prince, and doesn't know many things at all. At this moment, Chu Yun didn't feel any signs of the third prince's excitement before, and he directly ushered in the situation of the third prince forcing the palace by force. "Wrong, wrong, you went the wrong way." Prince Cheng's face was solemn, he kept muttering to himself, his eyes showed a trace of pain and confusion, as if he couldn't believe that the third prince had done such a cruel act without mercy, leaving no way out. As a prince, when the emperor was critically ill, he went to the prince's palace. There was no suitable word to describe this scene except rebellion. The crime of rebellion was the most serious crime in the laws of the Tanji dynasty. Even the royal family could not escape death. In other words, when the third prince made this decision, whether he succeeded or not, between him and the prince, in the end, one person must die here. If the third prince lost, he would be sentenced to death according to the law, and if he won, The third prince would definitely not leave the prince as a root of trouble, and would eradicate him. There is no doubt that this is the scene that Prince Cheng was most reluctant to see. The palm and the back of the hand are all flesh, and the death of either party is the greatest sorrow for him. At this moment, inside the palace, surrounded by a large formation, two groups of people were confronting each other with swords drawn. One side was firmly guarding the formation, while the other side was bombarding the barrier of the formation with great power. Dozens of strong men attacked together, and the lowest cultivation level was nirvana or above, and there were also several masters in the Fate Wheel realm. Old Third, do you know what you are doing? Inside the barrier, a bearded young man looked at the crowd outside the formation with an ugly face, and his eyes fell on a heroic and extraordinary young man, his eyes full of hatred and a little complicated. The brothers in the royal family can be said to have the most complicated brotherhood in the world. The two of them are brothers from the same mother. When they were young and didn't know anything, they had a very good relationship, but since they understood what the throne and the prince were, everything changed. Although it is not known when it started, the relationship between the two sides has gradually evolved from real closeness to superficial enthusiasm, and they wish the other party would die sooner. They are brothers. Boss, I didn't want things to develop to this point, but who told you to be so weak, yet so stubborn, to guard something you can't defend? The third prince looked at the crown prince inside the barrier, sneered, and said, if you were more conscious and gave up your position earlier, I wouldn't mind sparing your life. Also, don't pretend to be so innocent, as if you are a good person. Don't think I don't know that your subordinates are also suggesting whether to attack my Ming Palace by force. I'm just more prepared and want to strike first. The crown prince's face was tense and very ugly. In recent days, the constant friction between the two sides has made him malicious, and some of his staff have indeed suggested that the third prince be completely eliminated by force. The prince was indeed very tempted by this method, but he also had many concerns in his heart. First, he was afraid that the preparations were not sufficient and he could not catch the prince in one fell swoop. Second, as the prince, he was the legitimate heir. If he did something so out of line, even if he ascended the throne in the future, he would be pointed at and scolded for harming his brothers and sisters, and his reputation would be tainted. Where is the national teacher? Why hasn't he come yet? The prince looked at the staff beside him. His face became more and more ugly. Now that the third prince had raided the palace, it was beyond everyone's expectations, and the prince's pillar of support happened to return to the competition secretly during this period to get back something crucial. Or, it was only after the third prince learned of the departure of the national teacher that he dared to launch a sudden attack during this period and force the palace by force. In terms of strength, the third prince was originally slightly stronger than the prince, and now that the national teacher was not around the prince, the strongest combat power was missing, and the gap was even greater. As a result, from the time the attack just happened until now, the prince has been hiding in the palace, relying on the power of the formation to delay time, and dared not fight. Your Highness, the national master will take at least 4 or 5 days to go to the capital. He has only been gone for 2 days. How can he come back so quickly? The staff smiled bitterly, and they were quite desperate and anxious. Without the national master, their top-level combat power was missing a huge gap. Boom boom boom. With a series of fierce bombardments, the formation was bombarded to the point of collapse, and cracks appeared and spread rapidly. Obviously, this formation has not been used for so many years. Even if it has been maintained, its power is not as good as before. After enduring such a strong impact, it is on the verge of breaking. In the crowd, the corners of the lips of the third prince gradually rose, revealing an extremely cold smile. Stop. At this time, a shout came from outside the palace. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes, because the person who came at this moment was Prince Cheng. The reason for everyone's surprise was that in this battle for the throne, Prince Cheng had always maintained a neutral position. Both the crown prince and the third prince had come to the Qi palace to find him, hoping that he could give them support and help, but in the end Prince Cheng clearly refused. However, unexpectedly, at this moment, when the third prince came to the palace to force the palace, The old prince could not sit still. Uncle, the crown prince showed great joy on his face. He was standing in the formation, as anxious as an ant, but now he suddenly saw hope and despair. The third prince's brows immediately frowned. In the past, Prince Cheng was a person who could add icing on the cake for him, but now, he has become a big shot. At this time, Prince Cheng's coming again can only disrupt the situation. Old third, you did it wrong. Prince Cheng stood alone in front of the palace gate, staring at the third prince, and said in a deep voice, "I don't understand what your uncle is saying." The third prince shook his head calmly and said, "The throne of the emperor is not as simple as sitting there and enjoying the good life. You need to work hard for the welfare of all the people." Today, the Tangji dynasty is facing internal and external troubles, surrounded by powerful enemies, and constant natural disasters and man-made disasters. It is the most critical time. We need a capable emperor to lead the people through this dark period. Who do you think is more suitable between the boss and me? After he finished speaking, Prince Cheng sighed and said, "If you don't want to fight, the Tangji dynasty will have no internal troubles, only external troubles. We can work together to eliminate the enemies outside. If you want to fight, the Tangji dynasty will fall into a situation of internal and external troubles. Don't you understand this? Haha." The third prince sneered when he heard this, pointing at the prince who was shrinking in the formation, and said, "If I don't fight, and give the throne to this weak and cowardly waste, ask him if he is worthy of it. If he really knows what's good for him, he should have given up the throne long ago, so that I don't have to fight for it." After saying that, the third prince waved his sleeves and said, "Uncle, I am too lazy to talk to you about these nonsense things. Now I have done it, and it is right in front of you. We are flesh and blood, and I don't want to kill this waste and then have your blood on my hands. I stand there and do nothing. Wait until I finish what I want to do, and you will still be my uncle. Otherwise, you and I will be enemies." As soon as the words fell, Prince Cheng fell silent. Under the nervous gaze of the prince at the side, he took a big step forward and walked into the palace gate. Chapter 315 God of War. Alas, watching Prince Cheng take this step forward, the third prince was silent for a moment and sighed. "Why can't you understand me? We are blood relatives." The third prince looked at Prince Cheng, shook his head, and took a step back. With his action, several figures beside him rushed towards Prince Cheng like swift lions. The first to bear the brunt was not someone else, but Prince Cheng's old rival, the Lord of Daming Mansion, Zheng Tanyang. Beside him, there were two masters, both of whom were strong men in the Fate Wheel realm. One of them was the military general Sun Wujing, and the other was the Minister of Industry Qi Ziheng. "Uncle, go on your journey with peace of mind." The third prince spoke faintly, saying, "After you die, I will not kill my two cousins, and I will not let your lineage die out." Prince Cheng pursed his lips and said nothing, but he could not help sighing in his heart. Everything that happened here was heartbreaking for him, a prince who cared about the royal family. Now, he had to be forced to fight against one of his nephews. As soon as the third prince said this, one person in his camp frowned immediately. It was Zheng Xiangtang, the chief officer of the Tongya mansion. He and Zhao Qianli had a grudge of killing his son. The main reason why he was willing to side with the third prince was that someone had promised him that after the third prince succeeded, he would let Zhao Qianli's family be cut into pieces. And now, the third prince actually said that he would let Zhao Qianli and Zhao Yun go after Prince Cheng died. How could he accept this? But, in fact, this was because Zheng Xiangtang did not understand the third prince at all. Since Prince Cheng has already stood on the opposite side, every word the third prince said was not without effect, but was attacking his weak spot. Those words like relatives and blood-related were all deliberately said by the third prince to Prince Cheng, with the purpose of taking advantage of Prince Cheng's emphasis on family affection and influencing Prince Cheng's ability to exert his strength. The reason why the third prince said that Zhao Qianli and Zhao Yun would be spared after Prince Cheng's death was also to let Prince Cheng leave some room for him. In fact, if Prince Cheng died, the life and death of Zhao Qianli and Zhao Yun would only depend on his thoughts. He could kill them if he wanted to, and water could not stop him. But once something unexpected happened today, he had clearly stated that he would let Zhao Qianli and Zhao Yun go, and this friendship had been shown. Prince Cheng would not be able to poison him, right? The third prince understood the character of Prince Cheng. He knew that Prince Cheng would definitely keep this in mind, no matter how much effect it could have. He only said a word, and it didn't cost much, so why not do it? From this point, it can be seen that the third prince's grasp of people's hearts is indeed different. At this moment, three figures attacked Prince Cheng together, and double-teamed him from three directions. Among them, Zheng Tanyang was the first to bear the brunt, located in the front position, and his shot was a ruthless palm. Bang! The powerful palm force passed through the not-so-short time and space, and came directly in front of Prince Cheng at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Prince Cheng's face did not change. Facing the siege of the three powerful people in the Fate Wheel realm, he suddenly greeted with a palm, and collided directly with Zheng Tanyang's palm. The two palms collided, and an extremely terrifying force erupted. The powerful energy crushed and collided with each other, consuming and dissipating rapidly in a very short time. The residual power of the energy impact alone had completely blown up the entire area, and the air wave rolled away, destroying everything in its path. Rumble. One house after another collapsed, and a large number of houses in the palace collapsed. The air wave was only blocked by the palace's formation when it reached the protective formation. Zheng Tanyang's face remained unchanged, but there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Old prince, you are worthy of being the first war god of the Tangji dynasty. Even if you are seriously injured, you still have such strong strength. But unfortunately, you chose the wrong direction. Since you are on the side of the prince, you will only die." As he spoke, on both sides of Prince Cheng, Ji Ziheng, the Minister of Works, and Sun Wujing, the general in the army, attacked together and launched a fierce siege on Prince Cheng. What many people don't know is that Prince Cheng is very low-key in Jingxia City. He doesn't show his talent on weekdays and rarely appears in public. But in fact, decades ago, when Prince Cheng was young, he was once known as the first war god of the Tangji dynasty. You know, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Being able to get the title of first war god in martial arts can only mean that Prince Cheng's strength is really invincible in the universe and no one in the Tangji dynasty can stop him. Otherwise, no matter whether he is a prince or a royal family, those who have the ability to defeat him would have taken away the first title long ago. But unfortunately, such a thing did not happen, until Prince Cheng was betrayed in the no man's land, trapped in siege, and finally escaped seriously injured and dying. No one had ever defeated Prince Cheng alone on the front battlefield. The disastrous defeat in the land of no man was the first setback that Prince Cheng encountered after he became famous, and it was also the last setback. In order to cover the escape of the national teacher Chen Dusheng, Prince Cheng was seriously injured and had already touched the origin. His strength declined greatly and he was no longer known as the god of war. Now, Zheng Tanyang teamed up with Sun Wujing and Shi Ziheng to besiege the former #1 god of war. Even though they knew that the other party had injured the origin and his strength was greatly damaged, they still did not despise him at all. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and there is no false person under a great reputation. They are all people who have personally experienced that era, and they have also been blinded by the light under that dazzling figure. At this moment, they are fighting against Prince Cheng in person, so they naturally dare not despise him at all, and they will go all out when they fight. It can be seen that Sun Wujing's gestures are like ghosts, and every move is close to Prince Cheng, directly attacking the throat, confidence and other vital places. Ji Ziheng was full of energy, and he was a heavy weapon without a sharp edge, and he used his strength to defeat 10 skills. Every punching palm had the power of a landslide. Bang, bang. Under the fierce attack, Prince Cheng was on guard against Sun Wujing's sneak attack while fighting Ji Ziheng. He soon showed an absolute state of fatigue. Not long after the battle began, Prince Cheng was hit several times by Sun Wujing. Although it can be seen that Prince Cheng's combat awareness is extremely high, and he has sufficient predictions and avoidances in many places, and even responds in advance, his body is not as good as before because of his injury. It is a typical case that the awareness can keep up, but the body cannot. Seeing this, Zheng Tanyang, who was holding the line, immediately teamed up with Sun Wujing to launch a fatal sneak attack on Prince Cheng. Although Prince Cheng barely avoided it, Sun Wujing's iron hands still grabbed a handful of bloody flesh from the side of his chest and abdomen. I almost died. Prince Cheng's face was pale, and he took 2 sharp breaths. His chest rose and fell violently, suppressing the chaotic blood in his body. Sun Wujing looked indifferent, threw the flesh in his hand to the ground, and threw out a half-moon-shaped blood arc. He looked at Prince Cheng and said lightly, "Maybe you were really strong in the past, but now, you are old and your strength is too far behind. Let alone the 3 of us attacking together. Even if any one of us fights you to death, the final result will be your death. Then, you try?" Prince Cheng took a breath and said, "Hey." Ji Ziheng sneered and did not answer. As the saying goes, it's better to take advantage of your illness to kill you. After this attack just now, he has seen the strength of Prince Cheng, and now he has the confidence to kill him. Sun Wujing and Zheng Tanyang are the same. They all think that they can kill Prince Cheng here when they attack next time, and completely cut off the hope of the prince's party. "Your Highness." At this time, inside the formation, the staff looked anxious. Seeing that Prince Cheng was besieged by 3 people and was about to die, they couldn't help but immediately said to the prince, "The prince can't hold on any longer. We must open the formation immediately, give full support, and cooperate with the prince to fight against the rebels." As soon as the voice fell, the prince's body trembled, as if he had just come to his senses, and deep anxiety immediately appeared on his face. "No, if the formation is opened, the 3rd brother will bring people to kill us. How can we survive?" The prince resisted instinctively. The staff hurriedly said, "But things have come to this point. If we don't fight, after the prince dies in the battle and the rebels break the formation, we will still be in trouble. It's better to take advantage of the resistance now and fight with the prince to fight for a way out." Hearing this, the prince frowned. His big hands clenched into fists nervously, and then trembled and loosened slightly. He was extremely entangled in his heart, and his mind was struggling. Instinctively, the prince knew that what his staff said was right, but he just couldn't make up his mind, and couldn't hand over his fate to an uncertain possibility. Since he was born, he was told that he was the most noble person in the world. He was the prince of a country, and he would become the emperor in the future. Therefore, he never took risks. In his decades of growth, danger was something extremely unfamiliar and close to the unknown to him. Before he had no contact with it, the prince would not take it seriously, thinking that danger would never have anything to do with him in this life. Now that he had contact with it, the prince realized how terrifying this feeling was. It turned out that, with such a noble and important status, he might also die. At this moment, the prince was very clear about one fact in his heart, that is, if he ordered the formation to be opened and confronted the rebels outside head-on, then he would most likely die. Chapter 316 Outbreak. Death. The prince thought he knew this word very well. He had never eaten pork, but he had seen many pigs run. For a real big man like him, the death of others was too common. There were also many people who showed extraordinary bravery in the face of the threat of death, which made people respect them. After hearing so many such stories, the prince thought he could be like those people, fearless of life and death, and be a real warrior. But, when his heartbeat began to accelerate, blood gushed, and his heart was in a panic and he didn't know what to do. The prince knew what death felt like. At this moment, watching the emperor's uncle, Prince Cheng, fighting 3 powerful enemies alone outside the formation, being beaten back step by step, as if he would die at any time, the prince was silent. He was even vaguely disappointed with Prince Cheng's performance and had a resentful mood. When he was still very young, he heard that his uncle, Prince Cheng, was the first god of war in the Tangji dynasty. Deep in his heart, he was very much looking forward to Prince Cheng's combat power. Although he knew that Prince Cheng was seriously injured and could not exert his full strength, he could not stop the disappointment in his heart when he saw this scene. The joy he felt because of Prince Cheng's assistance disappeared without a trace at this moment, and then a cold reality hit him. What should I do? Am I going to? The prince thought in panic. Suddenly, a strange blood color suddenly appeared on the battlefield on the other side. Facing the fierce attack of 3 people, Prince Cheng suddenly broke out with a shocking power in the desperate situation. Zheng Tanyang and the other two, who had already made their best efforts without reservation, seemed at a loss in this sudden change. Among them, Sun Wujing had already approached Prince Cheng's body, cut towards Prince Cheng's neck with a palm, and delivered a fatal sneak attack without any reservation. Unexpectedly, Prince Cheng avoided Sun Wujing's attack with a shocking speed, shook his shoulders, and at the same time, he rubbed his body forward and smashed Sun Wujing's chest with a punch. Bang! The force penetrated the back of the paper, just like a sharp pen piercing through a piece of paper. It went straight through. This punch was extremely rough and bloody. It went through Sun Wujing's chest and stabbed out from behind. Sun Wujing's eyes widened, his eyes full of extreme astonishment and disbelief. However, Prince Cheng ignored him. He pulled out his blood-soaked arm neatly and swiftly, and turned around to come in front of Qi Ziheng, who was just cooperating with Sun Wujing to assist in the offensive. At this moment, he realized something was wrong and wanted to run, but was immediately caught up by Prince Cheng. During the battle just now, the three of them joined forces to explore Prince Cheng's bottom line, but unexpectedly, at the same time, Prince Cheng was also exploring the bottom line of these three people. With his peerless combat experience, he quickly determined the limits of what these three people could do in all aspects. So after calculating how to kill the three people together, Prince Cheng took decisive action. Qi Ziheng was horrified and did not dare to fight against Prince Cheng. He punched Prince Cheng's chest directly. At the same time, he had the intention to retreat and retreated, but all this was already within Prince Cheng's expectations. So he saw that Prince Cheng grabbed Qi Ziheng's wrist with one hand, and after taking the impact of the punch, his forearm led his elbow and shoulder to shake to unload the force, transmitting the force of the punch to his other hand. Then, he suddenly swung his arm and punched Qi Ziheng's shoulder with a heavy punch. In this tense situation, Qi Ziheng immediately raised his hand to block, and his solid arm collided with Prince Cheng's heavy punch. Crack! There was only a crisp sound, which was the sound of bones breaking. Qi Ziheng's arm bone was directly broken, and the heavy punch continued to move forward, pressing Qi Ziheng's broken arm together and smashing on his shoulder. With a loud bang, Qi Ziheng's body was pressed down to his knees, and his knees slammed on the ground with a thump. The terrifying force caused two large pits to be smashed on the ground, and the floor tiles turned into powder and cracked around. Qi Ziheng's body, under this heavy pressure, was almost vomiting blood. His eyeballs almost bulged out, and they were covered with hideous bloodshot. Just this one punch, Qi Ziheng almost died directly, but even so, he also suffered extremely serious internal injuries. Even if he didn't die on the spot, he would have to live 100 years less. But Prince Cheng had no intention of letting him go. Seeing Zheng Tanyang retreating at a very fast speed, he showed a trace of pity in his eyes, and then kicked Qi Ziheng in the chest. Bang! There was another dull sound. Qi Ziheng's chest caved in, his heart ruptured, and he died on the spot. This scene shocked everyone. Zheng Tanyang, who had survived the fight with Prince Cheng, was undoubtedly the most shocked. He looked at Prince Cheng with wide eyes and said, Your injuries have recovered? You have been hiding your strength just now." "Yes." Prince Cheng nodded calmly, released Qi Ziheng's wrist, let his body fall to the ground, and said, "The gap in strength is huge. I have to fight 1 against 3. I must use some tricks. Although I have defeated those who are a generation older than you, I still don't know how strong you are. After all, this test, it's really disappointing." After the voice fell, Zheng Tanyang's face was extremely ugly and he couldn't speak. The situation is now very clear. From the beginning of the battle, Prince Cheng was hiding his strength and pretending that his injuries had not yet recovered to deal with the 3 people. In this process, Prince Cheng was trying to find out the bottom line of the 3 people, to see the upper limit of their strength and whether they had any hidden means. In order to convince the 3 people to go all out and kill him as soon as possible, Prince Cheng even used the method of exchanging injuries for injuries to make his tiger in the plain be bullied by dogs to lay some authenticity. As a result, the answer Prince Cheng finally got was disappointing. The strength of the 3 people did not meet the estimation of the former first war god of the Tangji dynasty. So Prince Cheng suddenly took action and went to kill the three people together. At this moment, Zheng Tanyang stared at Prince Cheng, his eyes full of fatal fear. For so many years, in Jingxia City, he has always been a rival to Prince Cheng. In the eyes of countless people in Jingxia City, the only person who can be compared with Prince Cheng is Zheng Tanyang, and the only person who can be compared with the owner of the mansion, Zheng Tanyang, is Prince Cheng. It can be said that the two of them are in a relationship where no matter which one is taken out, they will be mentioned as the other person, and they are completely on par with each other. Moreover, because Prince Cheng has always been reclusive and too low-key, people think that Zheng Tanyang is a higher level than Prince Cheng. As for this general perception of the people, Zheng Tanyang actually didn't take it to heart. Although Prince Cheng was once the first war god of the Tangji dynasty, so many years have passed, and the first war god has long been seriously ill and disabled. It is not worth mentioning to be on par with such an old guy who has passed his prime. But, until today, until this moment, Zheng Tanyang knew that this old guy who he looked down on was actually so strong, incredibly strong, so strong that people can't understand. On the surface, it seemed that it took a long time for Prince Cheng to kill Sun Wujing and Shi Ziheng in succession. But in fact, after Prince Cheng's inner calculations, when he actually did it, the speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. And there is no doubt that in Prince Cheng's plan, there must be a fish that slipped through the net. In fact, if he had not withdrawn immediately after sensing a trace of strange danger, Zheng Tanyang believed that there would be no big difference between him and the other two people who had become corpses. It was nothing more than the difference between dying earlier or later. It's not necessary. At this time, Prince Cheng looked at Zheng Tanyang and said something inexplicable. It seemed to be said to Zheng Tanyang, but in fact he was saying to others, "I can solve it myself." As soon as the voice fell, a strong sense of crisis suddenly came from behind. Zheng Tanyang was suddenly startled, and following the feeling of fate, he punched in that direction. There was only a sound of bang. This punch hit somewhere solidly. Zheng Tanyang opened his eyes and found that the place he hit was a person's chest. It was a very broad chest, but it was like Mount Tai, extremely heavy, solid as a rock, and unbreakable. The punch of this powerful person in the Fate Wheel realm hit the chest solidly. I saw a series of golden lights of merit shaking and flashing, but the figure under the golden light was unharmed. Then, I saw a dazzling purple thunder suddenly appeared in Zheng Tanyang's field of vision. In that instant, Zheng Tanyang remembered everything. He knew what the body with super strong defense covered by the golden light was, and he also knew what the terrifying purple thunder represented. It was a person who made him, a warrior in the Fate Wheel realm, feel a little scared even though his cultivation was only in the Nirvana realm. Chu Yun. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. After the terrifying outbreak of the inherited Prince De, Chu Yun actually came to, watching the purple lightning growing larger and larger in front of him. Zheng Tanyang knew what kind of ending he was about to face. He tried his best to avoid it, but it was too late. Purple sky thunder, annihilating everything. Chapter 317. The game is over. With a loud bang, thick thunder burst out from Chu Yun's hand and stuck to Zheng Tanyang's chest. Bang! Under the violent flash of lightning, Zheng Tanyang's defense was passively triggered, and then annihilated layer by layer at a very fast speed, and finally completely penetrated. The lightning bombarded Zheng Tanyang's chest, and the flesh flew away in an instant, without any blood flowing out, because every substance that came into contact with the purple sky thunder, whether it was skin, muscle, bone, or blood, was directly shattered. Long time no see. Chu Yun looked at Zheng Tanyang in front of him, and his eyes fell on the latter's eyes. At this moment, those eyes were slowly becoming dim and losing their light. Chu Yun said that he hadn't seen him for a long time, but after this time, he would never see him again. With a thump, Zheng Tanyang's body fell to the ground. The people around were shocked by this scene, and the silence was audible. On the third prince's side, there were a total of 7 warriors in the Fate Wheel realm, 2 of whom were always by the third prince's side, protecting him closely, while the other 2 were attacking the protective formation of the imperial palace. Now, the third prince sent Zheng Tanyang, Sun Wujing, and Shi Ziheng to besiege Prince Cheng, but Prince Cheng killed 2 of them. The last remaining Zhengtan Yang was also suddenly attacked and killed by Chu Yun, who appeared out of nowhere. For a moment, everyone in the third prince's camp looked extremely ugly, especially the third prince himself, who was hit by this sudden change and shook his body. In the court, except for those bigwigs who really wanted to remain neutral and could not be won over by both sides, the third prince had the support of a total of 7 Fate Wheel Realm strongmen, while the crown prince had only 5 people. And because the State Master was away, there were only 4 Fate Wheel Realm strongmen around the Crown Prince. Originally, the third prince had an absolute crushing advantage over the Crown Prince, but now, because of the sudden appearance of Prince Cheng and Chu Yun, the balance of victory has tilted wildly to the other side. If I had known this would happen, I would not have done it in the first place. Prince Cheng glanced at Zhengtan Yang's body, then retracted his gaze and said lightly. This was said to Zhengtan Yang, and it seemed that he was also speaking to the third prince. The third prince was silent, his cheeks were tight, and he gritted his teeth and said nothing. Judging from the strength shown by Prince Cheng, their side is already doomed to fail. Ordinary warriors in the Fate Wheel realm are not even a match for a Prince Cheng. Moreover, the young man who appeared out of nowhere, although his cultivation seems to have not reached the Fate Wheel realm, has the strength to kill Zhengtan Yang with one blow, and he did not even break his skin when he resisted Zhengtan Yang's palm head-on. This strength can also be regarded as the fighting power of the Fate Wheel realm. With these 2 people supporting the Crown Prince, he is doomed to fail. Ha, ha ha ha. Inside the formation, the prince was stunned and shocked for a while when he saw this scene, then he couldn't help laughing, pointing at the third prince through the formation barrier, and said, "Third brother, the evils sent by heaven can be forgiven, but the evils brought by oneself cannot be forgiven. Now I want to see what other tricks you have, ha ha ha." After the voice fell, the third prince looked at him coldly and said nothing. Although the other party was his biological brother, he had never looked down on that idiot since he knew things. Now, even if he was in adversity, he didn't want to say anything to the prince, because the latter was not worthy. It is still unknown who will win. The third prince took a deep breath and said, "My lords, I am willing to lead the way and fight to the death with the enemy. Who is willing to live and die with me?" As soon as the voice fell, the originally depressed spirits of the third prince's trusted subordinates suddenly lifted up. Many people held their swords tightly, feeling their blood boiling, and shouted, "I am willing to live and die with your highness." But 4 figures showed hesitation. These 4 people were the only 4 remaining Fate Wheel Realm Masters among the third prince's supporters. They had all seen the strength of Prince Cheng as the first god of war in the Tangji dynasty, and had also witnessed Chu Yun's strange and unpredictable methods and the terrifying purple sky thunder. In addition, at this moment, there were 4 Fate Wheel Realm Masters supporting the prince in the palace formation. In terms of combat power, the difference between the 2 sides was too great. The morale of the lower-level soldiers and those Nirvana Realm warriors can be mobilized by the attitude of the third prince, who leads by example and is willing to die, but at their level, they have a clear understanding of power and naturally will not be so easily excited. At this moment, the 4 of them looked at each other, and almost all of them understood the meaning in each other's eyes. If they fought to the death, the 4 of them would definitely die here today. There would be no other possibility except this outcome. Stop it. At this time, Prince Cheng looked at the 4 people and slowly said, "The situation is over. There is no need to increase losses. Today, the Tangji dynasty is facing internal and external troubles. There are powerful enemies who are secretly spying and trying to seize the throne and overthrow the regime. They are our real enemies. If you stop now, I promise to forgive the past. You will be the same as you were before today." As soon as the voice fell, the brows of the third prince and the crown prince frowned at the same time. The third prince frowned because he knew that Prince Cheng's words would ruin his last hope of turning defeat into victory. The prince frowned, but he was dissatisfied with what Prince Cheng said about letting bygones be bygones. In his opinion, all those who could stand on the side of the third prince were hateful rebels. He wanted to kill them as soon as possible. So how could he say that he would let bygones be bygones and not pursue anything, whether as the current prince or as the emperor who was about to ascend the throne? He did not have the tolerance to tolerate others. But, even if he was dissatisfied in his heart, the prince would not be stupid enough to say this. After all, Prince Cheng was his strongest pillar. If he made Prince Cheng unhappy and supported the third prince in turn, he would be doomed and fall from heaven to hell. I will let you traitors go for now. After I take the throne, I will settle accounts with you one by one. The prince looked at the four people and thought secretly in his heart. Thank you, Your Majesty. The four people looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes, so there was no hesitation or repetition. They all bowed to Prince Cheng and were willing to surrender. They were willing to support the third prince because of their own interests. Perhaps they wanted to go one step further or get something from the third prince. Now that they saw that the ship was about to sink, they would not sacrifice their lives for the sake of interests. The endings of Zheng Tanyang, Sun Wujing and Shi Ziheng were too tragic in their eyes. The third prince held a hilt tightly in his hand and had already drawn the long sword from his waist. He was going to fight to the death with his subordinates. But now, the four strongest Fate Wheel Realm Masters under his command had turned against him, making his declaration of death a joke. He looked around, and his sight became colder and colder in the eyes of the Crown Prince's ridicule. Finally, he looked deeply at Prince Cheng and said nothing. Puff. The long sword turned, the blade pointed inward, pierced into the chest, and went straight into the heart. He actually committed suicide. Your Highness, Your Highness. The third prince's confidants were horrified and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. They could only watch as the third prince was pierced through the chest by a sword and died on the spot. Seeing this scene, Prince Cheng couldn't help but widen his eyes. He never expected that the third prince's actions would be so decisive that he didn't even have the chance to stop him. Why? Prince Cheng sighed deeply and closed his eyes in pain. In fact, from a selfish point of view, between the two nephews, the Crown Prince and the third prince, he liked the latter more. If the third prince had not made such a rebellious move today and was used by the mysterious organization, he would never be willing to stand on the opposite side of the third prince. But, things have come to this point, and it is irreversible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Scalp Tingling. The third prince died, as one of the protagonists of the struggle for the throne. With his death, the struggle naturally ended. After that, the court will face a large-scale liquidation. Although Prince Cheng made a promise that he would not care about the things committed by the four surrendered Fate Wheel Realm Masters, the followers of the third prince did not have such good luck and treatment, and they were liquidated one after another. Among them, those who had contributed to the friction in these days, especially those who had directly caused damage to the prince's party, were given special attention. This is conceivable. After all, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is not a tolerant person. On the contrary, he is a bit fussy. Those who offend him usually have no good end. To be honest, Chu Yun and Prince Cheng don't care about these. After the third prince committed suicide, Prince Cheng left the palace dejectedly and handed the scene over to the prince's side to deal with. Chu Yun didn't need to stay here. He just took a deep look at the body of Zheng Tanyang who was killed by him, and then left with Prince Cheng. My condolences. On the way back, Chu Yun said to Prince Cheng. Prince Cheng smiled bitterly and said, I just feel a little sorry for my brother. His body can't hold on any longer. I didn't expect that one of his two sons would die earlier than him. It's fate. Chu Yun didn't have much to say about this. The third prince failed to win the throne. Even if he didn't commit suicide, the Crown Prince would probably not let him go. If Prince Cheng wanted to protect the third prince, he might even make enemies with the Crown Prince. This was not a good thing. Now it's not bad. And, in fact, in the final analysis, internal enemies are not important. No matter who is the emperor, as long as they can ensure the unification of the Tangji dynasty, it is enough. The real enemy is always the Qin royal family outside. Fortunately, Prince Cheng is very powerful. He only killed 3 warriors in the Fate Wheel realm to stabilize the internal situation. Now the power of the Tangji dynasty has not been greatly weakened, otherwise, it is very likely that the Qin royal family will take advantage of it. Chu Yun thought to himself. After sending Prince Cheng back to Prince Qi's mansion, Chu Yun returned to Tandao Chamber of Commerce. For the court, the battle for the throne was an unprecedented and huge change, but for the ordinary people in Jinxia City, it did not have much impact. The reason is that it happened too quickly. It came too quickly and ended too quickly. It only took a few hours in total, and there was no damage to the outside world due to the war. As a result, when Chu Yun returned to Tandao Chamber of Commerce, the pedestrians on the street were the same as yesterday, and most people didn't even know what happened in the palace. When he returned to Tandao Chamber of Commerce, the fat man quickly came up and said, "Oh my uncle, where have you been? A lot of orders have just been delivered. Is the organization going to make a big move?" "When did it happen?" Chu Yun asked. "Just now," the fat man replied. Chu Yun nodded upon hearing this, knowing that this was the matter. In this battle for the throne, there must be many people from the organization who want to participate on the side of the third prince. But now, no matter what those people plan to do, they are powerless to turn the tide. The victory of the prince is a foregone conclusion. So, he approved all those orders as usual, and when the news of the battle for the throne came, he was as surprised as the fat man, as if he knew nothing. The next day, the court wrote a clear notice about what happened yesterday and made it public. The notice stated that yesterday, the third prince Zhao Jingxin intended to rebel and led his troops to surround the palace, intending to kill his father and seize the throne. After the heroic resistance of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, he was finally annihilated and beheaded on the spot. All his followers also bowed their heads. Many of them were extremely evil and would be beheaded at noon. Among them, the first person on the list of all those to be beheaded was Zheng Xiangdong, the chief officer of the Tongya mansion in Jinxia City. Behind him were a group of people who had caused harm to the prince's party. Moreover, in this notice, the contributions of two people were highly praised. One of them was naturally Prince Cheng. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince called him the jade pillar that guarded the country and saved the building from collapse. The other person was Chu Yun, the deputy owner of Buping Tower. As for the latter, the Crown Prince knew Chu Yun's identity only after some inquiry and confirmation. In the notice, the Crown Prince praised Chu Yun's heroic act of killing Zheng Tanyang, and announced to the world that Chu Yun was pardoned for killing Qin Wuji, the lord of Linghai domain, and overturned the case for Chu Yun. The reason used was that after the court's investigation, it was found that Qin Wuji, the lord of Linghai domain, did have a collusion relationship with the demons in the Evil Spirit Mountains. The crime was extremely serious. Chu Yun killed him to eliminate harm for the people, so he was not pursued. It can be seen that after the siege of the palace, the Crown Prince was extremely eager to completely pull the first god of war of the Tangji dynasty into his camp, so he did his best to win him over. That day, at noon, Chu Yun went to the execution site to take a look, in order to find out if there were any spies of this organization among those who were executed. As a result, after arriving at the execution site, Chu Yun saw an unexpected figure, that is, the national teacher of the Tangji dynasty, Chen Dusheng. This national teacher Chen had just returned from the capital. After hearing that the third prince led troops to force the palace after he left, he was extremely angry on the spot, and at the same time he was ashamed and knelt down in front of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Although the Crown Prince had complaints about Chen Dusheng, the other party was his right-hand man in the court after all. Fortunately, nothing happened now, so it was not easy to blame him. Seeing that Chen Dusheng was really annoyed with these traitors, he handed over the responsibility of supervising the execution to Chen Dusheng. So this scene happened at this moment. "You bunch of rebels, while I was away, besieged the palace and almost caused a horrible disaster. You all deserved to die." Chen Dusheng was a thin, elegant middle-aged man with a very handsome appearance. His thin face was full of traces of time, forming a unique charm. Judging from his physiognomy, if he smiled, he would definitely look very good, but at this moment, his face was covered with frost. "The time has come. Behead." When the sun was at its hottest at noon, Chen Dusheng sat on the execution platform and threw a token on the ground. There were only flashes of knife lights, and heads rolled down below. Blood gushed out like fountains, causing the people around to exclaim in surprise. A bunch of people standing in front of Chu Yun covered their children's eyes with their hands, but they were afraid and excited to watch the bloody scene. Not a single one. Chu Yun looked at the figures lying on the ground and slowly exhaled. Among them, he knew that except for Zheng Xiangtao, the chief officer of the Tong Mansion, there was no spy from the organization. This might be because those spies used disguises to cover up their original appearance, or it might be because those spies were not caught at all. At this moment, he stood in the crowd, looking at those dead people, and he could not get the answer in his heart. Fortunately, as long as he returned to the Tandao Chamber of Commerce and listened to the intelligence from the organization, he would know whether there were any spies from the organization who were killed for participating in this matter. So Chu Yun squeezed out of the crowd and returned to the Tandao Chamber of Commerce. In the evening, Chu Yun sat in the study. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and then the sound of the fat man knocking on the door was heard. "Boss, something big happened." The fat man pushed the door open and walked in, with an ugly look on his face. Chu Yun's heart moved, and he immediately stood up and said, "What happened?" "I don't know yet, but the organization has ordered all the people in Jingxia City to withdraw to the mountain villa outside the city immediately and obey the unified deployment of the military advisor," the fat man said, and hurriedly said, "Boss, please pack up and get ready to leave. I'll go call Qin Hai, that wooden lump." After saying that, he turned and left. After he left, Chu Yun took a deep breath, and his eyes showed an expectant look. After waiting for so long, he finally had the opportunity to meet the mysterious military advisor. Although he didn't know what happened specifically, it was certain that the military advisor must have suffered heavy losses in this battle for the throne because of the defeat of the third prince, so he made such a drastic move. And this time, as long as he met the military advisor himself, all the goals of this undercover mission would be achieved, and then it would be time to finish it off and catch him in one fell swoop. Afterwards, the fat man came with Qin Hai. Chu Yun nodded to them, and then the three of them took advantage of the night to leave the Tandao Chamber of Commerce. After leaving the city, they went straight to the manor outside the city. The second time he came to the manor, Chu Yun's mentality was even more expectant than the last time. When he arrived at the familiar square, more than 100 people gathered here. The neat staff made Chu Yun frown. "Are you here?" The eldest princess looked at Chu Yun and said, "The military advisor is waiting for you inside. You need to know the material situation in the Tandao Chamber of Commerce." Understood. Chu Yun nodded, and then followed the eldest princess's guidance and came to the palace. The fat man and Qin Hai looked at him enviously from behind, as if they were envious of Chu Yun's ability to get close to the mysterious national advisor. Because within the organization, the military advisor has always been extremely mysterious, and even many senior members of the organization have never seen the appearance of the military advisor in their lives. Occasionally, when the military advisor appeared in the outside world, he also wore a mask, and many people even speculated whether there was really a military advisor in the organization. Could it be that the military advisor is actually just a code name, and is actually impersonated by someone from the Qin royal family? But, regardless of whether the military advisor really exists, one thing is certain, that is, the military advisor's ability cannot be faked. All the decisions he has made in the organization over the years, not to say that they are all correct, but even from the perspective of hindsight, more than 90% of them can be called the most appropriate choices. Walking into the palace, Chu Yun stepped forward step by step, adjusting his state, so as not to show any abnormality and be discovered by the military advisor. After walking a few steps, Chu Yun saw a masked black-robed figure in front of him, sitting quietly behind a large desk. "Meet the military advisor." Chu Yun bowed his hands and saluted, showing the respect of an ordinary member to the military advisor. "Get up. No need to be polite." The military advisor smiled faintly. He looked at Chu Yun, his eyes full of charm, staring at Chu Yun's eyes through the holes in the mask, suddenly smiled, and said, "Don't be so reserved. Sit down, let's have a good talk." After the voice fell, Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, not knowing whether he should show some flattery at this time, because within the organization, The status of the military advisor was too high, and he was just a thug. Although he defeated Chu Yun, who was a guest official, he was still a thug in essence. Although there was a gap between him and ordinary low-level thugs, he was definitely not to the point where the military advisor would look at him so seriously, right? Obviously he was just a subordinate, but he could sit down and talk in front of the military advisor. Wasn't this a bit too much respect for Chu Yun? Haha. The military advisor smiled lightly, and seeing that Chu Yun had no intention of sitting down, he didn't care, but just said slowly, "You know, we have actually met before." Chu Yun showed a surprised expression, not completely pretending. He was really a little surprised. This was the umpteenth time that Chu Yun had disliked the identity of Sun Hong, not to mention his lechery and flamboyance. He had actually met the Imperial Master before? To be honest, Chu Yun was really a little restless at the moment, because he had no memory of this matter at all. Once the military master noticed that he was different from the Sun Hong the military master had met, he would probably be exposed. "Did you forget?" The military master looked at him with interest, and suddenly remembered something, laughed, and said, "Look at my memory, I forgot that I was still wearing the mask." As he spoke, the military master slowly took off the mask, revealing a face that surprised Chu Yun. Chu Yun's pupils shrank instantly, and his scalp went numb. Chapter 319 Yin Fire Refining Furnace. State Master. It turned out to be the State Master. The mysterious military master of the Qin royal family turned out to be Chen Dusheng, the State Master of the Tangji dynasty. At that moment, under Chen Dusheng's smiling gaze, Chu Yun felt a chill running down his spine. "I see you seem very surprised." Chen Dusheng looked at him with a smile and said, "No wonder. Earlier on the execution ground, you saw me as the State Master of the Tangji dynasty, but now I have become the military master of the Qin royal family. The gap is indeed quite big." After the voice fell, Chu Yun took a deep breath, and then he realized that the encounter that Chen Dusheng was referring to was the quick glance at the execution ground. But there were not too many people watching outside the execution ground, at least 30,000 to 50,000 people. Among so many people, Chen Dusheng could actually recognize him at a glance. Moreover, even if he could notice Chu Yun in the crowd, how could he tell Chu Yun's identity? You know, Chu Yun is not a fool. When he goes out, he will neither go out as Sun Hong nor as Chu Yun himself, but will change into someone else's appearance. Eyes. Chen Dusheng smiled faintly, seeming quite complacent. If you observe carefully, you will find that people's eyes are different. The eyes of most ordinary people are like a pile of loess, numb and boring, while the eyes of some people are as sharp as knives, and a group of clear air rushes to the sky. You are the latter, so I can notice your existence in the crowd at a glance. The military advisor has a good eye, Chu Yun exclaimed sincerely. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, he recognized the most different person among them at a glance, and found Chu Yun hiding in the organization with his eyes. This ability can no longer be said to be strong or not. It has completely reached a perverted or inhuman level. It's terrible. What's more terrible is that the national teacher Chen Dusheng is actually the military advisor of the Qin royal family. Behind this, there are countless terrifying pictures that make people think carefully. First of all, Chen Dusheng, the national teacher, is a member of the prince's party. He supports the prince, but now, the person who is defeated is the third prince. On the surface, it seems that Chen Dusheng has done nothing, but in this battle for the throne, the final winner belongs to Chen Dusheng's side. Secondly, Chen Dusheng did not meet him earlier or later, but chose to meet him alone at this time, and revealed his true identity right away. This matter itself contains some terrifying information. That is, Chen Dusheng has already noticed his existence, and today he is here to show his cards. Haha. Chen Dusheng smiled, just as Chu Yun guessed at the execution ground at that time. This man looks good when he smiles, with a very elegant aura, which makes people trust him at first sight. He looked at Chu Yun and suddenly said something of great significance. Do you know how Prince Chengde was seriously injured back then? I don't know. Chu Yun shook his head honestly and paused. But, when I heard you mention this, I can probably guess it. That's right. Chen Dusheng nodded, and smiled even more. "You are a smart man, and I like to communicate with smart people." Back then, Prince Cheng fought in the unknown land, and I was his accompanying military advisor. It was me who sent people to unite the princes of the unknown land and ambushed Prince Cheng together. I originally wanted to kill him, but who knew? The strength of the first god of war of the Tangji dynasty is well deserved. If I hadn't been dragging him down, he could even have broken out of the siege single-handedly. Such a person is really terrible. "Have you been a military advisor since that time?" Chu Yun frowned. "No, to be precise. It was this incident that allowed me to successfully ascend to the position of military advisor." Chen Duxian corrected seriously. "In the organization, especially in an organization like this that wants to rebel, Prince Cheng's title of the #1 god of war in the Tangji dynasty really scared a lot of people. There are many people in the Qin royal family who would be so scared that they couldn't sleep just by hearing this name, so it was a great achievement for me to destroy him. Although I haven't heard Prince Cheng say it, I can feel that he thinks you're his best friend in his life," Chu Yun said, exhaling slowly. "This is his weak spot." Chen Duxian did not feel ashamed at all, and smiled lightly. "Although he is powerful, he has a gentle and kind personality. He does not look like a hegemon at all. Otherwise, if he were the emperor, the Qin royal family would probably have to lie dormant for hundreds of years before they dared to show up." Chu Yun took a deep breath, without commenting on anything, and looked at Chen Duxian seriously, and asked, "So, you planned all this? When did it start?" "From the first time I came to Jingxia City and met Prince Cheng again," Chen Duxian answered patiently, saying, "As a friend for so many years, I am too familiar with him." Although he did not admit it, I know that his injuries have healed and he has become the feared first god of war of the Tangji dynasty. This is good news for me. I also talked to him about the Qin royal family. When talking about this, Prince Cheng seemed a little hesitant, as if he had something to tell me, but he didn't say it. I thought about it carefully and guessed that it is very likely that he has planted a nail in the organization. Chu Yun didn't say anything, but it was obvious that this nail was referring to himself. It turned out that Chen Duxian had already known about his existence at that time. It was not that Prince Cheng deliberately told him, but Chen Duxian could guess what he had thought of through meticulous observation and understanding of Prince Cheng. This was simply too terrible and outrageous. Of course, just guessing is not enough. I have to check the members of the organization, and among them, the most eye-catching person is you. A low-level thug who was originally unknown suddenly defeated a guest official and got the position of logistics director. This is unusual no matter how you look at it. Chen Duxian looked at Chu Yun with interest, looking forward to his reaction. The time in Bupinglu was test. Chu Yun took a deep breath and understood many things. No wonder that time, when he found out that the spy from Buping Tower mobilized 30 Earth-grade thunder talismans and asked Prince Cheng to keep an eye on them, nothing happened. It turned out that this was just a simple test for the military advisor to check whether there was any problem with him as the logistics director. That's right. Chen Duxian nodded and said, "Given how much you value Buping Tower, you would definitely react when the spies there mobilized 30 Earth-grade thunder talismans." And that's indeed the case. That day I went to Prince Chi's mansion to find Prince Cheng, but I didn't see him. Although the housekeeper Chi said that he was in seclusion, I knew that he went to protect Buping Tower for you. From that moment on, I have been able to confirm your identity as a spy. Chu Yun was silent for a long time to calm his inner emotions. His voice suddenly became hoarse, and he said, "So, Zheng Yang didn't actually defect to the Qin royal family at all? You deliberately let the spies from Zheng Yang courtyard and Tang mansion mobilize a large amount of supplies, just to confuse me and make me think that Zheng Yang supported the third prince and it was a conspiracy of the organization?" Your reaction is very quick. Chen Duxian looked at him with admiration and smiled. "Since your identity as a traitor has been confirmed, naturally I have to use you to convey wrong information to achieve the effect I want. Let me tell you one thing. Zheng Yang actually had no intention of defecting to the third prince. It was me who won over his brother Zheng Xiangdong, and then asked Zheng Xiangdong to contact the third prince, and finally pulled Zheng Yang onto the third prince's warship. For me, Zheng Yang was originally an extremely important chess piece as the lord of Daming Prefecture, But after you destroyed the hidden chess piece in the Black Cloud Mountains and exposed my plot against Zheng Tanyang, this hidden chess piece lost its dark function. So, I turned him from dark to light, put him in the open, put him on the side of the third prince, to attract the attention of you and Prince Cheng. As long as he stood on the side of the third prince, Prince Cheng would definitely stand on the side of the crown prince. Oh, by the way, my original plan was to expose Zheng Xiangdong's collusion with our organization and let Prince Cheng know, so as to confirm Prince Cheng's hostility towards Zheng Tanyang. But since you are already lurking in the organization, there is no need to be so troublesome, and the facts have proved that the strength of Prince Cheng is really up to everyone's expectations. As soon as he joined the prince's side, the third prince was immediately defeated. My expectations of him were not in vain. Haha, Chen Dusheng said, laughing happily. However, Chu Yun felt cold at his smile and clenched his fists tightly. The man in front of him was not so much a person as a demon who played with people's hearts. He treated Prince Cheng, Chu Yun, Zheng Tanyang, Zheng Xiangdong, the prince and the third prince as chess pieces, holding them in his hands for him to drive at will to achieve his goals. You said you left Jingxia City and went to the capital to do business, but you didn't leave at all, right? During the battle in the palace, you must have been observing in secret. If our two groups fought bloody and both suffered losses, you would lead the Qin royal family to fight out and clear all obstacles, right? Chu Yun took a deep breath, looked at Chen Dusheng, and asked. That's right. Chen Dusheng nodded, sighed with regret, and said, but unfortunately, Prince Cheng did not give me this opportunity. Otherwise all problems could be solved once and for all. However, this does not have much impact. I don't like to use force to solve all problems. All plans are still proceeding according to my ideas. You support the prince to succeed to the throne, not because you are loyal to the emperor, patriotic and support orthodoxy. What conspiracy is behind this? What do you plan to do? Chu Yun asked again. He. Chen Dusheng smiled, blinked at Chu Yun, and said, I can't tell you that. After a pause, Chen Dusheng looked at Chu Yun again and said, let's talk about you. In fact, I am very curious about you. You are a person of humble origin, but at such a young age, you have the combat power to rival the strong men in the Fate Wheel realm, and you have also created a force like the Bupping Tower. What exactly do you want to do? In other words, what is your secret? Is there an organization supporting you behind you? What is your purpose? Chu Yun shook his head and said, since you didn't tell me, I naturally won't tell you. Chen Dusheng smiled and said, that's not up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Dusheng raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. As his mind moved, the shape of the entire palace changed drastically in an instant. The ground, the walls, and all the objects disappeared and returned to nothingness. The scorching cold wind blew from all directions. This huge palace turned into a furnace in an instant, and inside this furnace, there was only the figure of Chu Yun. The figure of Chen Dusheng on the opposite side gradually became fainter and fainter, and soon turned into a translucent figure. It turned out that, for such a long time, the person who communicated with Chu Yun was not the real Chen Dusheng, but just a virtual shadow of Chen Dusheng's clone left in this furnace. From the moment he entered the palace, Chu Yun had walked into a trap. This Yin fire refining furnace is the most precious treasure of the Qin royal family. It can refine any strong person below the supreme realm. Those who are burned to death by this Yin fire will have their souls and memories preserved after death, and anyone can take them away, no matter what secrets you have, whether you want to say it or not. It doesn't matter. After 49 days, all your secrets belong to me. Chen Dusheng smiled faintly, as the Yin fire refining furnace was activated. His clone Phantom also suffered a huge pressure. After saying this, accompanied by a burst of laughter, Chen Dusheng's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only Chu Yun alone in this cold furnace. The Yin fire refining furnace that can refine human souls. So this is what you prepared for me. Chu Yun was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed. What he could imagine was that outside the Yin fire refining god furnace, there must be many Qin royal family Fate Wheel realm masters, including Chen Dusheng, surrounding him. Even if he used some means to escape, he would be caught by the strong men waiting outside and cut into pieces. But Chu Yun had so many means to save his life that it was hard to imagine. At this moment, Chu Yun's mind moved, and the sun mark between his eyebrows projected a shadow of a door, which was the space door leading to the portable space. He took a step and walked into the space door. In an instant, he was able to leave the extremely dangerous Yin fire refining god furnace. But, at the moment when Chu Yun was about to walk into the space door, he looked at the Yin spirit refining god fire all over the sky and ground, and suddenly he had some special enlightenment, so he stopped. Chapter 320 The Law of Fire. At this moment, in this Yin fire refining god furnace, there is a raging sea of fire all around. This flame is very special, both cold and hot, and exudes an extremely oppressive breath to the soul. If ordinary people are in this sea of fire for a moment, their souls will be burned to death. Even for warriors with profound cultivation, it is difficult to persist in this sea of fire. Ordinary spiritual power defense seems to have no effect on this Yin spirit refining god fire. Its unique cold flame directly penetrates the spiritual power defense and burns the warrior's soul. After a long time, the body can still withstand it, but the soul can no longer withstand it. And this Yin spirit refining god fire has another extremely terrifying ability. That is, after a warrior's soul is refined and burned by the Yin spirit refining god fire, the memory in his soul will be mastered by the holder of the flame. In other words, after killing a person with this fire and refining the other person's soul, you can peek into the other person's memory and understand the secrets deep in his heart. Of course, not all memories can be peeped into. Those that are insignificant will not leave too deep a mark in the soul, but the more important the information is, the deeper the mark will be in the soul, and it will be explored after death. It's a good flame. Chu Yun stopped in front of the space gate and wanted to leave directly, but when he saw this sea of fire, he was moved and decided to comprehend it here. Chu Yun has the body of 9 turn nirvana, and he must comprehend the 9 laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder and lightning, time and space. Now, he has only comprehended the law of thunder, and has not had the opportunity to comprehend the laws of other attributes. Now, this Yin refining god fire is an extremely strange and powerful fire between heaven and earth, which is very consistent with Chu Yun's requirements for himself. In other words, he likes this Yin refining god fire. So, Chu Yun stopped, closed the space gate, covered the surroundings with the golden body of merit, and protected himself. Then he used a lot of martial arts comprehension and began to comprehend the sea of fire around him. Now, Chu Yun still has more than 2,000 years of martial arts enlightenment in his system. He doesn't believe that after so many years of meditation, he still can't comprehend a law of fire. You know, this is one of the most common laws. Among 10 Nirvana level warriors, more than 5 of them have comprehended the law of fire. But, Chu Yun still underestimated the difficulty of special fire to comprehend the power of the law. The power of the law comprehended by ordinary flames is naturally not on the same level as the power of the law comprehended by strange divine fire, and the difficulty of the latter is naturally much higher than the former. At this moment, seeing his own martial arts enlightenment being consumed rapidly in units of hundreds of years, Chu Yun's brows also frowned slightly. In just 1 hour, he has consumed more than 900 years of martial arts enlightenment, and he finally mastered some of the ways of this Yin refining divine fire. Another half-hour passed, and Chu Yun, who had spent more than 1,400 years of martial arts enlightenment, finally mastered the Yin refining fire thoroughly, and added another fire mark on the 9 revolutions golden pill in his danshin. The law of fire, it's done. Chu Yun exhaled deeply, and when he opened his eyes, a blazing flame flashed in his eyes. Immediately, his whole body shook, and the powerful Yin refining fire turned into a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, a huge law incarnation condensed, which intersected and echoed with the surrounding sea of fire. From the details, the quality of the Yin refining fire that Chu Yun mastered was even stronger than the Yin refining fire in the Yin fire refining furnace. The reason for this was that the Yin refining fire in the Yin fire refining furnace was controlled by an artifact, not by a person, so it was naturally less agile. Chu Yun exhaled, and opened the space door again. Before leaving, he said lightly, "You sent me into a trap, and in this Yin fire refining furnace, you gave me the law of fire. When I get out, I must repay you well." "Wait, military advisor." After speaking, Chu Yun stepped into the space door. On the other side, outside the Yin fire refining furnace, Chen Dusheng slowly opened his eyes, and several figures guarded him. They were the strong men of the Qin royal family. "Military advisor, how is it?" The eldest princess looked at Chen Dusheng and asked with a smile in her eyes. "It's already in this Yin fire refining furnace, don't worry too much." Chen Dusheng shook his head and didn't want to say more. He was quite curious about Chu Yun's secrets, and he didn't want to share them with others. He stood up and said, "Now everything is ready. As long as the day of the stupid prince's coronation arrives, the organization's wish for thousands of years can finally be realized." The next day, in Jingxia City, there was an imperial edict to show the world. Emperor Yang was terminally ill and could not be cured. He died at midnight tonight. The whole country mourned. However, the country cannot be without a king for a day. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will hold a coronation ceremony in 3 days. In the portable space, after Chu Yun waited for a few hours, there was some movement in the portable space. A space door opened, and Yang Jian walked in, followed by Zhao Li. Even when they were away, the master and apprentice had already agreed that they would enter the portable space every once in a while to confirm each other's situation. In addition, Zhao Li would also return to the portable space every once in a while to take care of the various spiritual medicines in the medicine garden. "Master, why are you here so early today?" Yang Jian was a little surprised. "Something happened." Chu Yun smiled bitterly, shook his head and didn't explain much. He walked towards Yang Jian's space door. The group directly passed through Yang Jian's space door and came to the demon domain. After not seeing each other for a long time, Yang Jian and Zhao Linger lived quite comfortably in this demon domain. Zhao Linger practiced various secret techniques of the Sky Fox clan with the Sky Fox Emperor and made rapid progress. Yang Jian's practice was also proceeding step by step. Now he was about to break through to the Wanshai realm, in the demon domain. Although there were not many resources suitable for human practice, the Sky Fox Emperor would not be stingy no matter what Yang Jian needed. After all, this was her nephew-in-law, and half of her family. "Master is relieved that you are living well here. I am here only as a transit this time, and I will leave soon." After leaving the space gate, Chu Yun patted Yang Jian on the shoulder and said, "Master, what happened?" Yang Jian asked. Chu Yun didn't say much, just shook his head with a smile and said, "It's just a small matter. It can be solved when I go back. You wait for me in this demon realm, and I will come to find you after a while." After that, Chu Yun set off and left, riding on the Pegasus unicorn Zibai, and rushed back to Jingxia City day and night. Chapter 321 The head beam is not right. For Chu Yun, the revelation of Chen Dusheng's identity was undoubtedly a major event that could change the situation, from the beginning to the end. As soon as the capital was moved, everyone fell into Chen Dusheng's calculations. Now, under Chen Dusheng's secret layout, the battle for the throne has been decided. Prince Cheng and he became the knife in Chen Dusheng's hand without any notice. Eliminating the third prince was equivalent to helping the prince to the throne. And among them, there must be some means hidden that could subvert the Tangji dynasty, otherwise Chen Dusheng would not be so kind to help the prince seize the throne. But fortunately, even though Chen Dusheng was as wise as a demon, he underestimated Chu Yun's means after all. Even the terrifying Yin fire refining furnace failed to refine Chu Yun, but instead allowed Chu Yun to comprehend the law of fire and greatly increase his strength. At this moment, Chu Yun left the demon domain, and even had no time to say a few more words to his apprentice, and rushed back to Jingxia City at the fastest speed. As long as he can return to Jingxia City before Chen Dusheng launches the final conspiracy, he can unite with Prince Cheng and completely destroy the conspiracy of those people in one fell swoop. Time. What is lacking now is time. 2 days later, the former Jingxia City, now the capital, is decorated with lights and colors. After 2 days of preparation, Every street and alley in the capital has been cleaned up, the ground is clean and tidy, and every house has bright windows and tables, a fair and open scene. Such a change will certainly not happen because the people in the capital have become clean overnight, but in order to ensure the smooth development of the coronation ceremony, the officials of the Ministry of Rites have issued a death order to all the people, to keep everything in the city clean and tidy during the coronation ceremony, and there are special officials to patrol every day, not only the streets, but also the refugees and beggars who were originally wandering on the streets have disappeared. During the coronation ceremony, they were all expelled from the city. Even the people in the city were restricted from going out. The Ministry of Rites required that anyone who went out should pay attention to their appearance, have a clean face, and wear new clothes. To put it in simple terms, it means civilians with dirty faces and ragged and old clothes are not allowed to go out. Only civilians with clean faces and new clothes can go out. If a civilian walks on the street and is found to have an unclean face or old and dirty clothes, he will be immediately spotted by the patrolling clerks of the Ministry of Rites. At the very least, he will be sent back home and ordered not to go out for several days. At the worst, he will be directly arrested outside the city and will not be allowed to enter the city before the coronation ceremony is over. It is conceivable, once this rule is issued, how much trouble it has caused to the people in the city. But in the eyes of the superiors, this must be done. After all, at the coronation ceremony, the lords of the palaces in various parts of the Tangyi dynasty must come in person to witness the new emperor's ascension to the throne. If they find that the people in the city are in ragged clothes and have untidy faces when entering the capital, they will naturally wonder, if the emperor is like this, is the Tangyi dynasty doomed? But in fact, Jinxia City is a new capital city that was relocated, not the real emperor's foot. The Tangyi dynasty has been in turmoil recently due to internal and external troubles, so it is understandable that the people are not so particular. But, even if everyone can understand, the new emperor still wants to hold up his face, even if it means swell up his face to make the outside palace masters see the prosperity of the emperor's feet. Qi Wangfu, in the study. Father, have you heard about what happened recently? It's simply too much. Outrageous. Now Qianli's face was full of anger. He slammed his fist on the table and said, ever since the prince asked the Ministry of Rites to rectify the customs and atmosphere in Jinxia City, many tragedies have occurred in just a few days. There was a clerk in the Ministry of Rites who was looking for a decent girl on the street, but when he saw the girl's beauty, he tried to dirty her clothes, and then forcibly took her out of the city and committed a crime on the grounds that the girl had violated the new regulations. The girl's family reported to Bupinglu, and I ordered people to investigate and arrested all the clerks. As a result, after some interrogation, it was discovered that there were officials in the Ministry of Rites who specialized in buying and selling refugees. They sold the refugees and beggars who were expelled from Jinxia City these days to the human traffickers as goods. Prince Cheng listened to Zhao Qianli's accusation in silence. His heart was not as calm as he looked on the surface. To be honest, the occurrence of these things was not what Prince Cheng expected. Whether it was the Jinxia City in his impression or the emperor's feet in his imagination, such things should not happen. Have they all been dealt with? Prince Cheng asked slowly. Of course. Zhao Qianli snorted coldly and said, after mastering the identities of those officials from the Ministry of Rites, I immediately took people to the Ministry of Rites and forcibly took them out. Under the gaze of the people in Jinxia City, they were sent to the Ministry of Justice and all those dirty and filthy people were imprisoned in the prison. After the voice fell, Prince Cheng nodded, said nothing, looked out the window, and a faint sadness flashed in his eyes. Since the death of Emperor Yang 2 days ago, Prince Cheng has been in a sad and depressed mood since he saw the emperor's body in the palace, and has no idea about the outside world. Now, hearing his son talk about the chaos of the past 2 days, he felt very complicated. After a long silence, he said, it is normal that some people are brave enough to do improper things at a time when the court is changing. Just deal with them. But next time you do this kind of thing, don't be too ostentatious, lest your royal brother lose face. My royal brother? Zhao Qianli couldn't help laughing, but it was an extremely contemptuous laugh, and said, Father, Do you know why there are so many chaos in Jinxia City in recent days? Isn't it because the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked, and the upper and lower beams follow suit? Since the failure of the third prince's coup and the stability of the crown prince's throne, he has been more than just a dissolute person. As far as the child knows, the crown prince has begun to debauch the harem and has killed many concubines of the previous emperor. The eunuchs and palace maids in the palace would beat them to death if they disagreed with him. It can be said to be cruel and unjust. To be honest, if I had known that the crown prince would be like this, I might as well have let the third prince. Shut up. Prince Cheng stared at Zhao Qianli with his tiger eyes, and said, "How can you say anything?" Zhao Qianli curled his lips and didn't take it seriously. Prince Cheng slowly exhaled, but his brows were getting tighter and tighter, and said, "Are what you said really true? How could my child lie to my father about such a thing? You can find out by just asking around." Zhao Qianli rolled his eyes and said, Prince Cheng was silent again, and then he took a deep breath, stood up suddenly, and said, "Father will go to the palace to take a look. If this is true, Father will persuade him to return to the right path." Chapter 322 Kneel Down. Jinxia City. The Imperial Palace. Inside the palace, there are deep walls and courtyards, carved beams and painted buildings, blue tiles and red bricks, a magnificent scene. Prince Cheng entered the palace and went straight to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Along the way, he was like entering an empty space, until he arrived outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The eunuch at the door of the palace trembled in his heart and hurried forward to greet him. "Prince, why are you here?" The eunuch's voice trembled slightly, as if it contained some kind of fear. Although it was fleeting, it was still keenly captured by Prince Cheng. Prince Cheng looked at the other party calmly and said, "Why, can't I come?" "Oh, look at what you said." The eunuch wiped his sweat and said, "You are the first god of war in our Tanji dynasty, and the uncle of His Majesty. If you can't come, no one in this palace can come." Hearing this, Prince Cheng nodded and said, "Okay." After that, he walked towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Ouch! The eunuch's heart trembled, and he hurriedly smiled and came forward, saying, "Your Majesty, please wait a moment, Your Majesty. His Majesty is very busy now, it's not very convenient." "What inconvenience is that even I, the Emperor's uncle, can't see you?" Prince Cheng asked in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, the eunuch's heart was sweating, and his face couldn't stop smiling. Prince Cheng took a deep breath. With his spiritual perception, the movements in the Hall of Supreme Harmony could not be hidden from him at all. Originally, he was not sure who the woman in the hall was, but now looking at the appearance of the eunuch, he was already 80% sure in his heart. Who would have thought that what Zhao Qianli said was actually true? As the crown prince, he actually caused chaos in the harem when his father's body was still warm, and committed such a treasonous act. Prince Cheng exhaled a long breath to calm his turbulent emotions, and said after a moment, "Go in and let the prince come out to see me." The eunuch was stunned for a moment, a little unsure. Prince Cheng looked at the other party with a cold gaze and said, "Do you need me to say it again?" No. The eunuch nodded and said, "I will go now." After that, the eunuch closed his eyes as if he had accepted his fate, and then trotted into the Hall of Supreme Harmony. After a while, the eunuch came out with half of his face covered. After a difficult salute to Prince Cheng, he said, Prince, His Majesty has finished his work and can see you." "No." Prince Cheng shook his head. He saw the wound on the eunuch's face, but did not ask any more questions. Instead, he said stiffly, "I want him to come out to see me, not for me to go in to see him." As soon as the words fell, the eunuch's face suddenly showed a bitterness. It was foreseeable that the prince would be very angry with Prince Cheng's request, but he would not vent his anger on Prince Cheng. Then, the eunuch who was delivering the message would be in big trouble. However, under the pressure from both sides, the eunuch had to be like a fence-sitter, allowing one side to push the other side. After nodding his head to accept the order, the eunuch sighed and walked towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony again. After a long time, the eunuch did not appear again. After waiting for a while, Prince Cheng saw the prince slowly walk out of the palace gate and came to the outside of the hall. with a frivolous air. That special temperament will only appear when indulging in wine and sex without restraint. When Prince Cheng saw the other party's appearance, and thought that Emperor Yang had just died 2 days ago, he was immediately furious. "Uncle, what are you?" The prince yawned and came to Prince Cheng. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Prince Cheng. "Kneel down," Prince Cheng said coldly. What? The prince was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Prince Cheng stared at him with his eyes and said word by word, "I said ... kneel down." In an instant, the prince's face showed a very complicated expression, as if he wanted to laugh, but also seemed angry. "Let me kneel down? What a joke! I am the prince. Tomorrow is my coronation ceremony. In just a few hours, No, I am the most noble person in this world. All lands under heaven belong to me, and all the people in the world are my subjects. The whole world must prostrate at my feet. You actually let me kneel down?" The prince was dissatisfied, but suddenly, he felt a huge pressure. With his body hollowed out by wine and sex, he naturally could not withstand the pressure of the first war god of the Tangji dynasty. In an instant, he was directly pressed by this heavy pressure, and his knees bent, and he knelt on the ground on the spot. Plop! With a muffled sound, the prince knelt in humiliation in front of Prince Cheng. He raised his head and looked angry. "The late emperor just passed away. As the eldest son, you don't keep vigil for your father day and night, but you actually go to make trouble in the harem. Do you know what kind of treasonous things you have done?" Prince Cheng pointed at the prince's nose, and his anger almost condensed into substance. As soon as the words fell, the prince, who had been indignant, suddenly stiffened and became extremely guilty. He seemed to have not expected that Prince Cheng would find out what he had done. He wanted to be angry but couldn't. He looked embarrassed, as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. "You are not the emperor yet, but the prince. You have done such a bold and perverse thing. If you were really allowed to ascend the throne, wouldn't the people of the Tangji dynasty be in dire straits because of you? A licentious and tyrant?" Prince Cheng scolded angrily. At this moment, he also felt a little regretful in his heart, complaining why he couldn't stop the third prince from committing suicide. Otherwise, handing the throne to the third prince would be much better than the useless mud in front of him. "Uncle, calm down." The prince spoke quickly, and couldn't help but panic for a while. Prince Cheng scolded him for being a traitor and for being licentious. These were nothing, just some insults. Since he had already done it, he was not afraid of being scolded. It would not hurt him to say a few words. But Prince Cheng said that he would make the people suffer after he ascended the throne. The prince could not listen to this, because from this, the prince could always hear that Prince Cheng wanted to stop him from ascending the throne, which was absolutely unacceptable. Before getting rid of the third prince, the prince had always pretended to be a grandson. After getting rid of the third prince, the prince's nature, which had been suppressed for a long time, was released even more. He believed that even though he had not yet ascended the throne was already beckoning to him, and no one could change this result. However, when Prince Cheng scolded him, the prince seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, and suddenly realized the cold reality. Because he suddenly realized that Prince Cheng seemed to be the one who really had the ability and qualifications to stop him from ascending the throne. As a member of the royal family and the first god of war in the Tangji dynasty, no matter which identity he had, it was extremely important. If Prince Cheng really caught him causing chaos in the harem and made a big fuss about it, then his coronation ceremony tomorrow might really be ruined. In an instant, the prince felt extremely regretful and blamed himself for being so ostentatious. Even if he wanted to play, he should have played secretly behind closed doors. Now that people knew about it, he immediately caused a lot of trouble. "Uncle, please calm down. Please allow me to explain." The prince's thoughts raced in his mind, and he hurriedly said, "What happened in the Hall of Supreme Harmony was really not my intention. I was just seduced by that bitch and was careless." "Nonsense!" Prince Cheng shouted angrily. "How could the concubine of the late emperor seduce you? It's obviously your own greed." The prince's thoughts raced in his mind, and he immediately came up with an excuse. "Uncle, you don't know, before my father died, he once made a request that after he passed away, All the concubines in the palace should be buried in the tomb as burial objects. Those bitches heard about this and were afraid that they would become burial objects, so they came to seduce me in the hope of survival. They also drugged me with wine, so I couldn't control myself. After he finished speaking, Prince Cheng frowned. He did not believe the prince's words rationally, because in his cognition, the late emperor was not such a person, and would not let his concubines be buried with him. However, seeing the prince's sincere and regretful face, Prince Cheng hesitated for a moment and believed it a little. This was not because the prince's deception was so clever, but in most cases, people would choose to believe what they want to hear. In Prince Cheng's eyes, he did not believe that the prince was like this by nature, but rather believed that the prince was deceived by others and went astray for a while, and he just needed to correct it in time. So, Prince Cheng believed the prince's words. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Now that you know your mistakes, you know what to do next, right?" Of course. The prince's heart moved. Hearing what Prince Cheng meant, he knew that this level had been passed. He breathed a sigh of relief and said in a rush of good words, "My nephew just went astray for a while. Now that I have realized it, I will naturally not indulge in it again. I will immediately draw a clear line with those shameless bitches." "Yes." Prince Cheng nodded, then walked forward, helped the prince up, sighed softly, and said, "Now the Tangji dynasty is in danger, with powerful enemies outside, and the intention to destroy our royal family is not dead. At this critical moment, you have been ordered to ascend the throne. It is not the time to enjoy yourself, but to work hard and be smarter and more diligent than every emperor in the past. Only in this way can you destroy those behind-the-scenes masters and restore the world to a bright and clear place." "Nephew understands. Please rest assured, uncle." The prince nodded and promised, looking very touched, and shook the big hand of Prince Cheng. However, in the heart of the prince, there was a sneer. "You old man, who has long been angry, are you still trying to fool with these alarmist words? I became the emperor to enjoy the bliss of this world. If someone wants to deal with my Tangji dynasty, there will naturally be ministers to stop them. If I have to do everything myself, what's the use of you bunch of trash?" Thinking of this, the anger that had been suppressed in the prince's heart for a long time soon emerged again. He was originally a narrow-minded person who held grudges. Today, he was forced to kneel down and admit his mistakes outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony by Prince Cheng, which had touched the most sensitive and irritable nerve in his heart. After today, it would be impossible for him to pretend that nothing had happened. With his mentality of revenge, he would get back every bit of disrespect and offense he had suffered in the past 100 times and 1,000 times. At this moment, Prince Cheng held the prince's hand with one hand, tightly holding it, and patted the prince's shoulder with the other hand, speaking to the prince from the heart in the manner of an elder teaching him. The prince listened on the surface, and nodded from time to time with emotion, but in his heart, he couldn't help sneering. "Before I ascend the throne, I will let you be arrogant for a few days, but after I ascend the throne, I will be the common ruler of the world. Even if you are the prince of this country and the first god of war of the Tangji dynasty, I will let you know what a painful price you will pay for offending your own emperor." The prince thought resolutely in his heart. Prince Cheng was obviously serious about persuading the prince to return to the right path. In this Hall of Supreme Harmony, after talking to the prince for a long time, he took the prince to the tomb of Emperor Yongde and said a lot more in front of the tomb. The prince had long been annoyed by the boring talk about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom and trustworthiness. Deep down, he already regarded Prince Cheng as a foolish and kind old antique, but on the surface he had to pretend to be encouraged. "Uncle, listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. I have really realized my mistakes. I will definitely follow your teachings and become a good emperor who cares about the country and the people. Even if I can't talk about surpassing the previous emperors, I will definitely leave a strong mark in the history books." The prince took a deep breath, shook Prince Cheng's big hand tightly, and said, Okay. Prince Cheng smiled and said, "I'm relieved that you have such an understanding." He patted the prince's shoulder again, looked up at the sky, and said, "It's already this time. I won't say anything more. I hope you can remember what you said and thought today, and always keep them in mind. Tomorrow is the day you ascend the throne. Go to bed early. I'm going back. Uncle, take care. The prince looked concerned, but he was sneering in his heart. Old thing, after I ascend the throne tomorrow, how do you think I will repay you for what you did today? Chapter 323 Coronation Ceremony. The next day, before the sun rose, the entire Jinxia city was already busy. From the dignitaries to the common people, no one was not extremely concerned about today, because today was the day of the coronation ceremony. In the palace, the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the prince had not slept all night, and had been absurd with many concubines all night. Seeing that the sky was gradually getting brighter, he slowly got up and changed into a set of dragon robes with the help of the palace maids. To be honest, this dress was secretly made by the prince a long time ago. After the death of the third prince, the prince spent some time in the palace, wearing this dragon robe all day long, and was unrestrained. However, there was no time when he was more excited than when he put on this dress today. Not once. Is this the feeling of controlling the whole world? The prince stood in front of the hall, facing the morning sun, took a deep breath, and the corners of his lips curled up into an extremely complacent smile. At noon, in front of the palace, in the huge square, tens of thousands of people gathered around to watch the ceremony. Before the prince appeared, the most prominent character in the ceremony was naturally Chen Dusheng. As the national teacher of the Tangji dynasty, he was also the host of the coronation ceremony. After a series of tedious and complicated ceremonies, Chen Dusheng finally announced loudly, "Now, please let the new emperor ascend the throne." As soon as the voice fell, in the center of the ceremony venue, a red carpet stretched from the palace gate to the high platform. The high platform had a total of 99 steps. At the end of the red carpet, there was a golden dragon throne at the highest point, which was shining in the sun. At this moment, the national teacher held a tray in both hands, and on the tray was a crown. As a national teacher, he had an important responsibility at the coronation ceremony, which was to crown the new emperor. The music started, and the drums started. With the magnificent and heavy background music, the prince took firm steps and walked from the palace gate to the dragon throne on the high platform. During this whole process, with the prince as a line, the people on both sides of the line swept across the ground, kneeling on the ground, shouting "Long live the emperor!" Step by step, climbing up the stairs, the prince had nothing else in his eyes, only the crown at the highest point. On the other side of the high platform, opposite Chen Dusheng, Prince Cheng was holding an imperial seal, also waiting for the prince to come. According to the process of the coronation ceremony, after the national teacher crowned the new emperor, Prince Cheng, as a royal relative, had to deliver the imperial seal to the new emperor. At this moment, Prince Cheng looked at the prince walking step by step below. His sight was dazed for a moment, and then he turned his head and looked at Chen Dusheng beside him, with a complicated heart. During the whole process just now, the national teacher presided over every ceremony, and the process was meticulous and there was no fault to find. But what Prince Cheng wanted to know in his heart was whether his old friend knew what the prince had done in the past few days. If he knew, no, the national teacher is the national teacher after all. Those things happened in the palace, and Chen Dusheng must know, as the right-hand man of the prince and the national teacher of a country. Why didn't Chen Dusheng persuade the prince to get back on track before he went to the palace? Was it because he was too busy with the coronation ceremony? Or was he deliberately pretending not to see it? Prince Cheng didn't understand it in his heart, but he felt vaguely that he gradually couldn't understand this good brother who had been through life and death with him. In a trance, the prince had already walked up to the high platform and came to the dragon throne. Chen Dusheng walked up with a solemn face and put the crown on the prince. The prince also had a solemn face, but he could not hide his excitement and joy. He took a deep breath and strode towards the dragon throne he had dreamed of. "Where is my imperial seal?" the prince asked in a deep voice. After the words fell, Prince Cheng gathered his mind, walked to the side of the dragon throne, and handed the imperial seal to the prince. At that moment, between heaven and earth, there was the will of the people, resonating with it. From the land under his feet and all the people living on this land, a special power was transmitted, which flowed from the imperial seal into the prince's body. That is, the dragon vein spirit of the Tangji dynasty, and also the fate of the country. The emperor was appointed by heaven, and he gathered the dragon energy of a country in one body, which was to act on behalf of heaven and rule over all the people. Long live my emperor! Long live my emperor! Below the high platform, shouts were like mountains and tides. Not only did the people outside kneel on the ground, but the ministers under the high platform also knelt down to congratulate the prince. No, at this moment, he can no longer be called the crown prince, but Emperor Yongxing. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Yongxing laughed loudly, standing at the highest point in the world, watching the people kneeling, countless powerful officials with their foreheads close to the ground, showing their obedience to him. How can words describe the joy in his heart? He sat on the dragon throne, and saw that Prince Chengde on his right side also knelt down, and his heart was even more happy in an instant. Damn old thing! Didn't you teach me a lesson in the palace in an arrogant manner as an elder yesterday? Now that I have ascended the throne and become the master of this Tangji dynasty, even if you are the first god of war, even if you are my uncle, you still have to kneel down in front of me. And this is just the beginning. When I have power in the future and completely control the court, I will definitely make you, old thing, pay the price for what happened yesterday. No one can insult me. No one can not kneel down in front of me. No one. Just thinking so. Emperor Yongxing suddenly frowned, because he found that there was a person in front of him who did not kneel down, but walked straight towards him. That person was not someone else, but the imperial teacher who had just crowned the new emperor, Chen Dusheng. Imperial teacher, why don't you kneel down? Emperor Yongxing frowned, and was about to scold Chen Dusheng and ask him to kneel down, but as soon as he said this, he could no longer say the next word, because a sharp pain came from Emperor Yongxing's heart. He stared at the imperial teacher in front of him with his eyes wide open in disbelief. You, Emperor Yongxing muttered in astonishment, and the fear in his eyes became stronger. He looked down and saw a black dagger piercing deep into his heart, and the other end of the handle of the dagger was firmly held by Chen Dusheng. After hearing his words, he twisted it hard. Puff. The blade split the heart and blood splattered. On the 9th day of the 10th month in the 3723rd year of the Tangji dynasty, Emperor Yongxing ascended the throne. He reigned for only a few seconds. He was assassinated and died. Chapter 324, Transformed into a Dragon. The whole place was dead silent. Many people looked up after hearing the emperor's panicked voice, and then saw a scene they would never forget. At the coronation ceremony, in front of the dragon throne, the national teacher held a dagger and stabbed it deep into the heart of the new emperor, ending the reign of Emperor Yongxing, which lasted for several seconds. It was not until a long time later that someone shouted in astonishment, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty was assassinated!" In the chaos below, amid the shouting, Prince Chengde, who was closest to the dragon throne, also looked at the scene in front of him with astonishment. With a strong man like him, his eyesight is naturally different from that of ordinary people, and he can see more things. At this moment, in the eyes of Prince Chengde, something numbing was happening. From the place where Chen Dusheng stabbed the emperor's heart, there were strands of golden light that were rapidly dissipating. That was not some spiritual power, nor was it some special energy of heaven and earth, but the spirit of the dragon vein that had just gathered on this earth and in the hearts of all the people. At the coronation ceremony, the people of the Tangji dynasty welcomed their new emperor. When the emperor just ascended the throne, the dragon vein spirit was the most unstable. Chen Dusheng cut off the life of Emperor Yongxing with this knife, and at the same time, he cut off the dragon vein spirit of the Tangji dynasty. What are you doing? Prince Chengde's eyes turned red, and he roared and rushed towards Chen Dusheng. Facing the charge of the first god of war in the Tangji dynasty, Chen Dusheng stood in place, looking unhurried. He raised his hand and sprinkled a powdery powder, isolating him from Prince Chengde. Prince Chengde's body crashed into the powdery powder. Although he had held his breath, this was not an ordinary medicine after all. It was just the contact between the spiritual power, which had already merged with a special toxin in Prince Chengde's body to form a combined poison. Puff. Prince Chengde's body stagnated, and he felt severe pain in his internal organs. In an instant, his internal organs burned and his heart beat wildly. Suddenly, he realized that he was poisoned, and it was not an ordinary poison. This ball of medicine powder was not the entire toxin. He had already taken in another part of the toxin and it had been lurking in his body. Now that this medicine powder appeared, it acted as a primer, drawing out the toxins in his body. It was precisely because this toxin was hidden in Prince Cheng's body that this poison could exert such a domineering power at this moment, directly poisoning the first war god of the Tangji dynasty. Finally, I've waited for this day. Chen Dusheng turned his head and glanced at Prince Cheng lightly, with a faint smile on his face, and said, "Look at the spirit of the dragon vein that is dissipating. The plan I have been preparing for decades has finally succeeded here. The dragon vein of the Tangji dynasty has collapsed. It won't be long before all kinds of natural and man-made disasters will follow. Even if no one rebels, the Tangji dynasty will fall apart in a very short time. And if we add another fire." As he spoke, an extremely intoxicated expression appeared on Chen Dusheng's face, and the corners of his lips curled up. "Why? Why are you doing this?" Prince Cheng said, holding back the pain and taking a breath. "Are you referring to the fact that I poisoned you, or the fact that I killed this idiot?" Chen Dusheng laughed and said, "Didn't you always place your hopes on Chu Yun, hoping that he could find the identity of the military advisor in the organization? Now, you have found it. You are the military advisor?" Prince Cheng's pupils shrank, and he soon realized the truth. Then his heart turned cold. No wonder he hadn't heard any news about Chu Yun in these days. It turned out that Chu Yun's identity had been exposed to Chen Dusheng a long time ago. "I'm afraid that he is in danger now." When he thought of this, Prince Cheng's eyes suddenly showed sadness. TSK. Chen Dusheng curled his lips and said, "It has come to this point. You can't even protect yourself, and you still have the leisure to care about other people's affairs?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ministers below couldn't sit still, seeing that the national teacher had killed their new emperor during the coronation ceremony. No matter what the reason was, they couldn't bear it. As a result, dozens of figures with extremely terrifying auras rose into the air and rushed to the high platform. Each of them was a mansion master-level figure in the Tangji dynasty, and their cultivation was all above the Fate Wheel realm. However, Chen Dusheng still didn't care. He stood on the high platform with his hands behind his back, in front of the dragon throne, and smiled as he watched the last trace of the dragon vein spirit fly away from the body of Emperor Yongxing, turning into scattered golden light and drifting into the clouds. When the golden light first appeared, a dragon shape could still be vaguely seen, but as time passed, the golden light slowly disintegrated into fragments, scattered in the air, and gradually dispersed. Chen Dusheng lurked in the court, and his ultimate goal was to destroy the dragon vein spirit of the Tangji dynasty, so as to cut off the dynasty's national destiny. And the reason why he wanted to support the crown prince to ascend the throne was to kill the emperor when the new emperor ascended the throne and the dragon vein spirit was the most unstable, so as to achieve the effect of destroying the dragon vein spirit. Now, looking at the dissipating dragon vein spirit, Chen Dusheng knew that his plan had been a complete success. Kill him! Shouts of killing rose everywhere, and the palace masters from all over the country attacked Chen Dusheng with swords and weapons. Chen Dusheng stood still on the high platform, but suddenly more than a dozen figures appeared beside him. They were all hidden masters of the Qin royal family. At this moment, they guarded Chen Dusheng together and became a solid moat. When the masters of the court saw that more than a dozen masters of the Fate Wheel realm suddenly appeared beside Chen Dusheng, they were surprised, but they did not stop, let alone take them seriously. Judging from the number of people, there were more than 30 masters of the Fate Wheel realm on the court side, while there were only 15 or 16 on the Qin royal family side. With such a huge gap in numbers, how could Chen Dusheng's side resist? But Prince Cheng raised his head with cold sweat, looking at the situation in the air, and shouted, "Be careful of your colleagues beside you, they may be spies." Before he finished speaking, among the more than 30 court masters, someone had already launched a sneak attack from the rear, attacking other court masters, and the dozen or so Fate Wheel realm powerhouses of the Qin royal family, forming a double team from inside and outside. When Prince Cheng saw this scene, although he guessed correctly, he did not feel any joy in his heart, but sank to the bottom of the valley. Although Prince Cheng has never known the true face of Chen Dusheng for so many years, at least he knows Chen Dusheng's methods of doing things. Chen Dusheng is a typical strategist. If he doesn't move, he will be fine, but if he moves, he will be as fast as thunder. When he makes a move, it is often the time to lock in victory. Therefore, when Prince Cheng saw that the Qin family only had a dozen Fate Wheel Realm Masters, but they had to fight against more than 30 Imperial Court Fate Wheel Realm Masters, he immediately knew that Chen Dusheng must have a backup plan. And ordinary means would definitely not be able to play any role in this level of battle. So the only explanation is that Chen Dusheng's backup plan came from the Imperial Court Masters themselves. Those scattered Palace Lord Masters who have been away from the capital for many years, and they are far away from the Emperor. It is very likely that many of them have been bribed by the Qin royal family, and this time, it was indeed the case. About 5 or 6 Palace Lord level Fate Wheel Realm Masters have begun to turn against the others. Although their number is small, they still caused great damage under the sudden offensive and the cooperation of the Qin royal family masters. Hiss! Prince Cheng took a breath of cold air and tried to get up and join the battle, but in the end, just the action of getting up almost consumed all his strength, and the toxins in his body seemed to be unable to be suppressed. Save it, don't waste your energy. Chen Dusheng looked at him with compassion and said, compared to the last time, I have made more adequate preparations to deal with you this time. The poison I gave you is divided into 5 parts. The first 4 were planted when I drank with you. Each time it lasted longer, and the longest one has now penetrated deep into your bones. If you don't use your power, with your foundation, you can still hold on for more than 10 days, but if you force yourself to use your power, you will die on the spot within an hour. I roughly know what you mean by last time. Prince Cheng took a deep breath. Even though his face was covered with cold sweat, he was still firmly operating his power, completely ignoring the toxins, and forcing himself to join the battle despite the pain. TSK, stubborn. Chen Dusheng shook his head, looked at Prince Cheng jokingly, and said, you should know my character. This time at the coronation ceremony, I have already put my true identity in front of the world, which means that there will be no accidents in this battle. After today, the Tangji dynasty's national fortune will collapse and there will be no leader. My Qin royal family will take the opportunity to capture the court and expand from this center to complete the cause of restoring the country. As he spoke, Chen Dusheng laughed loudly, feeling very happy. In his laughter, the court masters and the Qin royal family masters below were fighting fiercely. Further below, the people who came to watch the coronation ceremony were horrified. Even though most of them did not have any cultivation, they could still feel that something seemed to have emerged from their Yongxing emperor who had just ascended the throne and died, and then disappeared. With the disappearance of that indescribable thing, every citizen of the Tangji dynasty subconsciously felt an extremely strong sense of uneasiness. In the crowd, Dao Qianli bit his lips tightly, worrying about Chu Yun and his father, Prince Cheng. And at this moment, a strange roar came from the clouds above the 9 heavens. The voice was extremely majestic, ethereal and clear. It was not a beast roar, but a dragon roar. In the roar of the dragon, the people widened their eyes in astonishment, looked up at the sky, and saw a dragon shadow cruising in the clear sky, chasing the scattered dragon vein spirits, gathering them together at an incredible speed, and grabbing them with the dragon claws, gluing the dragon veins together. Dragon, dragon, there is a dragon, the people shouted in astonishment, and their eyes widened. Many people have never seen a monster in their lives, let alone a legendary real dragon. At this moment, the real dragon cruising above the 9 heavens, after a pursuit, caught all the scattered dragon vein spirits and glued them together again. Dao Qianli looked up at the sky in a daze. His mouth opened wide, but no sound came out. His sight passed through the clouds, and he seemed to look into the eyes of the real dragon. Then, Dao Qianli saw that the dragon shadow captured the scattered dragon vein spirit and swam towards him. Dao Qianli did not dodge, because in the previous eye contact, Dao Qianli clearly felt a very familiar and very kind feeling. That look seemed to be his good brother Chu Yun. Another loud dragon roar sounded, and Chu Yun, who turned into a dragon, swam in front of Zhao Qianli at a very fast speed. With a dragon claw forward, he poured all the dragon vein spirit that had just gathered into Zhao Qianli's body. Buzz! The dragon vein spirit trembled, flew directly into Zhao Qianli's body from the top of Zhao Qianli's head, and instantly integrated it, and instantly stabilized the shaky national destiny of the Tangji dynasty. Zhao Qianli, who was also born from the Zhao royal family, had royal blood flowing in his body. This dragon vein spirit might not be so easy to integrate for other people, but when it was put into Zhao Qianli's body, it was perfectly integrated in an instant, and its speed and degree of integration were even stronger than that of the dead Emperor Yongxing. This shocking scene fell into the eyes of Chen Dusheng on the high platform, but it made him widen his eyes immediately. As early as when Chu Yun turned into a dragon and appeared above the 9 heavens to gather the dragon vein spirit, he could not sit still and wanted to fly out and cut the dragon to stop Chu Yun. But the Prince Cheng beside him, even if he had to fight the backlash of the poison, he had to do his best to stop it. That is, he honestly blocked Chen Dusheng below and failed to interfere with Chu Yun. And now, Chu Yun gathered the dragon vein spirit that had been dispersed again and sent it into Zhao Qianli's body. The national destiny of the Tangji dynasty, which had been cut off, was revived again at this moment. Chen Dusheng, long time no see. Chu Yun flew to the ground, and the huge dragon body turned into a human form again in a flash of golden light. He raised his head, looked at Chen Dusheng on the high platform, and burst into laughter. Chapter 325 Unreasonable. It's you. Seeing the dragon shadow fall to the ground and turn into a human form, Chen Dusheng looked closely and was shocked. Why are you here? He. Chu Yun couldn't help laughing when he heard it, and said, I didn't make it through those 49 days. I was burned by you in just 2 days. Now I have become a different species after death and come to seek revenge on you. Of course, none of these words were true, and Chen Dusheng would not believe it, but seeing Chen Dusheng frowning and looking gloomy, Chu Yun found it very interesting. However, in the final analysis, Chu Yun came a little late this time. When he arrived at Jingxia City, the coronation ceremony had already begun, and Chen Dusheng had already killed Emperor Yongxing. If Chu Yun hadn't had an idea and thought of using the dragon form to collect the scattered dragon energy and send it all into Zhao Qianli's body, Chen Dusheng, the old cunning guy, would have won this round today. But now, the scattered dragon energy was all gathered and sent to Zhao Qianli. Even though Zhao Qianli was not the emperor at the moment, he also saved the national destiny of the Tangji dynasty because of his status as a member of the royal family. As long as the national destiny was still there, Chen Dusheng's plan would not succeed. Kill him. Chen Dusheng's face was gloomy, and he waved his hand and pointed at Zhao Qianli behind Chu Yun. After that, he also rushed to Zhao Qianli with all his strength, trying to kill Zhao Qianli in a very short time. Otherwise the dragon vein would stabilize in Zhao Qianli's body and have the power to protect himself. At that time, even if Zhao Qianli was killed, the spirit of the dragon vein would be able to cruise out and find the next host. But, how could Chu Yun let them succeed? With a sneer, Chu Yun opened the door of space in a flash. Good brother, go in and hide, and I'll ask you to come back after I finish killing people. Chu Yun smiled slightly, and as he spoke, he pushed Zhao Qianli into the door of space, and then closed it immediately. Just like that, in just a short moment, in the blink of an eye, Zhao Qianli, such a living person, had disappeared from everyone's eyes, and no one knew where he went. Seeing this, Chen Dusheng's eyes showed confusion and helplessness for the first time, and the whole person was a little numb, as if the hope of victory disappeared without a trace in this moment. The many masters of the Qin royal family who followed Chen Dusheng's order to attack and kill Zhao Qianli looked at each other, confused, and stopped involuntarily. The target has disappeared. What can they do now? Fortunately, they don't know what to do, but someone knows. Kill the traitor. Restore order. With the roar of Zhu Heng, the Minister of War, the masters of the Fate Wheel realm belonging to the court were all excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. They all saw the whole process of the dragon vein spirit dissipating and returning, and knew that the national destiny of the Tangji dynasty has now been completely stabilized under Chu Yun's magical operation. As long as Zhao Qianli, the host of the dragon vein spirit, is still alive, the fate of the Tangji dynasty will not collapse. If they continue to fight, there will be hope. So, under this roar, many masters of the court launched a fierce counterattack, surrounded the masters of the Qin royal family, and fought fiercely in an instant. It can be expected that the result of this battle will inevitably end with the victory of the Tangji dynasty, because the power of the court is originally greater. Even if there are 5 or 6 betrayers among the more than 30 palace masters, the court still has a huge advantage in terms of overall strength. There are 2 main reasons for the previous defeat. The first is that they were caught off guard by the surprise attack of the Qin royal family and the sudden betrayal of the national teacher Chen Duxian. The second is that Emperor Yongxing is dead. The spirit of the dragon vein has collapsed, and the destiny of the Tangji dynasty will be ruined. At this time, they stand on the side of the Tangji dynasty, just like standing on a sinking ship, so they are unwilling to fight desperately, because they feel that it is meaningless. But now, the situation is different. The spirit of the dragon vein has regrouped, and the destiny of the country has been saved. As long as these traitors can be killed, the Tangji dynasty can continue to be passed down safely. For a time, everyone's enthusiasm was mobilized, and the many masters surrounding the Qin royal family held on tightly, obviously intending to catch them all in one fell swoop and achieve success in one battle. Breakout. Chen Duxian took a deep breath and shouted loudly on the high platform. With his judgment of the situation, he naturally knew that there was no need to continue this battle. Cao Qianli had been transferred away by Chu Yun. If Cao Qianli did not die, the destiny of the Tangji dynasty would be fine. If they continued to fight like this, it would become meaningless. However, even if the plan failed, they still had a chance to turn the tables. With so many experts in the Fate Wheel realm, everyone who could escape would be a new spark for the Qin royal family. If it doesn't work today, there's still tomorrow. You can't leave. I'll stay here. Prince Cheng shook his head, resisting the poison in his body, and rushed towards Chen Duxian. Every move was a fatal one, and he was extremely decisive without any hesitation. Chu Yun took a closer look and found that Prince Cheng was not in a good state, so he immediately rushed to the high platform to help Prince Cheng deal with the military advisor. In fact, when Chu Yun came here, he had already guessed about Chen Duxian's plan on the way. No matter what the other party planned to do, Prince Cheng, the first god of war in the Tangji dynasty, must be a peak that the other party could not cross. No matter what he wanted to do, he had to get rid of Prince Cheng first. At this moment, looking at the state of Prince Cheng, Chu Yun knew that Chen Duxian, the old shaman, had succeeded in getting his way again, so he hurriedly said, "Uncle, please step aside and let me do it." After that, Chu Yun's body was filled with golden light, and the defense formed by the golden body of merit was like a solid barrier, and 2 terrible forces were condensing around him. One of them was the incarnation of the law of thunder condensed from the purple sky thunder, and the other was the incarnation of the law of fire condensed by Chu Yun with the Yunling refining divine fire. These 2 incarnations of the law, one thunder and one fire, the thunder shattered all matter, and the fire focused on the soul. The power that erupted from the cooperation of the 2 was naturally unimaginable. Chen Duxian's pupils shrank slightly. From these 2 terrifying incarnations of the law, he felt an extremely strong pressure, and at the same time, it was also a horror beyond comprehension. Why can a person possess the power of 2 incarnations of the law at the same time? And each one is so terrifying. Chen Duxian knew something about the incarnation of the law of thunder, because when he was promoted to the Nirvana realm, he also triggered a thunder tribulation and felt a similar aura. But what about the incarnation of the law of fire? Why did Chen Duxian feel an extremely familiar aura in it? That was clearly the Yin spirit refining fire in his Yin fire refining furnace. This was what he used to deal with Chu Yun, but now Chu Yun was using it to deal with him. Is this reasonable? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.